He did the killing, so he picks the food first. That's only fair. That was her. That was Chen Mei's voice. The voice I had spent 2.5 years arranging my entire life around, and she was using it to divide up my apartment while I was still on the floor of it, still technically breathing, with one of my own kitchen knives standing up out of my chest like a flag somebody had planted. 2.5 years. Do you understand what that means? 2.5 years of paying for her dinners, her friends' dinners, her friends' friends' dinners, designer bags, cosmetics I couldn't pronounce. 200,000 yuan of my savings, gone, spent on a woman who had never once held my hand and who had just knocked on my board in a -70-degree apocalypse and said, "Jiang Feng, please, I'm freezing," in that little voice, and I had opened the door because of course I had. Then the neighbors came in behind her, 6 of them, unshaven, carrying axes, and their faces were doing something faces should not be able to do. Somewhere around month 4 of the glacier, they had stopped being people and nobody had told them. Don't waste any of him. It's all meat. On a cold day like this, a pot of soup would be perfect. That's the last thing I heard. Not a scream, not a prayer, a recipe. Then I opened my eyes and my head was doing something an electric drill would call excessive. And there was steam, bathroom steam, and a pair of very clean, bare feet stepping onto my very intact living room floor. Jiang Feng, thank you so much for letting me use your shower. I sat up so fast I nearly took my own head off on the coffee table. And I want to be clear about what I was looking at, because for about 4 seconds I genuinely believed I was in hell, and hell had opted for a confusing theme. Zhou Jing, my neighbor across the hall, Gao Wei's wife, wearing a towel and a smile, and absolutely nothing that suggested she had been dead for 3 months. Because that was the thing. Zhou Jing was dead. I knew exactly how she died, because everybody in the building knew. 3 months into the freeze, her husband sold her for 3 packets of instant noodles, and he did not mention it to her first. 5 men came up that night. She got to a window on the 23rd floor before they got to her. And here she was, alive, complaining about the water being shut off. Am I dead too? I said. Is this heaven? Because if it was heaven, heaven had cheap taste. I looked around. My furniture was back. All of it. Every chair and shelf I had personally chopped up and burned to keep my fingers, sitting there like nothing had happened. The room was warm. Not -70, warm. Then I saw the calendar on the wall. May 1st, 2055. 1 month. 1 month before the sun broke. What I actually thought was, supermarket, sweep the whole thing, then kill everyone who chopped me up, but slowly. Are you okay? Zhou Jing was clutching the towel to her chest, backing off a step, and I realized my eyes were doing something. My eyes were doing a lot, apparently. Jiang Feng, you look really scary. It's nothing, I said. Bad dream. Which was a lie, but it was a small one. I had a month. In a month, the sunspots would erupt, and the sun would go dim, and the temperature would fall through the floor of every thermometer on the planet, and the last thing I needed was a neighbor going around telling people the guy in 2301 woke up screaming about the end of the world. Because here's the part I want you to hold on to. Zhou Jing didn't kill me. Zhou Jing never touched me. Zhou Jing's only crime was that 3 months into the apocalypse, her husband sent her over here to borrow food, and I gave it to her, all of it. No questions, because I was that guy. And then she mentioned it to one person, just one. And that one told another one. And that's how the Axes found out I had a pantry. She got up to leave and slipped on the wet floor, and I caught her out of pure reflex, and she made a sound like a startled cat and scrambled backwards into the wall. You shameless! You did that on purpose! Ma'am, you fell. She was gearing up for a full speech, hands on hips, the whole production, and I did something I would like to blame on the head trauma, but honestly can't. I took out my phone, opened the album, and turned the screen around. There was a photo on it, a photo of the last 10 seconds. Towel on the floor, her eyes closed, my hand on her arm. I hadn't taken it. I hadn't touched the phone. Zhou Jing went the color of a stop sign and left so fast she forgot her clothes in my bathroom. And I sat there staring at my own phone like it had grown teeth, because I had absolutely no idea how that picture got there. And then I looked at the washing machine, where a pair of black stockings had been sitting 30 seconds ago, and where now there was nothing at all. Nothing. Just a clean white lid. I reached out. I thought about the stockings. They came back. So I closed my eyes and I fell into it. It was white. Not a room, not a warehouse, not a cave. White in every direction, so far out that the word far stopped being useful. I had the distinct, calm, terrifying certainty that if I wanted to, and if I could touch it, I could put a mountain in here. Then I ran the tests, because I have never once in my life trusted a gift. Rule 1, I had to be able to touch it. No pointing at things across a room. Rule 2, it had to be a thing. A coffee table, a television, a bag of rice. Not a wall, not a floor, not a building rooted into the ground. If it was part of something else, it stayed part of something else. Rule 3, and this is the one that made me laugh out loud in an empty apartment. Time didn't move in there. I put a self-heating rice bowl in hot and pulled it out 10 minutes later, and it was still hot. Not warm, hot. The steam picked up exactly where it left off, like the food hadn't noticed it had been anywhere. Do you understand what that means? Not, I can carry groceries. It means fresh vegetables that stay fresh, meat that never turns, a banquet that arrives at the table a year later still steaming, in a world where people are going to fight to the death over a packet of instant noodles. Rule 4, nothing alive, which was disappointing for exactly 1 second, and then enormously reassuring, because it meant nobody could stuff me into a pocket dimension either. I sat on my own sofa in my own warm apartment in a city that had 30 days left, and I did the math. There is a Walmart distribution center on the edge of this city, over 1 million square meters. There is a port, containers stacked like a mountain range, grain and packaged food and daily necessities, headed overseas, hundreds of tons of bottled water in a single row. And one day before the freeze, the sunspots blow out every electronic device on the planet for a full night. No satellites, no cameras, no lights. I was going to steal an entire city's logistics chain in the dark, and nobody was ever going to know. But first, I was hungry. I had spent a year eating dry bread and gnawing cold biscuits, and I was going to eat something with a sauce on it if it killed me. I went outside, and the sun was out, and it was obscene. Traffic, food stalls, people arguing about parking. A woman was complaining into her phone about the heat. All of it, every single one of them. 30 days from a world where the streets would be under 10 meters of snow and the only things outside would be frozen. I flagged a taxi and went downtown to the most expensive hotel in the city, the state banquet one, the kind with 100,000 yuan minimum spend just to get through the door. Old me would have walked past it with his head down. New me had 30 days and about 300,000 yuan in the bank, and a very clear opinion about what money was about to be worth. And then, standing on the curb, I saw the provincial lottery center across the street, and something twitched in the back of my skull. There was a video. Everybody saw that video. Guy wins $1 million on a scratch card, faints in the shop, goes viral for about 6 hours. Today. It was today. I remembered the date because the freeze came a month later, and I'd had a lot of quiet time to think about dates. I walked in. There was a young man at the counter holding 2 cards, doing the thing people do, weighing them, changing his mind, putting one down and picking it up again. I bought the one he put down. I want to say I felt bad. I did feel a little bad. I felt bad the entire 11 seconds it took to walk out with 1 million yuan on my card while an ambulance pulled up behind me with its lights on and 2 paramedics carried out a young man who had fainted from watching a stranger scratch the exact ticket he had been holding. What happened to him? Looks like he fainted buying a lottery ticket. Did he win? It seems the grand prize got taken. Buddy, in 30 days, that million is going to be worth less than the paper it's printed on, and it won't even be stiff enough to be useful in a bathroom. I'm doing you a favor. Go home. Hug someone. Then I went across the street and ate 100,000 yuan of food. I want you to understand what that meal was. 3 flowers in full bloom. Ginseng soup. Braised goose with sea cucumber in abalone sauce. King crab. Cod rolls. Every plate a little work of art with about 4 bites on it, which is why I had ordered roughly 11 of everything, because I have a functioning brain. The 2 waitresses had come in with a certain look on their faces and left with an entirely different one, which was the look of women watching a man eat like he had crawled out of a tomb. I did not care. I had spent a year with cold biscuit dust in my molars. When the first piece of goose hit my tongue, I genuinely had to stop and breathe for a second. Gao hour later, I patted my stomach, tipped, and walked out to go start hoarding. And that's where I ran into her. Oh my, isn't this Jiang Feng? Chen Mei. I want to describe the sound that voice made in my chest. It was not fear. It was something colder and much more organized. My hand actually moved before I did, and I had to physically decide not to finish the motion. She was doing the pout. She was doing the whole thing. And I could see her eyes working because she had just watched me walk out of a 100,000 yuan restaurant, and the little cash register behind her face was ringing. "Jiang Feng, you're so scary," she said in the voice. 2.5 years I would have apologized. 2.5 years I would have bought her whatever came next. "What is it?" I said. "I've been waiting outside for ages. My legs are killing me. Shouldn't you be a gentleman and buy me a milk tea?" And she did the thing with her leg, pressing it, tilting her head. Milk tea first. Then shopping. Then somewhere expensive tonight. I could read the entire itinerary off her face like a train schedule. Here is what I thought about standing on that sidewalk. I thought about a rich kid at a party who laughed in her face and said she'd worked as an escort in his circle. I thought about how I only found that out on the last day of my life. I thought about her hands in my supplies while I was still warm. And I thought, no, not now. Now is too easy. Chen Mei was going to see it, all of it. The cold, the hunger, the part where the neighbors stopped being people. She was going to sit in an unheated room and starve slowly with a full view of my window. "I'm busy," I said. "Another time." "Okay, next time then." And she practically skipped because in her head, next time was a mall. "Sweetheart, next time it's -70. Then I went to the biggest supermarket I could find and lost my mind in public. 95 yuan compressed biscuits, 10 boxes. Canned meat and sausage, half a cart. Instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, all of it. In. I filled one cart and looked at it and had the distinct feeling of a man trying to bail out a boat with a spoon, so I got 2 more. By the third cart, I had staff, actual staff, following me, loading for me. The manager himself came over to help me check out and offered free delivery in a voice normally reserved for weddings. The bill came to over 10,000, and I paid it without blinking, and everybody in that store looked at me like I was insane. Nobody there knew that in 5 weeks that same cart was going to be worth a human life, possibly several. I had them deliver to the underground storage unit in my building, and that's where I met the second person on my list. "Wow, isn't this Jiang Feng? He bought quite a lot." Auntie Jo, neighborhood committee. Hands behind her back, already drifting toward the truck like a heron toward a pond. Let me tell you about Auntie Jo. In my last life, Auntie Jo played the poor, helpless grandmother and cried food out of me for weeks. And when the mob came up my stairs with the axes, Auntie Jo did not remember a single meal. Auntie Jo stood at the back and cheered. "Hey, ma'am, don't touch other people's things." One of the delivery kids had caught her sliding a bag of snacks off the truck, a 1,000 yuan bag, easily. "What's stealing? I'm borrowing, understand?" And then, I swear, she went straight into the routine. "This old lady can barely walk. There's nothing to eat at home. Do you want an old woman to starve to death?" She was, at that moment, holding a bag of imported snacks she had just taken off a stranger's truck. The delivery kids had gone pale and backed off about a meter each, because they were 22 years old and had heard stories about what happens to young men who touch an elderly woman in public. I took the bag out of her hands. Okay, she said, dropping the act like a coat. "Jiang Feng, you watch yourself. You'll end up in my hands one day. If you don't leave, I'm calling the police and reporting theft." I pointed at the corner of the ceiling. "Say hello." There were 4 cameras on that loading bay. She looked up, found every one of them, called me something creative, and left. I didn't need to argue with her. In my last life, Auntie Jo ate my food and lived through the whole thing. In this one, she wasn't getting a grain of rice. And I had a fairly confident opinion about how long that would take. Then, while I was waiting for the elevator, the universe delivered Zhou Jing to me a second time. She'd come from work. Pencil skirt, black stockings, heels, hair still damp at the ends. And when she saw me, she went straight to the corner of the elevator and put her chin on her chest like a schoolgirl who'd been caught passing notes. The problem was that it was 6 p.m. in a 23-story building, and about 9 more people got in. She got pushed. Not gently. She ended up directly in front of me with approximately no air between us, glaring up with her whole face on fire. "You don't move." I very much did not move. I had a reason, and the reason was not gallantry. 3 months from now, in the world I remembered, this woman's husband was going to send her to my door to beg for food, and I was going to give it to her, and she was going to mention it to one person. This time, she wasn't going to have to beg anybody for anything. I got home, sat down, and started building the list, because it was one thing to be the man who knew, and another thing entirely to be the man who was ready. Food, solved, or nearly. The port and the Walmart were both going to be mine on the night the electronics died. Shelter, not solved. Not even close. Because in my last life, I had a locked door and a pantry, and the door had been made of the same sheet metal every door in this country is made of, and 11 people with hand tools had come through it in under 10 minutes. I needed something that was not a door. I needed a wall that happened to have a hole in it. There was a company in this city, Shield Security Group. They build panic rooms for people whose money has money. They do it with alloys, and they do it quietly, and they do it for the kind of client who does not enjoy questions. Heat, fireplace, or a heated Kang bed. I thought about it for about 40 seconds and then remembered that adults don't choose. I'd have both, plus insulation, plus a sealed ventilation system, because -70 comes in through gaps like water. Medicine. I knew about a black market. I had found out about it too late last time, from a dying man, and by then there had been nothing left in it. This time, I'd be first. Weapons. And here's where it got interesting, because in this country, a bow is legal and a crossbow is not, and the reason is beautiful. A bow takes years. Most people can't even draw one properly. A crossbow you can cock, hand to a 5-year-old, and it will kill an adult man exactly as dead as if a soldier fired it. Bears. Tigers. It doesn't care. I wanted crossbows. I wanted a lot of crossbows. And I wanted the other thing, the thing that makes everyone equal. But this isn't the sort of country where you can walk into a shop for that, so I put it on the list under Figure It Out and went to bed. Next morning, I picked up the phone and started spending. Hello, Home de Grand Restaurant, how may I help you? I need 1,000 tables. Delivered within 2 days. There was a pause on the line of a specific quality. It's the pause of a receptionist deciding whether to hang up on a crank or transfer him to a manager. You're joking, right? 1,000 tables? I was not joking. 1,000 tables of banquet food at a 5-star restaurant at several thousand yuan a table is a number with a lot of zeros on it. And I transferred 400,000 as a deposit on the spot, and the manager came on the line sounding like a man who had just been personally visited by a god. Because remember Rule 3, time doesn't move in there. Every one of those 1,000 tables was going to come out of my space in 6 months, still steaming, in a world where the neighbors were boiling belts. Then I checked my balance and found 800,000 left and had a small, quiet moment. So I downloaded every loan app in the store. I want to be clear that I did not steal anything. I filled out forms. I clicked, I agree. I took advantage of promotional interest rates. In about 90 minutes, I had another $1,000,000 in my account and a repayment schedule that began in 2 months. 2 months. The world ended in 1. Free money is the best money. Then I looked at the apartment my parents left me. $3 million when they bought it, $6 million now, easily, second ring road, good school district, in a city that in 4 weeks was going to have snow up to the 4th floor. I took the deeds to the bank and mortgaged it, and they gave me $5 million, and I signed the paperwork without reading it, because reading it would have been rude to everyone involved. And that is where the day got interesting, because while the ink was drying, somebody at the front of the lobby said, "Shut up, all of you, hands up!" Then 2 gunshots. Everyone in that lobby went down or froze. I went backwards, fast, to the very back of the crowd, because a year of the apocalypse gives you certain instincts, and one of them is, be the least interesting object in the room. And then I remembered. There had been a bank robbery in this city. It never made television. The internet posts got wiped within a couple of hours. I only ever knew it happened because the old women in my compound talked about everything, forever. And one of them had a nephew on the force who told her the whole case and asked her not to repeat it, which she then repeated at volume to 11 people, including me. 2 robbers dragged a bald, middle-aged man out of the VIP room. I knew him, property developer, very famous, currently in the process of leaving the country with as much cash as 2 hands could carry. Somebody close to him had leaked it. "I'm rich!" One of them was hauling 2 black cases and could barely lift them. "Withdraw!" And they were gone. And by the time the police arrived, there was nothing but a lobby full of people taking each other's statements. Here's what the old lady told her friends over dumplings. The robbers didn't take the money with them. They stashed both cases in an abandoned factory near Dongli Park and left to build alibis, planning to come back once things went quiet, and they all got picked up before that happened. And when the police finally found those cases, half a month later, they discovered that only one of them had cash in it. The other one was gold bars. About 135 jin of them, 24 karat, unmarked, no serial numbers, because the developer had wanted them convenient. The robbers never knew. The cases weighed the same, and the developer, who was already looking at a life sentence, was never, ever going to walk into a police station and say, "Excuse me, there was also a suitcase of unregistered gold. Could I have it back?" Which meant there was, at that exact moment, 40 million yuan of completely untraceable metal sitting in an empty building 40 minutes away, belonging legally to nobody. "Where to?" the taxi driver said. I opened my mouth to say shield security, then I closed it. 5 million was enough for a deposit on a panic room. It was not enough for the panic room I wanted, and I had died once already because I'd settled. Dongli Park. I didn't go straight in. I walked the park first for an hour like a man with nothing to do, and confirmed the two things I needed: no cameras anywhere on that road, and enough foot traffic that a guy in a coat was invisible. Then I went in. The factory was empty and cold in the way empty concrete is always cold, and in a back room, exactly where a gossiping aunt had said, sat 2 heavy cases and 1 large black plastic bag. I opened the first case and had to stop for a second. You can look at a number on a phone your whole life and it means nothing. Rows of gold bars stacked in a case under a flashlight is something your body understands before your brain does. My breathing did something stupid. 600 yuan a gram, and there were 135 jin of it, and not one of them had a mark on it. I took it all. Not 1 bar at a time either. The whole case, one thought, gone. I did not touch the cash. The cash was serialized, it was US dollars, and it was a police report with a bow on it. Then I looked at the bag. 3 handguns, sitting there like somebody had left their lunch. I want to describe the feeling accurately. It was not excitement. It was relief so total it was almost nauseating. Because I had spent the previous night writing "figure it out" next to the one item on my list I genuinely could not buy. 30 magazines, 450 rounds. Glocks, 9mm, 15 to a magazine. I took the guns, I took the bag, I took the plastic sheeting I'd been walking on, I took the bags I'd had over my shoes, and I took the bag I had wrapped around my own head because they can get DNA off a hair, and I had absolutely no intention of being clever for 4 weeks and then getting arrested for it. 10 minutes later, I was in a taxi with 40 million yuan of gold and a personal arsenal, and the only thing I could think about was whether I could get the safe house started tomorrow. Which brings us to the Black Swan. On the outside, it's a bar with good lighting and bad prices. On the inside, one specific room of it is the only place in this city where you can sell something with no paperwork and buy something with no license. They don't ask where it came from. They don't ask what you'll do with it. Their entire business model is that they don't ask, and they've kept it long enough that they very rarely cheat anyone, because cheating people is bad for a business built on people showing up with suitcases. I only knew the password because I'd heard a man recite it in the apocalypse, with frostbite, half out of his mind. "Hello, what would you like to drink? When will the bright moon appear?" The bartender's hand paused on the glass. "Look up and see for yourself." Withered vines, old trees, crows at dusk. "Wear a pair of thermal underwear home." I nearly lost it right there at the bar. Who wrote this? Gao elementary schooler would be embarrassed. I would not have said any of it out loud if I hadn't heard it with my own ears from a dying man, and even then, I said the last line at about 40% volume. The bartender bowed like I'd recited scripture and walked me to a back room with soundproofing so good the music stopped existing. Inside, a man with slicked back hair had his legs on the table and a cigar in his mouth, and 2 very large gentlemen with wolf tattoos stood in the corner being furniture. "You look unfamiliar. First time?" "I'm here to sell." I put the case on the table. It made the specific noise that heavy things make, and he glanced at it and did not care, because in that room, a case is just a case, and everything's worth millions. Then I opened it. Wu Nan came off his chair, not metaphorically. He physically came up out of it, burned his own hand with his cigar, and did not notice. "Holy, did you rob a vault?" "Don't worry about it." I closed the case. He called in 2 assistants with actual assay equipment, and they went at it for 10 minutes while he tapped the table and watched my face, and I gave him absolutely nothing because I was thinking about ventilation systems. 99.6%, 135.3 jin, market value about 40 million. He was watching me for the flinch. I didn't have one. He didn't like that. Name your price, I said. 30 million, in your account in 1 minute. Add 5. Wu Nan narrowed his eyes and let the room get quiet, and the 2 wolf tattoos came off the wall and started drifting in with the expressions of men who have done this before and enjoyed it. This was his headquarters. They had a reputation for never cheating anyone, and that reputation was doing an enormous amount of work in that moment. In all my years, he said, you're the first person who's ever tried to raise the price on me. If it doesn't work, forget it. And I stood up. And while I stood up, I let the hem of my coat move about 4 inches. There was a piece of black metal at my waist. I have never seen a man's face change like that. Wu Nan was up and around the table and physically shoving his own bodyguards backwards, laughing so hard it sounded like it hurt. Brother, I was joking. Why are you so serious? Let's split it. Add 2.5. 32.5 million. Fair enough. He still made a healthy margin, and he had bribes to pay. The text came through before I'd finished sitting down. 32.5 million received, current balance 34 million. I want to state for the record that I kept my face completely still, and it was the hardest physical thing I have ever done. I also need 3 compound bows, 3 crossbows, and 1,000 arrows. He waved it away like I'd asked for a napkin. Free, consider it a gift. Because 100,000 yuan of hunting equipment is nothing next to a 40 million yuan deal, and Wu Nan was already thinking about the next one. I left my delivery address and walked out, and behind me, one of the wolf tattoos apparently asked why they hadn't just killed me and kept everything. I'm told Wu Nan hit him. Do it, your mother. Did you see what he had on his belt? A pistol. You want to try a guy carrying that? And then something about opening their eyes and burning incense. Half an hour later, I walked into the lobby of SHIELD Security Group, and a very large man in sunglasses came down personally to meet me because I had mentioned a 9-figure budget on the phone and company policy had evaporated. Mr. Jiang, Zhao Zhao, pleasure. Zhao Zhao poured me a very good tea and asked what I wanted, and I said I wanted my apartment turned into a bank vault. Walls fully reinforced and replaced, no gaps, windows and doors to vault standard. He blinked at that. Most of his clients want a new structure built, or a hole dug, or a bunker 40 meters down. Nobody renovates the 23rd floor of a residential tower. But he didn't argue, because his business is not arguing. He tapped the wall, and a screen the size of a bedsheet lit up with a catalog. And I want you to appreciate the shopping I did. The door, bank grade, triple locked, rated against small explosives. The windows, domestically produced armored glass, the kind that goes in the car a certain head of state rides in, sniper rated. The walls, floor, and ceiling, military alloy plate. Aerospace grade, the material they line aircraft carriers and satellites with. 10 times the strength of steel at 1/5 of the weight, which mattered a great deal because I was putting it in a building that had not been designed to carry a fortress on its head. 300 millimeters of it. SHIELD Security was the only outfit in the country that could source it in quantity. The fireplace, custom, with a heated bed built underneath, insulation layers, a world-class filtered ventilation system because sealed rooms kill people quietly. And then, because I have a specific brain, I paid for one more thing, a separate small room with a safety capsule in it, the kind with shock and energy absorption, on the theory that if somebody eventually figured out they couldn't get through my walls and went after the load-bearing structure of the building instead, I'd like the 23-story fall to be survivable. Total, 245.3 million yuan. I paid 10%. The balance was due in 3 months. I want you to sit with that. 3 months. I was going to be sitting in that fortress eating lobster while the concept of a bank was a historical curiosity. I signed with a flourish. I have never signed anything with more enthusiasm in my life. And then, as I was reaching for the end button, I saw one more line on the catalog. Huh, what's an AI brain? Zhao Xiao got a look on his face like a salesman who has just been asked about the thing he wanted to be asked about. It was a monitoring and analysis system, built with the biggest AI group in the country. 24-hour room analysis. It came with a wristband and an ankle band, and if the system determined that another person in the room posed a threat to the owner, a concealed blade, something dropped into a drink, a raised object, it would immobilize them. This has passed hundreds of thousands of safety tests. Certain wealthy clients abroad have had incidents recently, assassinations. One of them was number 10 on a national rich list. I sat there with my tea going cold in my hand. Because in my last life, I did not die to a mob. Not really. The mob came second. I died because a woman I trusted stood in my living room and put a knife in me, and by the time the axes arrived, I was already on the floor. Outside threats I could solve with 300 millimeters of alloy. Inside threats had killed me once already. I just don't know if it works as well as you say. Zhao Zhao clapped his hands twice, called in his secretary, put the bands on her, and set me as the protected party. Then he nodded at her, and she picked up a very expensive vase and swung it at the back of my head. The screen on the wall showed his threat level at 0, and hers climbing like a fever. The vase never landed. She went down mid-swing, the vase shattered, and she folded into my lap. They ran it 4 more times. Concealed blade, something in a drink, ambush from behind. She was on the floor by the end of it, and Zhao Zhao explained, cheerfully, that he had the current dialed down to half because otherwise she'd have died several minutes ago. I looked at that poor woman lying on the carpet, and I thought about a knife in my chest. I want it. The price jumped 10 million, and I did not blink. The bands themselves are 100,000 each, Zhao Zhao said, opening a safe. First customer, I'll throw some in. How many do you want? There is a version of me that says 2. Give me 10. Zhao Zhao nearly put his head through the safe door. He recovered. He is a professional. He did not ask what one man in a 245 million yuan panic room needed 10 personal security bands for, and I did not volunteer, and we agreed with our eyes never to discuss it. 1 million yuan of free gifts. He'd already said it out loud in front of witnesses. He was not happy. The order was big enough that he stayed smiling anyway. I need to buy medicine, in quantity. Do you have channels? He hesitated for exactly 1 second, which is the sound of a man weighing a legal risk against a 200 million yuan client, and then he pulled a business card out of the cabinet. Deputy Director He, Qinshui City Central Hospital. As long as you have money, I can get you most kinds. Say I sent you. I called from the car. I want 3 million yuan of it. There was a silence on the line, and then, very faintly, a woman's voice in the background saying, Director, why did you stop? Please continue. Get out and don't disturb my business. Sir, I have some bad news about your next few months. 10 boxes of specialist medication, bandages, disinfectant, surgical supplies, 3 million yuan delivered discreetly. Safe house, medicine, weapons, all of it done in 2 days. I got home whistling and ordered takeout. The takeout did not arrive first. The police did. Hello, Qinshui City Public Security Bureau. We'd like to ask you about something. The one who showed the badge was a polite man in his 30s. The one standing behind him was not polite at all. Jiang Feng, right? Where were you at 9:30 this morning, and what were you doing? Her name was Lin Zhuan. I knew about her, the way everyone in that building eventually knew about her. National Police Combat Champion. Took down 5 knife-wielding drug dealers by herself in a single operation, which went slightly too well. One of them died, and her family, who were apparently the kind of family that can do this, pulled strings and moved her off criminal investigation and into ordinary policing as a punishment. I also knew how she died. She was in my compound when the freeze hit, looking after a relative's kid. She killed everyone who came for her food, over and over, for months, and she never once took anything from another resident. And that arithmetic only works one way. She got weak, and when they finally cornered her in an apartment, she went out a window rather than let them touch her. Please watch your tone. I'm not a suspect. Her partner apologized approximately 9 times. I let it go and let them in because I was a witness to a bank robbery and looking twitchy about it was the last thing I needed. It was a short interview, and at the end of it, Lin Xuan yawned, stretched out on my sofa like a cat, forgot entirely that she was a police officer in a stranger's apartment, and my eyes went where eyes go. I did not even have time to be ashamed. My collar was in her fist. If you don't want those eyes, where exactly are you looking? The fist came back. Her partner made a noise like a man watching a car accident and got between us. That punch stopped about 1 centimeter from my cheek. I know because I watched it the whole way in, and I did not blink, which I would like to say was courage, and was actually the fact that I had recently been chopped up with axes and my calibration for danger was completely broken. "Officer," I said, "assaulting a civilian will get you fired," and I pushed her hand off my collar and straightened my shirt. "Behave yourself," she said. "I'll remember you." Out in the hall, I'm told, her partner begged her to control her temper. "Innocent civilian?" she said. "That guy has nothing to do with those 4 words." She'd worked criminal investigation. She'd stood in rooms with men who had done things, and she had felt, under all my very calm politeness, a flicker of something that does not live in accountants. She actually suspected me of the bank robbery, which was hilarious because I hadn't robbed the bank. I had merely robbed the people who robbed the bank. I sat on my sofa afterwards rubbing my neck, which was scarlet. Damn, she's strong. And then, because I am not a nice man, and the day had been long, "Officer Lin, let's not meet after the apocalypse, or I'll save an ankle band with your name on it." I would like the record to show that I had no idea how that was going to go. That night, I went to the night market. "What can I get you, handsome?" 1,000 servings of barbecue. The owner's face did the thing. "How much? 1,000? 1,000. Also 1,000 grilled gluten, 1,000 sausages, 1,000 lamb skewers, 1,000 beef, 1,000 chicken, 1,000 enoki." He went from confused to insulted in about 4 seconds and started shouting about competitors sending people to make fun of him, which, fair. So I scanned his QR code and sent 10,000 yuan. I have never seen a human being change species that fast. He heard the payment chime, checked his phone twice, and then physically wiped a chair with his own sleeve and pushed it under me. "Father, I was wrong." "Sir, please." He shouted at his son to stop doing multiplication tables and go get his mother because a big order had arrived, and I left them grilling and moved down the street. 10,000 into the next shop. 10,000 into the one after that. By midnight, I had bought every barbecue restaurant on that street out of stock. 100,000 servings, minimum. Which created a very strange phenomenon in that every shop on the street was open, every grill was going full blast, the smell was unbelievable, and every single owner told every single walk-in customer that they were out of stock. The office workers were furious. There were arguments. A man in a tie stood in the middle of the street and asked the sky what was wrong with this street tonight. Then I remembered Hot Pot and walked into a Haidilao and asked for 10,000 servings of soup base. That manager did not break character once. Not one flicker. He smiled the entire time, took the money, called the back, and threw in 500 extra for free, which is why that chain is what it is. I loaded it into the Porsche in batches, which, yes, the Porsche. I bought a car worth over 1,000,000 yuan that afternoon and paid 100,000 for it, because financing exists and because I was never going to make payment number 2. Then the farmer's market. 100 tons of pork, 100 tons of chicken, 100 tons of beef, 100 tons of fish. The butcher stood there with a cleaver in his hand and his mouth open until I put 1,000,000 yuan deposit on the counter, at which point he started making phone calls at 11 at night and waking up suppliers. Then vegetables. 100 tons of cabbage, 100 tons of potatoes, 100 tons of carrots. The vegetable seller's face folded up into a chrysanthemum, and he kept saying the god of wealth had come. Then fruit, until every butcher and fishmonger and greengrocer in that market was awake and working. I had them all deliver to a cold storage warehouse in the suburbs that I rented for a few tens of thousands, which I would empty into my space in one thought the moment nobody was looking. And then I went back to the first barbecue place, asked for 100 skewers off the top, sat down on a plastic stool, and ate them. In public, in front of the entire street. The onlookers were feral. There was a crowd. Actual grown adults were negotiating with me. A child was rolling on the ground demanding barbecue and being carried away by his parents at speed. "Why do they say sold out to us and he gets to eat?" "I can't take it. I'm going to go ask him to sell me a few skewers," they asked. I refused all of them. "Do I need your money?" No, I do not. And around 2 in the morning, when the last shop finally finished and the insulated boxes were vanishing into my space in the shadows between deliveries, somebody said my name behind me. Jiang Feng? Zhou Jing. Off work at 2 in the morning, walking like her feet had filed a complaint. And next to her, pushing a cart, her husband, Gao Wei. Let me introduce Gao Wei properly, since we're going to be here a while. Unemployed for months, home all day playing games. Wouldn't say good morning to me in the elevator because he decided I was a nobody. In my last life, when the food ran out, Gao Wei didn't come to me himself. He sent his wife. And when the mob came up the stairs, Gao Wei was in it. And he asked for one of my arms specifically, because we were neighbors and he felt that entitled him. And 2 months after that, he sold her for 3 packets of instant noodles. Jiang Feng. Gao Wei's whole face lit up with something that had been waiting for an excuse. So you're the one who's been seducing my wife. There were about 60 people on that street. Honey, stop talking, nothing happened. Zhou Jing had his sleeve in both hands and was trying to physically drag him backwards. The crowd assembled instantly, the way crowds do. What happened? Somebody's wife got caught? Really? This'll be good. Shame there's no barbecue left. This would be perfect with skewers. Sir, I am so sorry. I understood what had happened. We'd stood too close in an elevator, some helpful neighbor had improved the story on the way down the hall, and it had reached Gao Wei, who had been waiting his entire life for a reason to be the main character. Don't talk without evidence. You'll get yourself in trouble. You dare threaten me? You little brat, you think I won't beat you? And he actually raised his fist. I looked at him. That's all. I want to be very precise about this, because people have told the story wrong ever since. I did not touch him. I did not say anything clever. I looked at him, and I let him see whatever it is that ends up in a man's eyes after 11 people take him apart with axes. Gao Wei sat down. Not fell, sat. Straight down onto the pavement, in front of 60 people, with his legs simply declining to participate. The street lost its mind. He got scared out of his wits by one look? Seriously? What a lousy player. You were going to swing and your legs gave out, ha ha ha. Zhou Jing wanted to die. I could see her looking for a crack in the pavement to get into. She had just watched her husband do that in front of the entire district. And then I did something genuinely cruel, and I want to own it, because it worked, and I'd do it again. I feel sorry for you, I said. A man who can't perform, taking it out on people. Because I knew. Everyone in the building sort of knew, in the way buildings know things. Gao Wei had gone out too much in his 20s, caught something, and never been the same, and he and Zhou Jing had slept in separate rooms for years. He went red, then white, then a color I've only otherwise seen on hospital walls. And although there's nothing between Zhou Jing and me, I added, she's welcome at my place anytime she needs anything. 60 people. A sound went through them like wind through wheat. Gao Wei got off the pavement with murder in his eyes and did nothing about it, because he was Gao Wei. Jiang Feng, he said quietly, I'll kill you if I get the chance. Noted. I got into the Porsche and left, which produced its own separate gasp from the crowd, and drove home with 100,000 servings of barbecue in a pocket dimension. The next morning, Zhao Zhao called at 7 a.m. 2 trucks, a design team, and a construction crew were sitting at the gate of my compound, and the security guard had opened it for them, and then a neighborhood committee auntie had appeared from nowhere and physically blocked the drive, on the grounds that the homeowner was not present and she could not verify anyone's identity. Auntie Joe, I said when I got down there. I didn't know the neighborhood committee had the authority to stop a construction team. Oh, I was only thinking of the other residents. She stepped aside with her chin up and her eyes doing arithmetic. She hadn't expected to win. She'd expected to cost me 40 minutes, and she had. You little brat. If I get the chance again, I'll make sure you regret it. That's what her face said. Her mouth said, you brought them, so let them in. And while the alloy plating was rolling through the gate, the restaurant trucks arrived with 1,000 tables of banquet food. The compound came out to watch. Of course they did. Wow, is Jiang Feng getting married? There must be hundreds of tables here. He's so rich. And Auntie Joe, standing there with her arms folded, laughed out loud. What a waste. What's the point of ordering all that? It'll just rot. Exactly. Young people these days have no respect for food. And people nodded, because in that moment it was the obvious thing to say. I didn't explain. Why would I explain? In 6 weeks, every person nodding along was going to be looking at their own furniture and wondering how well the veneer burns, and the abalone, and the lobster, and the caviar, and the black truffle currently going into my basement storage unit were going to be the food they dreamed about. I had it all delivered downstairs, and then, when the trucks left, I went down alone and took every crate into my space in about 4 seconds. The apartment was a construction site for 20 days, so I moved into a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel, which is where I discovered that not all money buys competence. I hired an instructor at a shooting club to teach me the compound bow, top rates, a very attractive young woman. That woman taught me nothing. That woman used adjusting my form as a load-bearing concept. 2 days in, halfway through every lesson, she would announce that it was hot in here, and shortly after that, the equipment would go off. 2 full days. I still couldn't draw the bow properly. I came here to learn archery, not to learn, So I sent her away under a look that could have stripped paint and hired an experienced young man instead, and in one single day I could draw the bow and put the arrow where I was pointing. Within 20 meters, over 80%, inside 10 basically every time. Which was when I took a day off, put on a movie, and realized I had a problem. I had food for 10 lifetimes and fuel for a century, and after the network died, I was going to have exactly no entertainment. No downloads, no streaming, nothing. So I bought consoles. Both kinds. High-end desktops, ultra-wide monitors, i20 processors, MTX 9080 cards, a stack of gaming laptops. Then I sat down and bought and downloaded until my hands hurt. Grand Theft Auto 13, the great-grandson of the Forest. Dying Light 8, the resurrected Harlan. Call of Duty, War for Cybertron. Damn it, I'm surrounded by beauty 6. Genshin Impact 2, single-player edition. Anime, because a man needs balance. Rick and Morty Season 10, The Undead King Season 8, Goblin Slayer Season 5, Doluo Continent Episodes 1 through 1000, and several hundred terabytes of hard drives, which I filled with the collected filmographies of a number of educational instructors, various nationalities, including some documentaries concerning the ongoing conflict between humanity and the animal kingdom. Look, judge me in 5 weeks. 2 weeks later, Zhao Xiao called me back for the handover, and I want to describe walking into that apartment. 300mm military alloy in every wall, a 110-inch screen, a fireplace built into the main wall, real flame, with the heated bed running underneath the floor, the ventilation whispering. The floor-to-ceiling window replaced with something rated stronger than the walls. Then there's this, Zhao Xiao said, with the face of a man about to enjoy himself. The AI brain. Your unit is the plus version. There's a feature I'll show you, but you have to activate it yourself. Highest authority. AI brain? Start? The screen lit. A loading bar went across it. 5%, 15, 55, 94, 99. Welcome, Lord. The AI brain sends you greetings. Trained on hundreds of billions of data points, Zhao Xiao explained, and then said we should look at the discrete service first. And 90-odd windows opened on the screen at once. Every corridor, every landing, both elevators, 23 floors of them. Micro cameras in every corner of the building. 200-meter wireless charging through concrete. You'll never change a battery. I stood there looking at the entire building laid out in front of me in real time, and the man was still talking, and I want to be honest about what went through my head. It wasn't, this is illegal. It was, they came up those stairs last time, and I didn't know until they were at the door. It was worth every yuan, I said. There was a server room. Computation comparable to national supercomputers, over 100,000 terabytes of storage, at which point I quietly regretted buying the hard drives. I signed the completion documents and promised faithfully to settle the balance within 3 months, and Zhao Xiao shook my hand warmly, and I thought about the fact that I had put 245 million yuan of fortress into a building for 26 million, and a smile. That evening, I lay on my sofa in my finished bunker. Butler, I said, because AI brain was too long and I had a long few years ahead of me, download and store global maps offline. Monitor all network information on temperature change in real time. The screens went to work. Tomorrow the sun broke. If I remembered right, the sunspots erupted in the afternoon, and the electromagnetic pulse took every device on the planet offline for one night. Satellites included, and the eclipse turned day into night while it did it. A whole planet, blind, in the dark, for one night. At 5:05 p.m., I put on a coat and went outside, and I hadn't gotten 40 meters before the residents started up behind me. Isn't that Jiang Feng? Haven't seen him in a while. That kid's been acting mysterious, booked 100 banquets, had his whole apartment reinforced. Is he crazy? Does he think the world's ending? And then the sky went out. Not sunset. Sunset takes a while, and it has manners. This was day, and then it was not day, in the space of a breath. Hey, Zhou, what's going on? It's getting dark? Everyone in that courtyard looked up at the same time, and about 40 people made the same noise. Then they figured it out. Eclipse. Total eclipse. Relief went through them like a wave, and people started laughing and taking out their phones, which had no signal. Every phone in the compound, at the same moment, no bars. And every video anyone shot came out as static, because there was enough interference in the air at that moment to cook a pigeon. The kids kept playing. That's the part I remember. Nobody called them in, because nobody knew, and there were children chasing each other around a courtyard in the dark on the last evening of the world. I turned the corner and walked straight into Zhou Jing. Ow! She rubbed her nose and looked up and went red before she'd even finished identifying me, because apparently the universe had a bit going, and the bit was that this woman and I would collide in every possible configuration. And I did not say anything. I did not even look at her. I was looking at the sky, and I know what my face was doing because she told me about it much later. It was starting. All of it was real. I got in the Porsche and drove to the Walmart distribution center. 20 minutes. I pulled my hat down and walked in the front door. Who are you? A very large blonde man in a security uniform came out of the duty room, moving fast, already angry. This warehouse is one of Walmart's important nodes, and they do not trust local contractors with it, so the security is imported along with everything else. I sighed. Why chase? You could have looked at the floor for 11 seconds. There was a hole in his forehead, and then he was on the ground, and he never worked out why an ordinary man in this country would be holding what I was holding. The suppressor meant nobody else heard it. And then I stepped into the warehouse proper, and the lights were still on, and I stopped walking for a second. Shelves 7 meters high, rows of them out to the far wall, packed solid, piled like hills. Tens of thousands of tons. Canned food, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, sausage, cake, everything you could find in a supermarket, and about 40 times more of it. Collecting that box by box would have taken me a decade, but a shelf is an independent object, and everything on the shelf goes where the shelf goes. I walked. That's all I did. I walked down the aisle and touched the end of each rack, and it stopped existing. And behind me, the floor came up empty and enormous, and hundreds of thousands of square meters of the food section went into the white in the time it takes to stroll. Then the beverage section. Tens of thousands of tons of water and soft drinks and imported wine. Then daily necessities, towels, toothbrushes, toilet paper, and, tucked in the back, bottled gasoline by the ton, anthracite, solid fuel, enough to run a fire for a century. I sorted as I went because I am not an animal. Food here, supplies here, drinks here. You try finding one specific box in an infinite white room without a system, and see how you feel about it in year 2. And then, in a corner I nearly walked past, I found the thing that mattered most. Professional Polar Expedition Cold Weather Gear, latest model, 2055, developed abroad, rated to -100 degrees Celsius. It had almost certainly been ordered for an Arctic research team and had the enormous misfortune of being in transit this week. I took every piece. Suits, tents, sleeping bags, and behind those, snowmobiles, a whole shipment of them. In a world under 10 meters of snow, that is not transport. That is the difference between having a city and having an apartment. I took all of them. Gao hour. 1 hour and a facility of over 1 million square meters was an empty concrete shell, and I stood in the middle of it feeling something I can only describe as obscene satisfaction. And then, on the way out, I heard laughing in the guard room. I want to be careful here because I'm not going to repeat what those men were saying. 4 of them drinking, and one of them was telling the others a story about a girl at a bar and what he had done to her, and the other 3 were laughing. And then a second one started explaining how he intended to do the same thing that weekend, because in his opinion, the men in this country were spineless, and the women didn't count. I had been about to leave. I kicked the door in. They had about a second and a half to turn around. "You got off easy," I said afterwards, and I meant it, because in under 10 hours the temperature was going to start falling, and everything they had planned for the rest of their lives was going to be irrelevant. And a bullet is much faster than what was coming. Then I drove to the port. The temperature's dropping. I could feel it through the car window. Middle of summer. The wind had an edge on it. The containers went out to the horizon, red and green, stacked in blocks. Millions of tons of grain, packaged food, exported snacks and drinks, timber, luxury cars still crated, hundreds of them, and I took those too because why not? It took 4 or 5 hours to clear that dock. I also took several 100,000-ton cargo ships because they were floating there being independent objects, and it turns out the rule doesn't care about your feelings. By the time I finished, it was past midnight and my breath was white in June. That is the moment I want you to hold. Standing on an empty dock in summer, watching my own breath, knowing exactly what it meant. I drove home in 15 minutes on a road that normally takes 30, and I closed a door that weighed as much as a car, and I threw 3 locks and dropped the alloy bar behind it, and I sat down on my sofa and shook a little. Welcome, Lord. According to monitoring, global temperatures have dropped rapidly over the past 5 hours. Current outdoor temperature, 2 degrees Celsius. Indoor temperature, 26.5 degrees Celsius. The butler put a curve on the screen and it went down like a cliff. 2 degrees in June. I checked every door and window myself anyway. Then I took a long, hot shower, put on a silk robe, and lit the fireplace, and sat in front of it while outside the city started to die. At 3 in the morning, I was wide awake with a controller in my hands and not seeing the screen. Lord, severe weather fluctuation detected. I dropped the controller and went to the window. It started as a few flakes, drifting, almost polite. Then the sky came apart. The wind arrived with a noise I had never heard a city make, and the snow stopped falling and started being fired. And in under a minute, the entire world outside my window was a wall of white with a streetlight somewhere in it going out. I moved a chair in front of the fire and sat down. Butler, outdoor and indoor temperature. Current outdoor temperature, minus 35 degrees Celsius. Indoor temperature, 29.5 degrees. Half an hour. Half an hour from snowfall to minus 35 and still dropping. I checked my phone. Signal was crawling back, 3G, and the internet was having the time of its life. Winter came way too fast this year. If I remember correctly, it's only June. Unbelievable. It's snowing outside. It's already minus 20 or 30. Judging by this, the snow will be thick tomorrow, roads impassable. And under those, thousands of people from the south complaining that they didn't own a down jacket. They only had short sleeves and a light coat. And could someone recommend a delivery service? And under those, the ones I couldn't read twice. Great, I don't have to go to work tomorrow. Sons, get on the call. We're staying up all night. No school tomorrow. People went outside. Actually, outside. There are videos of people rolling in the first snow of the apocalypse at 11 at night, laughing. I turned my phone off. I did not want to watch the last party. I slept until noon, which the butler allowed because at some point in the night it had started screening my calls. Good afternoon, Lord. You slept for 8 hours and 45 minutes. Average heart rate, 63. Sleep quality, excellent. Thank you. Outside my window, an entire city was quietly turning into a glacier, and my AI had graded my sleep. The world had changed overnight in a way photographs do not capture. The streets were gone. Not covered, gone as a concept. The bushes were gone. The main entrances of several buildings were half buried. The sky was the color of an old bruise, and there was no sun anywhere in it, and the whole city was silent in a way a city is never silent. I ate a steak with truffle sauce, fresh vegetables, and French champagne with a knife and fork at noon and turned on the television. There were still channels because the cold hadn't yet finished the grid. On the entertainment channel, a pop star was performing in a miniskirt to an audience with their eyes falling out of their heads, and it was clearly pre-recorded, and I knew her name because everyone knew her name. Soo Min, top-tier idol, tens of millions of fans, from grandfathers to college kids. Golden hair, a waist you could get a hand around, and a voice her agency had reportedly insured for tens of millions, which sounds like a joke until you hear it. She also, according to Compound Gossip, lived in my building. I changed the channel. The 2 news anchors were wearing down jackets, on camera, wrapped to the ears in a studio, doing their best. As you can see, a strong cold wave swept in last night. The affected area is very large, and temperatures have dropped to tens of degrees below zero. It is possible that all countries have been affected. Experts say this temperature drop will not last long. Residents should not panic and should stay home to keep warm. The authorities will handle the problem properly. Please do not believe or spread rumors, and especially do not loot supplies. Trust us, the cold wave will pass soon. I laughed out loud, alone, in my apartment. Anyone who believes that is going to die. This was the last window. This hour was the final moment a person could put on a coat, walk to a shop that still had things in it, and buy their family 2 more months of being alive. And every authoritative voice in the country was on every screen saying, please stay home, don't hoard, we've got this. The faster you believe them, the faster you die. Ding! Of course it was her. Jiang Feng, what are you doing? You're ignoring me. You even hung up on me just now. Wah! The snow outside is too heavy to go out. I don't have much food at home. Could you lend me some? We live in the same building, we're the closest. Her apartment was rented. She could not afford to buy in that building. I had known that for 2.5 years and had never once mentioned it. The snow was heavy, but you could still get out. Wrap up. Walk 200 meters. The supermarket outside the compound still had stock and would for maybe another day. Any actual effort at all would have bought her a month. She wasn't going to make any. So I took a photo. Me, half-eaten steak, champagne on the table, and just visible in the reflection of the window behind it, silk pajamas. Caption. Oh dear, it's so cold, I can only have a simple steak to tide me over. Visible to one person. On the other side of the building, in a room already down to 0 degrees, a woman wrapped in every blanket she owned opened that. I know exactly what she saw, because I know exactly what she wrote back. Wah, this is so nice, Brother Jiang Feng. I'm so hungry, I want to try some steak too. And she recognized the champagne. That's the detail I want you to keep. She was starving in a freezing apartment, and she still clocked the label and knew what a bottle cost, because that is the specific shape her brain is. Do you want some? You can learn from the wisdom of the ancients, I wrote. In ancient times, people would look at plums to quench their thirst. You can look at steak to satisfy your hunger. Then a voice message, and the little voice was gone. Jiang Feng, are you even a man? I'm starving. How can you treat me like this? If you bring me the food, I might be so touched I'd agree to be your girlfriend. You really like me, don't you? And then, because she was running a script that had worked for years, a selfie. Collar pulled down, best angle. I opened it, and I want to be honest about the sound I made, because I wasn't being cruel on purpose. She was gray. Cold does that. Gray and pinched and forcing a smile with lips gone the wrong color. And she had chosen to send it, which meant she genuinely did not know yet. That was the moment I understood I had already won. Chen Mei's entire life, every free meal and every paid trip ran on one asset. She had about 4 days of that asset left and no idea. Now, since we're on the subject, I still had that photo of Zhou Jing on my phone from the first morning, the one my space had apparently taken by itself while I was busy having an existential crisis. I opened it. I would like to report that this was in the service of comparison, purely academic. The comparison was not close. Then Auntie Zhou went to work in the homeowners group. Everyone, stay home and don't cause trouble for us and the authorities, especially those of you who want to hoard supplies. Behave yourselves. The snow disaster will pass quickly. It's just a minor temperature drop. Bear with it a few more days. Anyone who disobeys orders now, or who loots supplies and drives up prices, will have their names reported to higher authorities one by one after the snow disaster is over. They will bear the consequences themselves. She had done the thing petty people do brilliantly, which is glue herself onto something enormous. She had no power at all. A neighborhood committee badge is not a government post and carries not one legal authority. But she used the word authorities 3 times in 11 lines, and in a country where nobody wants to be the one who gets a phone call, that works. Some pushed back. Auntie Zhou, it's snowing hard and it doesn't look like stopping. None of us want to go out, but how do we manage without food? Yeah, are you going to let us starve? If we don't buy, someone else will. And she raised her voice, which on a screen means capitals. Our neighborhood committee will find ways to help everyone through this difficult time. Your running out at this time only causes trouble, makes prices rise, and makes everyone pay more later. If anyone sneaks out to buy something and I find out, I'll report them to my superiors. That did it. Dozens of families in that building sat back down on their sofas and decided to be good citizens. I have thought about that more than anything else from the first week. Not the axes, not the mob. Auntie Zhou, who wanted to feel important for a few days, and who cost about 40 households their last chance. Then she tagged me. Jiang Feng, I remember your family stocked up on a lot of food a while ago. Now that there's this snow disaster, you can't be the first to break the rules, understand? Stay home quietly, and don't get caught by me. Auntie Zhou won't be lenient with you. I stared at that. I hadn't said one word in that chat. She had gone out of her way to find me because I took a bag of snacks out of her hands 2 weeks earlier. Fine. Auntie Zhou, it's snowing hard and nobody knows how long it lasts. What if it goes on for weeks and other families run out? Can you take responsibility for them? And the group broke. Auntie Joe, Jiang Feng is right. I agree with him. If we run out of food, can we come to your house and ask? Auntie Joe, stop playing dead and reply. That's the whole trick. You never argue with the enforcer about whether the rule is fair. You ask, in public, who pays when the rule fails. And 40 people who thought they were scared discover they were also angry. She panicked and reached for the big word again. Rest assured, everyone, on behalf of the neighborhood committee, there will be absolutely no shortage of food and supplies. The snowstorm will pass quickly. Trust the neighborhood committee. Trust the authorities. Jiang Feng, don't spread misleading rumors under these circumstances. Your actions are illegal, and I've already taken screenshots. Screenshots. She was going to report me. To whom, madam? Please, go ahead and call. I'd love to hear the hold music. Oh dear, Auntie Joe, please don't say that. I'm easily frightened. The snow outside is so thick that even if you forced me, I wouldn't go out. You don't need to worry about me. Do whatever you want. 2 days later, she came back with a new one. Everyone. To ensure the roads out stay passable and don't freeze over, affecting residents' commutes, some people are needed to take tools and clear the road. Jiang Feng, Yu Da Hai, Zhou Ping, all of you I've named, go down and shovel snow right now. The snow was over a meter deep and still falling. Gao adults standing in it could get their head out. You could not clear that road. You could clear a path and watch it fill in before you reach the far end, at -30, with no food coming in and no calories to spare. There was no version of this that was about roads. She had written my name first. It's snowing this hard. Going down to shovel would be insane. And the group agreed instantly because everyone else on that list also did not want to die of a road, which is when she made the move that almost worked. Jiang Feng, I asked you to go down and shovel for everyone's benefit. This concerns the interests of all the residents in this building. Can you please stop being so selfish? What, is it so hard to ask you to do something for everyone? That's clever. That is genuinely clever. Because now if I say no, every person in that building who understands perfectly well that she's targeting me will still, quietly, feel that I'm the one who wouldn't help. That's just people. So I didn't refuse. I agreed with her. Auntie Joe, when it comes to serving everyone, as a member of the neighborhood committee, shouldn't you set an example and take the lead in shoveling? Without a cadre like you handling the heavy responsibilities, even if we all go down, we won't be able to unite and work toward a common goal. Anyone can wave a flag, madam. I'm a resident. You're the committee. Who leads? The group went silent. 80 people watching, nobody typing. She had nothing. So she reached for the only thing she had left. Jiang Feng, I'm ordering you in my capacity as a member of the neighborhood committee to immediately take your tools and go down and shovel. If you refuse, you're disobeying orders and you'll be taken to the police station after the snow. I'm warning you. You'll face the consequences. Don't make me say it twice. And that time, nobody objected. Not one person. Because everyone in that building knew 2 things about Auntie Joe. That the committee touches your paperwork forever. And that her son knew people. The named men went quiet and stayed quiet, and every one of them, privately, very much hoped that I would keep going. Auntie Joe, you're really into this role. I didn't know the committee had such power. If you're so capable, why don't you call the police and have me arrested right now? I'm really not shoveling this snow today. They'll bear the consequences themselves. They really think they're something. How ridiculous. Somewhere in that building, 70 people put their hands over their mouths. The group sat quiet for several minutes. And then, when everyone had decided it was over, Jiang Feng, do you have a death wish? Kneel down and apologize to my mother right now, or I'll come up there and kill you. Kneel with the video on. Zhou Kang, Auntie Joe's son. No job, a lot of KTV friends. And behind those friends, allegedly, an actual wanted man. Which is the entire reason a woman with a laminated badge could push around 80 white-collar families in a building where every apartment was worth over $1 million. Nobody replied. 80 people, reading, saying nothing. Who do you think you are, you piece of trash? Come up here if you dare. I did not have a plan when I typed that. I had a fortress and a crossbow, and I typed it because I have wanted to type something like that at somebody my entire life, and I had never once been able to afford it. That feeling is the best drug in the world, by the way. Strength isn't the money, and it isn't the food. Strength is being able to say the true thing out loud. Upstairs, Zhou Kang threw his phone at the bed, went to the kitchen, took a cleaver, and headed for the door. Hey, Da Kong, just beat him up. Don't get excited and actually chop him. You'll end up in jail. His mother, sincerely worried, not about me. Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing. He came out of his apartment with a cleaver and got 4 steps before the corridor hit him. Minus 30 odd, wind coming through it, and his hand shook so badly he could barely hold the knife. He tightened his coat, stopped looking fierce, and got into the elevator like a man going to the dentist. Second day of the apocalypse. Power still on. Elevators still running. Small mercies. Somebody saw him through a peephole and reported it instantly, because of course they did. You know what? I just saw Joe Kong getting into the elevator with a kitchen knife. He wouldn't be... Oh my god, really? Zhang Feng's finished this time. Will anyone die? Tisk tisk. I heard Joe Kong hangs around with the underworld. He's pretty ruthless. And then dozens of very concerned neighbors urgently advised me to film myself kowtowing and apologizing before he got upstairs. Ha ha ha. Zhang Feng's in deep trouble. He's going to get what's coming. That was Chen Mei. She'd perked right up. Serves him right for showing off with the steak. And when he's been beaten, when the goddess offers a little sympathy, he'll hand over the food. Zhou Jing didn't say anything at all. She sat on her sofa in a freezing apartment with her arms around her knees and couldn't even reach the police, and couldn't tell me to back down because 40 people already had, and I'd ignored all of them. Butler, pull up Joe Kong. 20th floor. Expected arrival in half a minute. The other party is armed and poses a very high threat. The homeowner is advised to exercise extreme caution and absolutely not open the door. Thank you. I was not planning to open the door. I was not planning to ever open the door. That was the entire 245 million yuan thesis. I took out a crossbow and loaded it. Not a hand crossbow, a hunting crossbow, the kind that puts a boar on the ground and leaves it grunting. There was a firing port in the top of my security door, drilled during construction because I had asked for one and Zhao Xiao had specifically not asked why. I dragged over a stool and stood on it. Joe Kong came out of the elevator swinging. Zhang Feng, you son of a bitch, get out here. And he hit the door with the cleaver. Most security doors in this country are pressed sheet metal. Mine was rated against small explosive charges. The sound it made was not a sound doors make. It was the sound of a bell that had decided against it. Are these broken doors made of iron? He stared at his own cleaver, which now had a piece missing out of it. So he kicked it, which produced the noise of a man kicking a bridge, followed by a great deal of language about his foot. He kept going. He was committed. He hacked at that door and cursed my family for 2 solid minutes without once looking up at the small, dark rectangle above his head. I had the crosshairs on the back of his skull, and then I thought about it. Because Joe Kong was in the mob. Joe Kong was at the front of the mob. Of everyone who came through my door with an axe, he was the first one in the room. A headshot is a gift. A headshot is a man who never finds out. I lowered the aim. If I remember right, I said to nobody, Auntie Joe doesn't have a grandson yet. Then I fired. I'm going to keep this brief. He went down. He made a sound that brought people to their peepholes on 4 floors. Then he crawled, then he got up, and he made it into the elevator and back to his mother's door, and I did not fire again. I'm not a monster. Let him live a while. Upstairs, a woman opened her door, expecting to hear about a beating, and her son fell into her apartment instead. There was a first aid kit somewhere, and she couldn't remember where. Her daughter-in-law found it in a drawer in the living room. Neither of them was a doctor, and it was minus 30 in that hallway, and the blood froze on the tiles as it went. She did what she could. She's good with a needle. Mom, is it bad? That bastard had a crossbow. He ambushed me. Son, she said, you might not be able to be a man anymore. And then, and I promise I am not inventing this, there was one left. I put it back for you. I don't know if it'll still work. He fainted. Downstairs, the building was having a party. A lot of time has passed. Why is there still no movement? Have they not finished fighting? What fighting? Zhang Feng is just taking a beating. I think so too. Zhang Feng's got a decent build, but the other guy's a gangster. They've probably given him a really bad one. Hopefully nobody's dead. Auntie Joe read all of that with a smile on her face, thoroughly enjoying herself, right up until somebody started hammering on her door, screaming, Mom, save me. I watched her face on the monitor when she opened it. It is the only time in the entire apocalypse I ever saw that woman look like a person. Breaking news. I just saw Joe Kong running back to his apartment holding his stomach, and there was a lot of blood on the ground. How could that be? Are you sure that's not Zhang Feng's blood? Yeah, I bet Zhang Feng got slashed and Joe Kong is covered in it. What? Someone died? Really? 80 families, absolutely certain they knew what had happened, every single one of them wrong. Next door, Zhou Jing heard the screaming through the wall, and she recognized the voice, and it was not mine. She didn't know how. She never found out for weeks. She just sat back down and pulled the blanket up and hugged her knees and felt something she couldn't name. She had a husband 40 feet away. She had stopped thinking about him days ago. Chen Mei, meanwhile, deleted a message she had already typed. She'd had a whole thing ready, something soft, something about how worried she'd been, to fire the second I came crawling back, beaten and grateful. What? Zhou Kong actually got slashed? Isn't he a gangster? How's he so weak? She sighed, out loud, in an unheated room. My feast is gone. 2 days of quiet after that. Auntie Zhou went dark. The group, which had been running at 99 plus, dropped to 2 or 3 messages an hour, and every one of them was somebody asking whether anyone had heard from the authorities. Day 5. I was on the sofa in silk pajamas with a controller in my hands, having maxed several characters in Genshin Impact 2 and finished Dying Light 8, drinking cold soda when I was thirsty and eating Wagyu when I was hungry, at whatever hour I felt like. The strangest part of the apocalypse, honestly, was how immediately it handed me the exact life I had always wanted and never been able to justify. I got up to stretch and looked out the window, and there were 7 or 8 men down in the compound with shovels. They were trying to dig out to the main road, in 3 meters of snow, at -70, in down jackets and fleece gloves, shaking so hard they could barely hold the handles. I watched for 10 minutes, and they had cleared a patch roughly the size of a car. By afternoon, it was gone, filled in like they'd never been there. And even if they'd made it out, every shop on that road was buried and shut, and the snow out there was deeper than the snow in here. I went back to my movie and had the butler give me commentary on it, which it did, at length, with opinions. I want to say something serious about that for a second. Having a voice in that apartment mattered more than I expected. In my last life, I spent a year alone in a cold room. I had assumed the food was the thing. It was not entirely the food. And next door, Zhou Jing was going through the kitchen cupboard for the 3rd time. She'd had a bundle of noodles left, she was certain. Eaten carefully, that was today. She hadn't eaten dinner the night before. Deliberately. She'd gone to bed hungry, so there'd be something in the house today, and told Gao Wei to cook whatever he wanted for himself. In the morning, she found the empty packet in the bin and his unwashed bowl in the sink with a skin of ice on it. Gao Wei! She kicked his door open and threw the packet on the floor. Don't you know I starved myself to save that? And you cooked all of it? There isn't a grain of rice left in this house. The roads are blocked. What are we going to do? Starve to death at home? He didn't look up. There was a game on the screen, effects flying everywhere. Why are you yelling? Can't you see I'm busy? She stood there shaking. And then he turned around, and he had clearly been thinking about it for a while. Why are you so angry? Don't you always flirt with that guy across the hall? Just go ask him for some food. She didn't understand him for 1 full second. With your qualities, it'd be easy. What? If you can't handle it, then take the loss and make the sacrifice. Then trick him into giving you all the food and leaving nothing for himself. After that, I'll make Zhang Feng come begging to me, and then I'll really humiliate him. He was smiling. He was still annoyed about the night market. Gao Wei, are you crazy? Who uses their wife as bait to get revenge on someone? What does it matter? Take a small loss, get a pile of food you can't finish. It's a sure win. He put his headphones on. Go quickly, I won't mind. Oh, and remember not to actually do anything with him. Hurry up, I'm hungry. And he went back to the game. Good, she said. Good, good. She was laughing. That kind. 7 years of marriage. He lost his job and never looked for another one, and she carried the rent and the bills and the cooking and the cleaning and never said a word about it. She could take that. She could not take being merchandise. She closed his door and stood against it in the dark for a while. You want revenge on him, she said. Fine. And she put on her coat and went out into a corridor at -70, took a breath, and knocked on my door. Lord, the lady across the hall is knocking. I put down my chopsticks. There she was on the screen, wrapped up, most of her face inside her collar, shaking hard enough that the image had a wobble in it. Judging by the state of her, she'd been knocking for a while. My door is a vault door. It is also, incidentally, extremely good at not transmitting sound. Has it finally arrived? I said. Because in my last life, this is the week. Almost exactly this week. Gao Wei sent her to borrow food, and I gave her a great deal of it without asking a single question, and she got through a long stretch on it. And then the fact that I had a pantry got out, and Chen Mei heard, and the neighbors heard, and I died under an axe. Zhou Jing, I thought, it's time for you to make it up to me. I want to be clear about what I meant by that, because it isn't what you're thinking, and it isn't what I told myself at the time either. I opened the intercom. Zhou Jing, what are you doing at my door? You could hear the relief come off her like heat.
Zhang Feng, could you let me in first? It's so cold in the corridor.
You can come in, but I have one condition. I opened the small window in the door and passed out a band. You know Zhou Kong nearly got me a couple of days ago. I have to be careful. If you want to come in, you put this on first. She turned it over in her hands, and I watched her hesitate on camera, and I understood the hesitation completely. It is a strange object. It looks expensive, and it looks like it belongs to somebody. What does your caution have to do with what I'm wearing? Then the wind came down the corridor again, and she stopped philosophizing and clicked it onto her wrist. The butler chirped. Connection successful. Here's what that band is, and I'm going to be straight, because at the time I told myself a story, and the story was thinner than I liked. It is a security pass. It is how the house knows you belong in it. While you wear it, the AI knows where you are, and it knows if somebody in this apartment is about to swing something at somebody else, and it can stop that before it happens. It is also, I will admit, not something you can take off yourself. And I did that because a woman I trusted once put a knife in my chest in this exact room, and I have never in my life been able to make myself be reasonable about that. Facial recognition, fingerprint, passcode. I pulled the bar, through the 3 locks, and opened the door. Come in. And Zhou Jing stood in the doorway and forgot how to move. Try it from her side. 5 days in a concrete box at 0 degrees, in a coat, indoors, with her breath visible, eating nothing. And then a wall of heat. A living room lit up gold. A fireplace in the middle of the wall with actual flame in it. On the coffee table, a plate of lamb chops still shining with butter, a salad, an open bottle of red wine, and the smell of all of it reaching the door. She told me later that her first thought wasn't food, it was, what would it be like to live here? Wait, I said, and put a hand up. She nearly fell over. I watched the whole thing cross her face. He's changed his mind. I stepped back because the cold coming through that doorway hit me in the chest like a hand, and I had genuinely forgotten. I had been at 27 degrees for 5 days. 6 seconds of the real world was enough to remind me what the number meant. That will kill you. It will kill you in an afternoon. One more thing. To make sure you're not carrying a knife, I need to check you at the door. Okay, she said. I agree. There is a scanner in the doorframe. It had already checked her. It had cleared her before she finished the sentence. I said it out loud anyway. I'm not going to pretend that was necessary. The locks went back on and the bar came down, and Zhou Jing stood in the middle of my living room like a woman who'd walked out of hell into somebody's spring and said, very quietly, "We're saved." Then she caught herself using the word we and went scarlet. Tell me what brings you here. I sat down and went back to my lamb. I want to borrow some food. Borrow food. You know the situation. I don't have to tell you how precious food is. I know. Her teeth were in her lip. I can pay for it. I won't take it for free. Money? I laughed. Not to be cruel, it came out on its own. Do you know what this renovation cost me? 300 million yuan. Her head came up. That's the number that did it. Not the fireplace, not the lamb, the number. She worked in an office. She understood exactly what 300 million meant, and exactly how impossible it was that the quiet neighbor across the hall had spent it on drywall. You think what I want is money? I swirled the wine, because if you're going to do a thing, you may as well do it properly. Then what do you want? And here is where a great many men in my position would say the obvious thing, and I want to be honest that a version of me was in that room saying it. What I said was, sit down and eat, you'll fall over. She blinked. You've had nothing for 2 days. If we're negotiating, I'd rather do it with someone who isn't about to pass out on my carpet. Eat, then we'll talk. She sat. She picked up the fork with a hand that wasn't steady and finished my lamb chops with perfect table manners, elegantly, one small piece at a time, in a way that made it much worse to watch, not better. Then she put the fork down and said, "Okay, what do you want?" "Everything you own is behind that door, and it's about to run out," I said. "Your husband already ate it. In 2 days, you'll be back here with nothing to offer, and I'll be the one setting the price. So set it now, while you still can. Meaning what? Meaning you stay. You cook, you keep this place running, you don't open that door for anyone, and you never mention to another living soul what's in this apartment. In exchange, you eat what I eat. You're warm, and nobody tackles you. And the day you want to leave, you say so, and I open the door, and you walk out with a bag of food. She looked at me for a long moment. Why? She said. Because in 2 months, your husband is going to sell you to somebody in this building for 3 packets of instant noodles, I said, and he isn't going to tell you first. I have never seen a person go that still. She didn't ask how I knew. That's the part that got me. She sat there and turned it over, and I watched her arrive on her own at the conclusion that, yes, actually, he would. Ha, she said. Really? To him, I'm worth 3 packets of noodles? She started laughing, and it went somewhere else halfway through. Then she wiped her face with the back of her hand and straightened up and looked around the room like a woman taking inventory. Where's the kitchen? She said. That's how it happened. Not with a wristband and not with a speech. She looked at the whole thing and made a trade with her eyes open because every other door in her life had a man behind it who thought she was a thing. I logged her as a resident. Gao hour later, she'd found the pantry, gotten the induction hob running off the generator, and asked me entirely seriously whether I preferred garlic or ginger with the fish. I said nobody had asked me a question like that in about a year and a half. She said that was a very strange thing to say. I said yes it was. She looked at me 1 second longer than she needed to and went back to the fish. Ding. My house has no power. What about yours? We have no electricity and the water in the kitchen is cut off. What happened? Oh my God, water and electricity in this weather. The electric heater is useless. The room is freezing. How can anyone live like this? Day 5. Right on schedule. I'd forgotten, honestly. I'd been busy. The power plants had been failing all week because you cannot run a generating station at -60 with no maintenance crews, and a plant with nobody in it is just a very large, cold building. A handful of nuclear stations were still up, and every watt they made went to government departments. And when the power went, the water went with it, because water in this city is pumped. Every household in that building lost both at 4 in the afternoon. 99 plus in every group at once. I went and started the generator. Silent type, high output, plumbed into a fuel tank installed during the renovation, sipping fuel rather than drinking it. A month on what was in the tank, and a port's worth of fuel in a white room in my head. Zhang Feng, Zhou Jing said, watching the readout. Did you know? In advance? I said nothing. Then why didn't you tell anyone? When they asked, in the group? I turned around and looked at her like she'd asked why water is wet. If you had a warehouse of supplies, I said, would you be standing in my kitchen right now? She lowered her head. And she didn't argue. And she also didn't leave. And I want to note that both of those were choices. The building, meanwhile, had turned on Auntie Joe. Auntie Joe, didn't you say the snow disaster would be over soon? Why weren't we allowed to go out and buy things? That's right. We didn't buy anything because we listened to you, and now we're running out. This morning you said you trusted the authorities. Now the power and water are cut. When are they coming? And Auntie Joe, for the first time, did not answer immediately. Because she was on the committee, which meant she had a second group chat, and that group had exploded 20 minutes earlier. It wasn't just this city, it was the whole country. It was, as far as anyone could determine, the world. The internal message used the phrase comparable to a prehistoric extinction event. The apocalypse from novels and films, it said, may actually be becoming reality. Rescue is proceeding, but the population is 1.4 billion, and several major cities have already gone dark. If you want to survive, secure supplies as fast as possible, energy or food. Auntie Joe read that in a freezing apartment, and everything she thought she knew about the shape of the world fell out of her. Mom, what happened? Why do you look like that? She pulled her daughter-in-law into the bedroom where her son was lying and told them both everything. And then told them what they were going to do about it, which was to go door to door in the name of the neighborhood committee and collect. Mom, isn't this illegal? Breaking the law? People can't even survive. Who cares? If we don't collect more, the little we have won't last a few days. And from the bed, in a voice that had gone strange over the last few days, her son said, Mom, I support you. Let's scam as much as we can before they figure it out. Everyone, please rest assured, the power and water outages are temporary, and repair crews have already begun. The authorities have issued a new notice requiring our neighborhood committee to properly manage residents during this critical period and to collect and distribute all supplies in a unified manner. We hope all residents will cooperate. Anyone who disobeys or obstructs the organization's work will be arrested by the police. I read that with a cup of tea in my hand, and I did not say one word in that chat. In my last life, this exact message on this exact day took the last food out of about 30 households. Some of the people who handed it over starved in their apartments inside a fortnight, still believing the distribution was coming. She killed more people in that building than Deng Tu ever did, and she did it with a laminated badge and one paragraph. Jiang Feng, Zhou Jing said, reading over my shoulder. Auntie Zhou is lying, isn't she? She'd worked it out in 4 seconds, because she now knew what I knew. How could the authorities possibly let a neighborhood committee collect and distribute supplies for a whole building? That woman has exactly one skill, I said. She borrows somebody else's shadow and stands in it. Then, Auntie Zhou made her only real mistake of the week, which was coming to me privately. Jiang Feng, you've seen the group. The homeowners really hate you people who hoard food. Now I, your auntie, am representing the opinions of all the homeowners. If you know what's good for you, hand over some of what you bought from the supermarket. Otherwise, if auntie says something in the group, those angry homeowners will drown you with their spit. Sigh. I wouldn't even let you have a bag of snacks before, and now I have to hand over everything. I read that last line about 4 times. She was still angry about the snacks. 2 weeks and an apocalypse later. Are you stupid? What others say is none of my business. Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't take 1 packet of instant noodles from me. You're being too arrogant. So what if I'm arrogant, old woman? Come and ask me for it if you dare. She sat with that for a while. She was, at that moment, composing a message designed to turn 80 starving families into a mob pointed at my door, and I could watch her typing indicator start and stop and start. So I sent one more. Auntie Zhou, do you think I don't know you're using the authorities' name to frighten people in that group and scam food out of them? What's wrong? The committee group is blowing up. Is the apocalypse real? Are you panicking? Let me be clear. I don't care about the dirty things you do, but if you act like this and make me unhappy, the typing indicator stopped. She has told several people since that she broke into a cold sweat in a room 10 degrees below freezing, and I believe her. Because that was internal. That was the committee group. Those are people she has known for 15 years, and there is no possible way any of them told me, and there is no possible way a man in 2301 could know what was in it. She never worked it out. She never could have. I'm a man who died once and came back with the answer key. She deleted every word she'd typed about me and posted a warm thank you to the residents who had contributed instead, and promised them banners and bonuses from the authorities when the snow disaster was over. And the group, which 20 minutes earlier had been ready to eat her, softened right up and called her a good person. Ridiculous, I said. Over the next 2 days, she went door to door and did very well. Not everyone. The smart ones stayed shut. The ones with real stockpiles handed over a portion and kept the rest. But Zhao Li on the 13th floor, who owned a supermarket and whose stock everyone knew about, gave up 3 large boxes of instant noodles and 2 big bags of snacks. And on the 20th floor, in room 2001, a national goddess opened her door and handed over more than half of everything she had. She thanked Auntie Zhou for working so hard. And she asked, very politely, if the auntie would please not tell anyone who she was. Auntie Zhou took every bit of it and made no promises at all, and then went back to her apartment and, in a corridor with a microphone in it, discussed with her son how they might get that girl to come down and visit sometime. Because a national star is somebody you never meet in your whole life. But after the apocalypse, everyone's equal. Her son had lost something recently. He still had opinions about what he'd like to enjoy, and his mother was delighted at the idea of a famous daughter-in-law. I sat in my living room and listened to that entire conversation come through my speakers with perfect clarity, and I looked at the girl on the monitor going back inside with a fraction of her food, and I said out loud to nobody, big chest, no brain. Which was not fair. It was not fair at all, and I knew it while I was saying it, and I said it anyway, Because in my last life, I watched that exact reflex get about 40 decent people killed, and I had a very short fuse about it. Trying to be a saint at the end of the world does not end well.
Then I went back to my movies and my games and my meals from 12 countries and Zhou Jing, and I let the buildings starve.
A week in. A normal household can hold a week of food, maybe. And it isn't just food, because at -70, you burn fuel or you die, so everything drains twice as fast. And around the end of that week, the tone in the homeowner's ground changed. It stopped being complaints. It started being arithmetic. Because Auntie Jo had collected, and then she had not distributed. Auntie Jo, what's going on? Weren't we supposed to collect supplies and share them out? It's been 2 days and there's no sign of anything. Yeah, the efficiency is just too low. Or are you all pocketing it and never intended to give us any? I'm completely out. I'm starving. Auntie Jo, please come and bring me some food. She did not show up. She did not say a word. 24 hours of her name being called in a group of 80 people and complete silence, and then the building worked it out all at once. That woman had no intention of sharing anything. She scammed us so she could keep it. Auntie Jo, you son of a bitch.
Everyone trusted you and handed it over, and you took it and hid it home, playing dead?
The group filled up with the kind of language that gets deleted, most of it aimed at her ancestors going back several generations. And it didn't matter even slightly. Auntie Jo had prepared for this and had a skin like a boilerplate. You could go through her entire family tree and she still wasn't opening that door. Meanwhile, in a room with the temperature at 0, Chen Mei was reading the same group chat and feeling enormously pleased with herself. Thank goodness I was smart enough not to believe her nonsense, or all my food would have gone. Because when Auntie Jo came around, Chen Mei had simply played dead, didn't answer, didn't open, ignored her from beginning to end. And she was right. That was, objectively, the correct decision. It also did not help her at all, because Chen Mei had never bought a single item of food in her life. Everything in that apartment had been given to her by admirers, and she'd been living for a week off a box of cheap wholesale biscuits some poor sap had brought her. She had, at the beginning of the apocalypse, been on the point of throwing that box away. She'd called it beggar food. It had a picture of a cartoon rabbit on it. She was now licking crumbs out of the corners of it. There are only a few bags left, she said, to an empty, freezing room with a face that had gone thin in a way faces do not usually go thin in a week. Outside her window, snow up to the 4th floor and still coming. Water gone. Power gone. Television down to static on every channel for days. Nobody was coming. Do I really have to bow down to that simp Zhang Feng? No. I already went to him last time, and his attitude. Then her stomach went off again, and she picked up the phone. Oh, Zhang Feng, it's been so long since we talked. I miss you so much. Why don't you take the initiative to reach out to me? Zhou Jing was peeling a grape at the time, and I watched her hear that voice come out of my phone and go very carefully expressionless. Zhang Feng, who is that woman? Just a dead green tea, I said. No idea what she wants this time. Which was a lie. I knew exactly what she wanted. Guga has been busy these past couple of days. I mean, I had been extremely busy. Oh really? What's brother Zhang Feng been up to? Nothing much. I was busy trying food from other countries. I wanted to see which countries was the most delicious. Unfortunately, I got too full to keep going. She sat with that for a long moment. You're kidding me, because in her world, at that hour, the greatest imaginable luxury was a bowl of instant noodles with hot water in it. If you had lit a fire and boiled a can of meat into soup, that was a religious experience. And here was her personal simp, a man she had used as a bank machine for 2.5 years, claiming he was too full of foreign cuisine to continue. Oh, Jiang Feng, stop teasing me. You're probably eating canned meat and instant noodles. I want some too. So I took a picture. Caviar, lasagna, roast duck, a fruit platter with actual fruit on it, fresh, in week 2 of a global freeze. Ding, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Jiang Feng have that much food? And then she zoomed in. That's the part I love. She zoomed in on the photograph like an investigator, and behind the plate was a half-open fridge, every shelf full, an entire layer of nothing but Russian ham, and on the counter, French wine, standing around like it was free. And behind that, in the middle of the wall, a fireplace with flames in it. And behind that, a 110-inch screen with a movie playing on it, which meant power, which meant a generator, which meant fuel in a city where a liter of petrol was worth more than a car.
I could hear the hiss through the phone. She was, at that moment, sitting in an apartment where she had already burned her own table, her own chairs, and her own bench for about 4 hours of warmth apiece, and the memory of that warmth was the best thing that had happened to her all week, and I had it permanently. "I want to move in," she said out loud to nobody. "I absolutely must move in." So she came at me from a new angle. "Are you on a diet? I haven't seen you in over a week and you've lost a lot of weight. I really envy your self-discipline, unlike me, eating abalone and seafood every day and barely exercising. I want to be honest. I typed that one twice to get the wording right." She snapped. She went straight to a video call. "Brother Jiangfeng, I'm hungry too. I'll give you this chance to treat me to a meal, so make the most of it. And after dinner, we can do some post-meal exercise." I'll give you this chance. She was starving to death, and she was still framing it as a favor she was doing me. If you really wanted to give me a chance, sweetheart, why not before the sky went out? Why now, specifically, when the roads are shut? And here's a thing I want on the record, because I have been asked. I did think about it. For about 4 seconds, I thought about bringing her in and letting her find out exactly what it's like to be on the wrong side of the hospitality. And then I looked at the video, at the gray face and the cracked lips and the hair, and I thought about where that face had been for the last several years, according to a rich kid who'd laughed about it at a party. "Forget it," I said. "Wouldn't want to get sick." Then I turned the camera around. Zhou Jing had, in the previous 4 minutes, quietly changed into something less casual and arranged herself against my shoulder, and when the lens came around, she did not smile. She looked into it with an expression I can only describe as pleasant, and held it. "I'm not lonely," I said. "I have people with me." I have watched a lot of things break in this apocalypse. Doors, windows, walls, people. I have never seen anything come apart as fast as Chen Mei did on that call. "Jiangfeng, who is she? How could you let someone into your house? I hate having other women around. Tell her to get out right now." As if she were the lady of the house. As if she had ever once set foot in it. "What business is it of yours who I let in?" And she stopped, because in 2.5 years I had never raised my voice at her. Not once. She could be in a filthy mood and take it out on me for no reason at all, and I would apologize and buy her something. I would not even breathe loudly in front of her. "Jiangfeng, you actually insulted me? What's wrong with you?" She looked Zhou Jing up and down, and I watched her do the sum, the face, the figure, the fact that Zhou Jing had clearly showered today and had eaten today and was sitting in a warm room in clean clothes. Chen Mei's whole business model depended on being the most beautiful thing in the room, and she had just been shown, at high definition, that she wasn't even close anymore. "Jiangfeng, don't be fooled by that vixen. Aren't I the woman you love most? Physical attraction is temporary, only love of the soul lasts. Ma'am, you are pitching me on souls." "Huh?" I said. "Chen Mei, you don't actually think I liked you, do you?" "What?" "You might have misunderstood something. I didn't only give you gifts and dinners. Don't flatter yourself. I was casting a wide net. You were one of several backups." That is not true, by the way. That is the least true thing I have ever said. I was 100% invested for 2.5 years, and I never once looked anywhere else. But she had spent 2.5 years believing I was a devoted follower she could boss around, and I got to take that away from her in one sentence, and I regret nothing. "How could this be? I don't believe it. You're just trying to annoy me. And you don't think I know about your little secrets? It's all over the rich kids' circle. Throw some money at it and anyone can take you to a hotel for the night. You're a public bus. Stop pretending to be an innocent young girl. Sorry, I don't like secondhand." And I hung up. I want to be honest about why I said it, because it wasn't clever and it wasn't necessary, and I'd been waiting 2.5 years to say it. Chen Mei's entire self-image was that she was a good girl who men were nice to voluntarily, that she hadn't done anything wrong, that the whole thing was just how the world worked and she was simply better at it, and I took that away from her in 11 seconds. She sat there afterwards with about 6 60-second voice messages queued up, none of which I opened. "Broke through so easily," I said. "How boring." But she wasn't finished. That's the thing about people like Chen Mei. They are unbelievably resilient in exactly one direction. She sat in a freezing room and did not think about food for a full hour because she had worked something out. She had recognized Zhou Jing, neighbor across the hall, 23rd floor, married. And infidelity is the single most reliable fuel source in human history, in every era, on every continent. So she wrote a very well-constructed paragraph about shamelessness, attached a screenshot of Zhou Jing leaning against me with a length of bare thigh visible, and put it in the homeowners group. Zhou Jing, isn't that Gao Wei's wife from the 23rd floor? How did she end up with Jiang Feng? I remember that woman. Huge chest. I always knew she was promiscuous. Jiang Feng has done so many bad things, and within 4 minutes, Gao Wei, tagged 11 times, came out and said the thing that turned it into a fire. It was Jiang Feng who forcibly detained my wife. His family had stockpiled a lot of food, and he promised to share some with mine. And after my wife went in, he wouldn't let her leave. Nonsense. Every word of it nonsense. From a man who had personally instructed her to go over there and do exactly that. And it did not matter at all, because nobody in that group cared who was right. 80 families were starving. 80 families had been sitting in the dark for a week with nothing to do and nothing to eat and no way out and a great deal of rage with nowhere to put it. And Chen Mei had just handed them a target that was socially safe to destroy. Jiang Feng looks honest and simple, but he did something outrageous to gods and men. That's right, detaining someone is illegal. When the snow's over, I'm calling the police and having this bastard arrested. Poor Zhou Jing. She must have suffered inhumane treatment. I hope she's all right. That damned Cao Cao, he gets to enjoy my goddess. I'm so envious. Oh no, I'm so angry. And then it got worse. And it got worse specifically for her. Zhou Jing, sitting on my sofa in a warm room, having eaten 3 meals a day for 4 days, having been touched by nobody, read all of it, and did the human thing. She tried to explain. I told her not to. She did it anyway. She typed a calm, polite paragraph saying that she was fine, that she'd come here on her own, that nobody was holding her. And they turned on her like dogs. I'm not going to repeat what they wrote. It went for about 20 minutes, and it came from men who had greeted her in the elevator for 4 years, and one of them had helped her carry a bag of rice up the stairs the previous winter. Damn it, I knew what you really were. Why didn't you tell me you were short of food? 5 packets of instant noodles, is that enough? I'll let you have your fun all night. Tisk tisk, I've been eyeing Zhou Jing for 3 years. I'd give up 10 years of my life for one night. Too bad Gao Wei is already ruined. She can't enjoy it. Ha ha ha. The more of them joined, the safer it got, because the whole point of a crowd is that nobody is responsible. Zhou Jing put the phone face down on the sofa and sat there with her jaw locked, and then it got away from her, and she cried the way people cry when they are extremely angry and have nowhere to put it. I want to tell you what I felt watching that, and I'm not sure I can exactly. It wasn't chivalry. I had watched that same crowd of men come up my stairs with axes and take me apart in a room, and I had, in some corner of myself, filed them as a natural disaster, a weather event, not people who could be reached. And here they were, being reachable and being disgusting about it, at somebody who had done nothing at all. "Butler," I said, "is everything ready?" "Lord, it's ready and can be sent at any time." "Very good. Time to fight back." Let me explain what had been happening while 80 people typed. Every corridor in that building had a pinhole camera in it, and the building ran on one local network, and the router in the basement was a consumer unit some contractor had installed in 2049, and my house contained a server with compute comparable to a national facility and an AI that had been extremely bored for 2 weeks. 14th floor, room 1403, Jen Da. 15th floor, room 1501, Hao Xiao. 2 male residents holding a private gathering with a considerable number of props, photo attached. 11th floor, room 1102, Yu Da Hai, having a secret rendezvous with 13th floor, room 1301, Zhang Li. The untold story of a man in his 20s and an older woman, video attached. Resident of 1502 on the 15th floor has swapped apartments with resident of 1501. I did not fabricate anything. I want that on the record. Every single item was real, and every single item was current, and every single one of them belonged to a man who had been extremely loud in that chat about 11 minutes earlier. The group went absolutely silent for 4 seconds. Then it detonated. Zhang Li's husband hit her twice in front of their son, and her son said, "Mom, that guy isn't even much older than me," in the flattest voice a teenager has ever used, and she sat on the floor and said, "He seduced me first." Jen Da and Hao Xiao, who had been neighbors for years and had every intention of remaining neighbors, immediately began screaming at each other in voice messages, each convinced the other had leaked it. "Jen Da, you're actually gay?
I told you we're neighbors. Why do you keep coming to my house for meals and touching my backside? Stay away from me from now on. How shao? I didn't realize you two were playing so elaborately. And you even used a lot of props? I never realized you were all so open and private. You're all having sex without me, aren't you? Am I the only honest person in this building? The wife-swapping households went up like a gas leak. There were children in one of those apartments. There were grandparents in the other. And the residents who hadn't participated in the pile-on came out of the woodwork to enjoy the show, which is the most human thing in this entire story. Haha, no wonder you were all cursing so hard. Turns out you'd done something wrong. That's amazing. A real eye-opener. Your entertainment industry is truly chaotic. The farce burned out in about half an hour because at -70, your fingers get too cold to type, and because everyone remembered that they were starving. But Chen Mei, who had started it, sat there absolutely incandescent. She had built a mob to humiliate me, and instead she had detonated 4 separate marriages, and the entire building was now laughing at the 15th floor, and nobody was talking about me at all. Also, she had, apparently, been in the middle of arranging a trade with one of the men from the 14th floor, and had just learned some things. No, she said, I'm not letting this go. Jiang Feng, I will never let you have an easy time. 18th floor. A man in a wheelchair watched the whole thing on his phone and laughed until he coughed. Brother 2, this Jiang Feng is quite capable. He killed the people cursing him so fast. His name was Deng Tu, and I'll get to him properly in a moment because he was about to become my problem for real. He hit the man who said it on general principle. So what? Jiang Feng is indeed a character, but since he messed with me, he won't live much longer. And 20 floors up, in a pink bedroom, a girl in cat pajamas read every word of it wrapped in a velvet quilt and got a look on her face. This guy is so manly, said the most famous woman in the country, to nobody, out loud. Which is a sentence with a lot in it. Because Su Min had been in that apartment alone for over a week. Every other resident in that building had family. She had nobody, in a city she'd bought a flat in specifically so nobody would know she was there. And 2 days earlier, a woman with a badge had taken more than half her food. I longed to find someone to rely on, she thought. I did not know she thought that. I want to be clear about the order of events, because people tell this story as if I planned it, and I didn't. What I actually did next was go and check on my personal cook, who had cried herself hoarse and was sitting with her knees up staring at the fire. Is it really that bad? I said. You cry after being scolded a couple of times. If you can't handle it, don't watch. I'm so angry, she said. They clearly didn't know anything, and they still said those things. They knew, I said. Knowing isn't what stops people. Being outnumbered is. She looked up at me. So don't be outnumbered, I said, and handed her a bowl of soup. What nobody in that building knew, including her, was that if I hadn't opened my door 4 days earlier, that cyberbullying would have arrived on top of a starving woman with a husband who had already priced her, and Zhou Jing would not have made it to the end of the month. The next day, the food ran out on the 17th floor. Excuse me, everyone. My food is all gone. It's just me and my child at home, and the child is young and can't go hungry. If anyone has extra food, I'm willing to buy it. I'll pay more. Guo Fei. Husband working abroad, alone with a small kid, the sort of woman who says good morning in the lift and means it. Nobody answered her. Please, everyone, help me. I don't mind missing a few meals, but I can't let my child go hungry. Zhou Jing saw it before I did, and I watched her read it, and I watched her not say anything for a very long time. Speak if you have something to say. It's not easy for Guo Fei raising a child alone. It must be very hard for her right now. You want to help her? She nodded once. Ha, I said. I remember teaching you about this, and I want to explain what came next, because there is a version of this story where I'm just cruel, and the version where I'm just cruel is more comfortable for everyone, and it isn't accurate. If you send her food, I said, how long do you think it stays a secret? She wouldn't. She might not. Somebody will notice her child stopped crying. Somebody will ask. She'll say a kind neighbor helped. And then 80 people who cursed you in a group chat yesterday will know for a fact that this apartment has surplus. Zhou Jing opened her mouth and closed it again. In my last life, I said, I helped a woman like her. She never even meant me harm. It got out anyway, and then they came up those stairs. She went pale. Go hungry tomorrow, I said. 1 day.
not as a punishment, so that the next time you want to give something away, you remember what having it feels like. That was a hard thing to say, and it was a harder thing to hold to, and if you're waiting for me to apologize for it, I'm not going to, because 2 weeks later, that instinct nearly got 2 other women killed, and it is only luck that it didn't. Down in the group, Guofei kept raising. Please, everyone, I'm willing to pay 10 times, no, 100 times, if that's not enough, 1,000 times. And somebody bit. Well, since you're so pitiful, I'll help you out. But I don't have much, so I can only sell you 2 bags of bread. 6,000 yuan. 2 bags of bread. Before the freeze, maybe 8 yuan. Now 6,000, and the group lost its mind. Half of it in outrage, and half of it in raw regret. Are you kidding me? That's a month's salary. Damn, if I'd known I'd have stocked up on bread, I'd be a millionaire. Chen Gong, you're taking advantage. You dare to sell a few dollars of bread for 6,000? And Chen Gong, who was correct, said, I didn't force her. She said 1,000 times the price herself. Yes, it was my own choice, Guofei said immediately, terrified he'd change his mind. Please don't blame Chen Gong. And then, of course, the market opened. Guofei, I have a few extra packets of instant noodles. 10,000. Damn, you're shameless. Guofei, I have half a box of chocolates, very filling, 30,000. Those 2 upstairs are shameless. Buy mine, I'll do you a 5% discount. Now watch what the group did. Everyone's always crying about starving to death with no food at home, and now they're selling packets one after another. Is my family the only one eating breadcrumbs? I don't even have breadcrumbs. That's the moment the building found out about itself. Everyone had been poor together for a week, and it turned out at least a dozen households had been sitting on stock and complaining loudly the entire time. And then, a rich kid arrived. Wait, don't sell yet. I'll take all your food, plus an extra 5,000 yuan on top of your price. All of it, however much you have. He how. Family and export, parents' company allegedly about to list overseas, 10 million yuan in his personal account as pocket money. A 2 yuan packet of instant noodles was now worth 7,000. 5 packets, 100,000. So that's who's rich. Turns out he's a tycoon. Brother I'm selling to you. Me too, I've got some at home, I'll pack it up. I'm sorry, Guofei, I wanted to help, but he gave just too much. Gao, irresistible price. Every single person who had promised that woman food in the space of 90 seconds turned around and sold it to the boy with more money. How could you do this? You promised to sell to me. How, my family really has no food. Please don't fight me for it. I don't have much money left. My family's out of food too, Hao said. Don't blame me. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for being poor. And that is where a woman on the 20th floor put down her biscuit. Su Min had 5 million yuan in an offline account and no ability to spend it on anything ever again. She watched a woman get outbid for her child's food 4 times in a row by a boy who was doing it because he could. The last seller in the building came out with a smile on him. Everyone else is out. Guofei, I'm the only one who can sell you food now. Offer more than Hao, and these 3 bags of instant noodles and 5 packs of compressed biscuits are yours. 100,000, Guofei wrote. 300,000, wrote Hao. And Guofei had less than 200,000 she could actually reach, because most of the household money was with a husband in a country she could no longer call. Who? Who will save my child? Anyone. 1 million. The group stopped. That profile picture looks familiar, I said out loud. Where have I seen it? Lord, Hao's competitor is Su Min, who lives on the 20th floor. Her true identity is a top-tier female celebrity. So even the national goddess is having a hard time. You don't know my name? Hao wrote, delighted. When it comes to money, who can compare with me? 5 million. And Hao, who had 10 million in the account and was not actually an idiot, looked at 5 million yuan for 3 bags of instant noodles and quit the field. Sold, sold. The seller nearly went through the roof. A few packs of biscuits had bought him a second apartment, on paper, in a world where paper had stopped existing. And every resident who'd sold early sat in the dark doing arithmetic and hating themselves. Then Su Min waited until the corridor was empty, opened her door a crack, took in 3 bags of instant noodles and 5 packs of compressed biscuits. And then she opened the group chat, found Guofei's profile, and gave her half. How foolish, I said, watching it on the monitor. I want you to understand that I was not being smug. I was watching a 19-year-old with 100 million fans hand half of everything she had left to a stranger in a corridor, and I knew exactly what happened next, because I had seen this specific category of decision get people killed for a year. Guofei almost knelt. She cried. She swore on her life she would never tell a soul who had helped her. She got about 40 meters. They were waiting on the corner of the 18th floor. Deng Tu's men, who had been sitting on that landing for 2 days hoping I'd come out, and who had instead been handed a woman carrying food. I was waiting for that bastard Jiang Feng, but I got a pleasant surprise instead. Hand over the food, and you can get lost. She didn't hand it over. That is the one thing I will always give Guo Fei. She had watched a woman she'd never met save her child's life, and she did not let go of that bag, and she bit one of them hard enough to draw blood, and they dragged her inside. I turned the monitor off. I want to be exact about this because it matters later. I turned it off, not because I was squeamish, because it was not my business, and because I had decided on the first day that I was not going to be the man who opens the door. I turned it back on about 4 minutes later when the butler flagged a name. Because Guo Fei, cornered, had made a trade. Spare me, I can tell you a big secret. It's about the movie star, Su Min. She lives in this building. And Deng Tu, who had been sitting in that chair with a bandaged leg feeling extremely sorry for himself, looked up. What did you say? Because before the freeze, Deng Tu had heard a rumor. Private information, the kind property men trade at dinners. That a certain national goddess had quietly bought in this compound. My food was given to me by Su Min. If you let me go, I'll tell you where she lives. She gave it up in under a minute. The woman who had promised, in tears, in a corridor, that she would die before she said a word. They threw her out anyway. They took the food, too. She sat in the hallway at -70, with her tears freezing on her face, and she had betrayed the only person who had helped her, and she still had nothing, and her child was still hungry upstairs. I am not going to pretend I felt sorry for her. I felt something. It wasn't that. 12 men went up to the 20th floor with hammers and machetes. Diva Su Min. Don't be afraid. Open the door. We're all your loyal fans. If you don't open soon, we're going to start smashing. Su Min, 19 years old, 65 kilos, alone in an apartment with a standard residential security door, listened to 12 grown men laughing on the other side of it, and put her back against the wall and did not make a sound. There's no Su Min here. You've got the wrong person. And that was the mistake. That voice, that specific voice that her agency had insured for tens of millions, that anyone in that country would recognize off a 4-second clip. Holy crap, did you guys hear that? It really is Diva Su Min. Diva, I love you. Open the door. Great, I get to play with my goddess tonight. The hammers started. Gao, ordinary security door with 12 men on it, is a 15-minute problem. She got a fruit knife off the coffee table and put it against her own throat. And on the floors below, the building found out. Damn it, how could my goddess fall into the hands of scum like them? Brothers, we have to save Diva Su Min. Support. As a loyal fan, I absolutely cannot let my goddess cry helplessly. They made a group. They made an actual new group chat, specifically excluding Deng Tu's people, and named it Diva Su Min Nights. 93 members joined in 4 minutes. No matter how many people Deng Tu has, can they outnumber us? We have nearly 100, 10 times their number. That's right. If we all charge together, they'll be scared off. Beautifully said. Genuinely, tactically correct. 12 men with hand tools cannot hold a stairwell against 90. And then they hit the one problem. Who goes first? Since you're so conscientious, resident of 1502, then it's settled. You lead the charge and we'll follow. That's right, that's right. Just shout and we'll all attack together. Damn it, why me? I'm too weak for this responsibility. The group admin should lead. He made the group, he has to take responsibility. Group admin. I've taken on the responsibility of initiating the operation. I must coordinate the overall situation. You should take on this task. Come here, come here. You should do it. Or he can, if necessary. I sat on my sofa and I laughed until I had to put the tea down. 93 men. 93. Passing a task around a group chat like a hot dish, while a 19-year-old held a fruit knife to her own neck 2 floors above them. I want to be fair for a second, because it is easy to be cruel about this. They were not cowards in any special way. They were normal men with jobs and children, and the people at the top of those stairs had already killed. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Everyone knew, correctly, that whoever went first was going to die first. The goddess was beautiful. Their own lives were their own lives. They resolutely chose the latter. Then somebody remembered something. Wait, have you forgotten? There's a ruthless guy in our building who taught Deng Tu a lesson. He nearly crippled his leg. Yeah, I'd completely forgotten. Jiang Feng, the fate of Diva Su Min rests on your shoulders. Yes, Brother Jiang, lead us to defeat Deng Tu. Jiang Feng, Jiang Feng. My phone went off 11 times in 9 seconds. I typed, "What the hell? Why are you tagging me? Do you think I'm playing a hero rescuing a princess game, leading you people to defeat Dung 2? You're her fans. I'm not. Why am I in this?" "These guys were cursing you in the group chat yesterday," Zhou Jing said, reading over my shoulder with genuine venom. "And now they're all groveling to you to impress a movie star." "Trying to use me as a pawn," I said. "Dream on." "Not interested. If you want to save her, figure it out yourselves." And the group erupted at me. "You have the ability and you won't step forward." "I'm not afraid. I'm giving you the opportunity. The goddess is waiting for us." I read all of it out loud to Zhou Jing in different voices, which she has never forgiven me for. Upstairs, the door gave. Not all the way. A gap opened and the cold went in, and through it they could see a shape in cat pajamas backed against the far wall. And Su Min, who had been reading the group chat that entire time on a phone with 11% battery, watching 93 men volunteer each other, understood that nobody was coming. Except there was one name in that chat that the mob kept shouting at. Jiang Feng is the man who made Dung Tu and a group of thugs suffer a great loss. If you were to ask who could get her out of this, the answer is that name. She sent me a friend request with hands that were not working properly. Please, please agree quickly. Ding! I was, at that exact moment, doing something else, and I was not in a good mood about the interruption. Damn it, who ruined my mood? The butler didn't even stop them. Movie star. Su Min. Friend request. She's about to be dragged out of her own apartment and she's got time to message me. I accepted. Jiang Feng, this is Su Min, the movie star you know. Dung Tu and his men are banging on my door. I don't think it can hold much longer. I hope you can help me. I live in 2001. And, in case I didn't believe her, a selfie. Why should I help you? I'm a movie star. If you save me, I'll be very grateful. I can also give you a lot of money. There it is. Her eyes went wide when she sent it, I found out later, because in her entire adult life, every man she had ever spoken to had been thrilled to be spoken to. It had never once failed. Not once. Whether you're a movie star is none of my business, I wrote. Your gratitude is worthless to me. As for money, in this situation, it's waste paper, and I put the phone down. Jiang Feng, Zhou Jing said quietly, Su Min is a national goddess. Are you willing to let her be ruined by Dung Tu and his gang of scum? Of course not. She stared at me. Because I had decided about 40 minutes earlier when the hammers started. Here's the honest calculus, and it is not flattering. Entertainment was scarce. That is a real thing, I thought. There is a piano in my space worth over 1,000,000 yuan that I bought on a whim and had absolutely no use for, and I was looking at a lifetime indoors. And underneath that, the part I didn't say out loud, was that I had spent one entire life alone in a cold room with the walls closing in, and I already knew exactly what that does to a person, and I had 4 spare bands in a drawer. But there was a reason I waited. Celebrities at that level have very high self-regard, I told Zhou Jing. If I agree easily, she won't be grateful. She'll think it was owed. So when she's desperate enough to consider the knife. That is a horrible sentence. I said it. I stand by the strategy, and I am not proud of the sentence. Su Min put the fruit knife down and cried into her hands, and outside her door, 12 men laughed and told her that dying wouldn't get her out of it. And then her phone lit up. I can save you, but on one condition. You do what I say from now on. She said yes before the message finished loading. We can take action now, I said. But there are so many of them, Zhou Jing said. A direct confrontation might not work. How do you plan to save her? I had 3 Glocks and 450 rounds in my space, and I did the sum, and the sum said, 12 men in a corridor at 7 meters in the dark by a man who has fired a gun exactly 0 times in his life. That is not a plan. That is a story about a man who runs out of bullets on the 8th one. Believe it or not, I said, I can get her out without shedding a drop of blood and make complete fools of Dung Tu's people at the same time. How? It's an old one, I said. Lure the tiger down from the mountain. Diva Su Min, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. The roar came up the stairwell from below, and every man on that landing jumped. Jiang Feng, Su Min said, hope coming up in her like a flare. Did you come to save me? Jiang Feng. Dung Tu, sitting in a wheelchair his men had taken out of somebody's apartment, went the color of a wall. The hammers stopped mid-swing.
12 men who had been enjoying themselves enormously remembered all at once a crossbow bolt and a high-pressure hose at -70. Zhang Feng? Where is Zhang Feng? Holy crap, he actually showed up. Stop him. Watch out, he has a crossbow. Take cover. They scattered like pigeons. Grown men with machetes went flat behind furniture in a hallway. And this shocked more than anyone else, a very large young man standing at the bottom of the stairs holding a rolling pin. Lu Yuanyue had come alone. Nobody had asked him to. He had a stainless steel basin on his head, a rolling pin in one hand, and a pot lid in the other. And he had walked up 19 flights at -70 to save a woman he had never met. Holy crap, he said, staring at 12 men diving for cover. I'm not that awesome, am I? They all ran the second they saw me. And then, and I want you to hear this, he actually said out loud, could it be that I'm the protagonist of this disaster, starting with saving the goddess and the two of us living a shameless life together? Bang. The first punch put him on the floor. Holy crap, this idiot is Zhang Feng? That's too weak. I could have knocked him out with one punch. And the whole landing came up off the floor at once, delighted, and gave him a very thorough beating. And Lu Yuanyue lay on freezing tile with his ears ringing, thinking, with total clarity, wait, what does your problem with Zhang Feng have to do with me? Wrong. Wrong. I'm not Zhang Feng. You've got the wrong person. They stopped. Somebody got a phone out and compared him to a photo of me they'd gotten from a resident. No, it's not him. Zhang Feng's way more handsome than this guy. Thank you. Damn it, what are you yelling for if you're not Zhang Feng? You're asking for it. Boss, what do we do with this kid? Deng Tu did not even look up. Open the window and throw it down. 20th floor, 50 meters. No, Brother Tu, please, for the sake of us being neighbors. They took him by the hair and started dragging. Ding! Every phone in that corridor went off at the same time. Deng Tu, I'm on the 2nd floor and I can hear you barking from the 20th. Don't you know you're disturbing the peace? If you don't shut up, I'll cripple your other leg. Attached. Photograph. 2nd floor corridor. Selfie. Gao internationally recognized hand gesture. Deng Tu smashed his phone against the wall. I told you to keep watch. That idiot Zhang Feng has already run downstairs. He hammered the arm of the wheelchair. What are you standing there for? Go down and catch that bastard. I'm going to rip his tongue out. And they checked. That is the part I'm proudest of. They checked because they weren't fools. There was snow on the window ledge behind me in that photo, disturbed exactly the way they had disturbed it 2 hours earlier when they dug in for meltwater. So it was real. So he was really down there. 11 men went down the stairs at a dead run, carrying a wheelchair between two of them, leaving the caged bird behind. Su Min stood in her wrecked doorway, looking at an empty hallway. They're really gone? And then, because a genuinely kind person's first thought is always the worst possible one, he risked his life. He went down there alone to draw them off. For me. Her phone rang. Video call. What are you waiting for? Get up here. And she looked at the screen, and there I was, sitting on a sofa, with my legs crossed, in a warm room. Zhang Feng. Shouldn't you be downstairs? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't hurry, they'll work it out. The photo was a composite. The butler took the corridor feed from the 2nd floor, took my face, and put them together in about 4 seconds. And every detail in it was real, because every element in it was real. It was never going to hold. That was the point. I gave it about 90 seconds, which is roughly how long a man's rage lasts in a stairwell at -70 before the wind hits him in the face and the blood goes back to his brain. They made it to the 18th floor, and Deng Tu, who had spent 20 years surviving in 2 different economies, stopped. Something's not right. Zhang Feng is cunning. He's been hiding at home the whole time, launching sneak attacks. Why would he risk his life for Su Min? They're doing it so openly. It's like they're deliberately trying to provoke me. By 2055, you can composite a photograph on a phone in 11 seconds. He hit the man in front of him on the back of the head. Luo Tian is still at home. The photo is fake. Go back. Don't let Bai Ya get away. Meanwhile, upstairs, I was watching a national treasure attempt to pack. Are you out of your mind? They could come back any second. Why aren't you running? But it's very cold outside, ma'am. She grabbed a coat off the sofa, threw it on over the cat pajamas, and ran.
and came out into the stairwell just in time to hear 11 men coming back up. They were on 19. One floor. If you leaned over the rail, you could see her. Brother 2 guessed right. Su-min really did want to run. Damn it, hurry. If she gets into Jiang Feng's place, we're finished. They found another gear. Men who had been dying of the cold 4 minutes earlier went up those stairs like they were being paid. Diva, she's ours. Su-min had not eaten properly in 8 days and had climbed 2 flights and was finished. She got to the 22nd floor and stopped being able to. I can't. What do I do, Jiang Feng? I can't run anymore. The front 2 were close enough that she could hear what they were saying, and I'm not repeating it. Take off your coat and throw it down. She didn't ask why. That's the thing about her that I did not expect, and that I have thought about many times since. In a stairwell, out of air, with men 8 steps below her, a stranger's voice said, "Do this," and she just did it. The coat came off and went back over her shoulder like a net. It landed over the front 2, and they went down, and the men behind them went into them, and the entire charge came apart on a staircase like a bag of dropped shopping. Su-min squeezed out the last of everything she had and got to the 23rd floor and fell down in front of my door. And she looked up at it, and I want to describe what she saw, because everyone in that building had heard about my door, and nobody had seen it. It is not a door. It is a wall with a seam in it. You can tell by looking at it that nothing behind it has ever been afraid. She started crying with relief before she'd even knocked, and a wristband landed on the floor in front of her. Put it on, then I'll let you in. She stared at it, because she was, in that specific moment, one of the most recognizable human beings alive, and she had assumed, without ever once examining the assumption, that at minimum she would be treated with more respect than average. And a voice through a foot of alloy said, without any particular interest, "Get out if you're not going to wear it." Behind her, 11 men came up the last flight. Su-min picked it up and clicked it onto her wrist. The door opened. She went through it on her hands and knees. It shut. And 11 men arrived 4 seconds too late to a blank alloy wall and stood in a freezing corridor screaming at it, and one of them started hammering on it and shouting that he would count to 3. "You bunch of good-for-nothings," I said over the speaker. "Want another cold shower?" I want you to know that they left. Immediately. Instantly. Several of them fell down the stairs on the way because 2 of their friends had nearly died of a high-pressure hose 4 days earlier, and the memory was doing a great deal of work. Inside, Su-min sat on my floor and looked at the room. Fireplace going, lights on, 110-inch screen. On the dining table, a roast duck, still steaming, and chicken legs in a sweet glaze, and a case of 82 Lafitte. Outside, minus 70. 93 men had spent an hour deciding who should die for her. Every other person in that building was rationing crumbs. And here was a man in silk pajamas with a duck. "We're saved," she said to herself, and sat down hard. "Su-min, right?" I crossed my arms and looked her over, and she looked back up at me, and something in her chest went cold, because it was not the way she had been looked at by a man in about 6 years. Zhou Jing stood beside me in office clothes with her head slightly down, like a very good secretary. I'm Su-min. You smell bad," I said. "Go take a shower first." And I waved a hand and went and sat down and did not look at her again. There is footage of that moment on a server somewhere, and her face in it is the single funniest thing I have ever seen. She went because she genuinely hadn't washed properly in 8 days, and she was more aware of it than I was. And in the bathroom she found hot water, which she had assumed was a thing that no longer existed anywhere on Earth, and she stood under it and cried for a while, which Zhou Jing heard and did not mention to me until much later. Su-min came out in borrowed clothes with wet hair and stood in the doorway of my living room and asked what she was supposed to do. "You'll help in the kitchen," I said. "You'll clean. You'll do whatever Zhou Jing tells you. I don't keep idle people." That's it. That's the whole of it. And she nodded and lowered her head and said, "Okay," and looked genuinely relieved. Which surprised me, until I thought about it for about 10 seconds, because the alternative on offer, 40 minutes earlier, had been 11 men with hammers. Compared to that, "You'll be doing the dishes" is a sentence that sounds like a warm bath. The apartment was already spotless. There was nothing to clean. I had a machine for the dishes, and a woman who genuinely enjoyed cooking, and a robot vacuum. I gave her jobs because I have been on the wrong side of a room I wasn't earning my place in, and I know exactly what it does to a person's head, and I wasn't going to have somebody in my house sitting on a sofa slowly turning into furniture. That is not a noble reason, it's a practical one, but it is the actual one. Dinner that night was tomahawk lamb chops and mutton palmo, because Zhou Jing had found the tomahawks in my space inventory and got a look in her eye. Sister Zhou Jing is such a good cook, Su Min said, staring at a pot. Want to help? Yes.
Yes, I'll help.
And the two of them went at it, and I sat on the sofa listening to two women I had known for a combined total of 5 days argue amiably about onions. And I want to record that as the first genuinely pleasant hour of the entire apocalypse. She ate like a person who'd been told her whole adult life what her calorie ceiling was, which is to say she started carefully and gave up on that around the 3rd bite. It smells so good. Eat, I said. You'll need it. Sister Zhou Jing isn't eating. Zhou Jing made a small mistake, I said. She's going without today. Su Min's fork stopped in the air. I want to be honest about that too, because it was not entirely about the lesson. It was also a message, and Su Min received it exactly as intended, and lowered her head and answered very softly. Zhou Jing, for what it's worth, told her later that same night, in the kitchen, quietly, what the mistake actually was. That she'd wanted to send food to a woman with a hungry child, and that our host had explained why that would eventually get everyone in this apartment killed, and that she had, on reflection, agreed with him. And Su Min, who had spent 5 million yuan on instant noodles that morning and given half of it to that exact woman and been sold out for it inside an hour, sat down on the kitchen floor and had to think about that for a while. That's the thing I couldn't have taught her. Nobody could have. She had to be the one holding the bag. Meanwhile, 18 floors down, Deng Tu had gone quiet, and quiet was worse. Deng Tu was not Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong was a kid with a cleaver and a mother. Deng Tu was a property developer with a real company, a dozen men on payroll, and, according to the compound rumor mill, several bodies behind him. He'd handled the kind of problems that developers have. When residents wouldn't move, Deng Tu made them want to. He had come to my door personally, the second day, and demanded a woman and half my food. I had put a crossbow bolt through his thigh from a firing port, and then, when he sent 12 men with hammers, I had opened the port again and given them a wash. Do you know what a high-pressure hose does at -70? The water leaves the nozzle liquid. It arrives on a man's chest, and it is not liquid anymore. 12 men in that corridor got soaked to the skin in about 4 seconds, and then their clothing became a shell. They came off my landing screaming and fell down the stairs and got to the 18th floor looking like a delivery of ice sculptures, and they fought each other over the blankets, and 2 of them nearly died in the night, which is why nobody wanted to come back. But Deng Tu had a problem, and the problem was that he had lost face in front of his own men twice, and men like Deng Tu do not survive that. That bastard Zhang Feng, his door is indeed tough, but are the walls of his house as tough as his door? And that, credit where it's due, is a genuinely good question. That is the correct question. In every apartment building in this country, the door is steel, and the walls are hollow block and plaster, and you could get through them with a hammer and a bad attitude. They came up with sledges and a steel plate held up as a shield, in case I opened the port. And they got through the plaster in about 90 seconds and started cheering. Ha ha ha, it's broken. Jiang Feng, aren't you going to? And then he stopped, because behind the concrete there was no red brick and no wall cavity. There was black alloy. I watched the entire landing's faces on the monitor at that moment, and I have rarely enjoyed anything more. The builder must have cut corners and used bad cement, that's why it's black. I'll smash it with my hammer, and it'll fall apart. He hit it as hard as a man can hit anything. The hammer came out of his hands, and his arms went dead to the elbows. Damn it, I refuse to believe he put steel plate in every wall. Spread out, smash somewhere else. And they did. They spread out and worked that entire corridor for an hour with a dozen men and a stack of hammers, and every single time, under the plaster, black alloy. Left, right, top, bottom. Seamless. Do you know what happened when they finally understood? They stopped hammering and started hitting it with their fists. One of them tried to bite it. They stood in a hallway at -70 and put their shoulders into a wall over and over like animals, and Deng Tu sat in his wheelchair grinding his teeth to powder. Who puts alloy plate in the walls of a residential apartment? That's a high-end flat, not a doomsday bunker. Are you out of your mind? Yes. Then 6 or 7 of them went downstairs, and I sat forward. 2 hours later, they came back up the stairs with a steel column. That thing weighed several hundred pounds. 7 men, 23 floors, at -70, with no working elevator, no food in their stomachs for days, and a boss watching. It took them nearly 2 hours, and I watched every floor of it. Jiang Feng, why are they doing such a thankless task? Su Min asked, frowning at the screen. In ancient times, I said, they called that a battering ram, which is correct in spirit. It was a length of structural column from somebody's basement storage, and a few 100 pounds of steel swung by 7 men will put a dent the size of a bathtub in an ordinary security door on the first swing. I was just thinking about how to kill them, I said, and now they've delivered themselves. Because a steel column is a fantastic ram. It is also a fantastic conductor. During the renovation, I had Shield Security do one extra thing to the inside face of my door, which I had not mentioned to anyone, including Zhao Xiao's installation crew, who thought it was a de-icing element. Butler, connect the power. Maximum. Yes, Lord. Outside, 7 men picked it up and set their feet. Today, I'm going to smash this turtle shell to pieces. Don't worry, boss. No matter how sturdy the door is, the frame won't take it. And they ran it in. The sound was not a crash. I want to be precise because I've thought about it since. It was a very short, very loud crack, like a transformer failing, and then a hum that went through the floor and into my feet through the carpet. Steel is an excellent conductor of electricity. All 7 of them had both hands on it. They didn't let go. That's the thing people don't know about current. They physically could not. Their hands closed harder, and the column stayed where it was, and none of them could move a finger. Deng Tu and the rest stood 4 meters away and watched. Butler, I said, bring it down to medium, because at maximum it would have been over in under a second, and because there is a version of me that had recently had 11 people take him apart with axes in this exact room, and that version was in charge for about half a minute. Half a minute later I shut it off. The column hit the floor. 7 men went down beside it like dropped timber, and the residual current in them kept them moving for a while afterward in a way that made one of Deng Tu's men crawl into a corner and stop being able to speak. There was a smell in the corridor. I had the ventilation on filter and I could still tell. One of them went over and put a hand in front of a face and said, Brother Tu, they're all dead. Deng Tu came out of his wheelchair, not to fight. He went down onto the floor and dragged himself forward with his arms, towards 7 men he had trained and paid and kept fed for years. Take your men's bodies with you, I said through the door. Don't make a mess of my doorway. He didn't answer me. He lay there for a long moment. Then he raised one shaking finger and said, Take them. Let's go. And his surviving men picked up their friends, and their teeth were chattering so hard you could hear it on the microphone, and every one of them was thinking exactly the same thing. If I hadn't gone down to carry that thing, I would have been on it. Su Min had both hands over her mouth. Zhou Jing had turned away entirely. Are they all dead? Su Min said. What do you think? I said. And then, because I could not help myself, a few thousand volts. They're cooked through better than the lamb you just ate. She went the color of paper and had to sit down, and I want to say that I regretted the joke, and I did, about 4 seconds later, and it was too late, and I have not made that particular kind of joke since. There's a rule I worked out that night and kept for the rest of the apocalypse. You can laugh before a fight, and you can laugh after you've won, but you don't laugh over a body. It's not squeamishness. It's that the moment you do, something goes out of you that you don't get back, and the girls could see it happening in real time. Back on 18, one of Deng Tu's men dropped his friend's body on the floor and started screaming at his own boss. Deng Tu, it's all your fault. You made us bang on doors again and again. You killed everyone. Huo Jiang, Lao Bao, Rongzi, Tietou, they're all dead. All of them. All dead. And then, and this is the line that turned that corridor into what it became. You promised we could play with the goddess. Where's the goddess? We ate barbecue. Where's the barbecue? Where the hell is the barbecue? There's nothing here. There's nothing but dead bodies. And Deng Tu, whose leg was ruined and whose crew was cut in half and who had nothing left to give anybody, punched him in the face and said, Barbecue? You want barbecue? I did not hear the rest because I turned the audio off. 3 days later, I turned it back on because the butler flagged movement on 18. Lord, there's something happening on the 18th floor. And I pulled up the feed and had the system enhance, and I looked at the faces of the 6 men still walking around in that apartment. They had the eyes of people who had not slept in 3 days, and there was blood dried around their mouths. Oh no, I said, quietly. No. I want to handle this part carefully because I could describe what was in that apartment, and I'm not going to. And I want you to understand that the reason is not delicacy. It's that after I looked at it,
I turned the screen off and sat there for a minute, and then I got up and checked the seals on my ventilation intake twice, and I have never told anyone that until now. In my last life, this happened. Not in that building, in others. Around the third month, always, in the buildings that had gone feral, and the pattern was completely consistent. It never started with hunger. It started with a shock. Some group that had held together lost half its people in an hour, and the men who were left came apart, and after that they weren't people anymore in any way that mattered. Deng Tu's crew got there in 3 days instead of 3 months. I did that. I want that on the record, because I've heard other people tell this story and leave it out. 7 men on a steel column, and half an hour later, that corridor stopped being a corridor. They went out the next morning. 14th floor, room 1402. The door came apart in under 2 minutes, because it was a normal door. Xu Cheng. Middle-aged, unremarkable, and specifically the man who had lent them the sledgehammers out of his basement storage in the first place so that they could break down my door and share out my food. He had been quietly congratulating himself about that all week. So your name is Xu Cheng, right? Brother, Xu Cheng is me. I'm Xu Cheng. Don't be afraid. We're here to thank you. We won't do anything to you. And I watched a man's face do the thing where it wants to believe. They gave him something to eat. I'm going to skip the next 90 seconds. The important part is that he understood halfway through, and that he ran, and that he was genuinely fast, faster than a man that age should have been, and that one of them threw an axe. He made it to the stairwell. Ha 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 ha, we have fresh ingredients again today. No one can escape. Not a single person in this building can escape. They all must die. Zhou Jing had her hand over her mouth. Are these guys even human? It's 2055, she said. In a civilized, harmonious society, how could... She stopped, because there was no end to that sentence. Su Min had turned her head away and had both hands up. And here is where the building woke up. Because Xu Cheng lived on the 14th floor, and 3 other households on the 14th floor watched that entire thing through their peepholes. Murder. Murder. I saw it with my own eyes. Xu Cheng was killed by Deng Tu's men. There was an axe in the back of his head, and they dragged the body away. The group went silent for a few seconds. Huh? That can't be right. Are you kidding? I don't believe it. No matter how powerful they are, would they dare to kill someone openly? He wasn't lying. They dragged the body past my door. I looked through the peephole, and I was nearly scared to death. And I don't know if I misheard. I'm starting to doubt my own ears. They were saying they were going to chop up the body, and I think I heard it too. 3 separate households, typing with shaking hands, all saying the same thing. And that's when 80 families in a high-rise understood that there was no floor underneath them. Somebody tried to call the police. The number rang. The police station, the hospital, the fire service, the city government. All of it rang out into an empty room somewhere. Nobody was coming. Nobody had been coming for 2 weeks. They had just been able to avoid knowing it until then. They made another new group, excluding Deng Tu, and spent 2 hours discussing what to do, and came up with nothing at all. Somebody suggested everyone gather together in one apartment for safety, which is the correct answer, and it was rejected inside 4 minutes. Because gathering together means pooling food, and some of those households still had food and some had nothing, and not one single person was willing to open their cupboard in front of their neighbors. 80 people chose to starve separately rather than eat together, so instead they did the other thing. There are 100 residents in this building. As long as we're not unlucky, we shouldn't be targeted. Help! Help me! Deng Tu's men are banging on my door. They say they're going to kill me and take my things. That was Guo Tian. Guo Tian, incidentally, was one of the men who had been extremely funny in the group chat a few days earlier when he'd invited Su Min to come stay at his place instead and had listed in some detail the large quantity of warm clothing and frozen meat he had at home. They had scrolled back. Of course they had. Blankets and coats are worth more than food at -70. Nobody answered him. 80 people in a group chat, reading, saying nothing. The exact same silence as when he'd been cracking jokes, and none of them noticed the symmetry. Luckily, it was Guo Tian. His family had a lot of supplies. Once they've robbed him, they probably won't break into anyone else's, so we're safe. That's an actual message. Somebody typed that while a man's door was coming apart. Zhang Feng. Brother Zhang. Lord Zhang. Please save me. I admit I was foolish before and offended you. Please forgive me. Only you can help me now. If you save me, I'll give you all the supplies in my house. I have lots of winter clothes and blankets. The voice message had hammering behind it. Serves him right, I said. Let me save you? Dream on. Just wait to die, you idiot. I had polar expedition gear rated to -100 sitting in a white room in my head and a fireplace that ran 24 hours, and I was frequently too warm. And the group turned on him instantly, because that's what groups do. Ha ha ha, don't embarrass yourself with your shabby clothes. Keep them. Exactly. Do you think Brother Zhang cares? Get lost. Don't get in the way. This is retribution for mocking Brother Zhang last time. Brother Zhang now. 4 days earlier, those exact accounts had been calling for a mob at my door. Nobody remembered. Nobody was embarrassed. In that building, being on my good side had become a survival strategy, and they had swapped over the way a compass needle swaps over, without any friction at all. Guo Tian never posted again, and a while later, Deng Tu's men sent a photograph of him to the main group, and then wrote, Zhang Feng, do you see that? Xu Cheng's death is all because of you. Cute. Genuinely, that's not bad. Blame the man in the fortress for the fact that you can't get into the fortress. I didn't reply. And when I didn't reply, they escalated and made their one real mistake. Zhang Feng, from now on, don't even think about leaving the house. We'll be guarding down here the whole time. If you dare to come down and dig snow to boil water, we'll kill you. And what they didn't say in the group, but did say in a corridor with a microphone in it, was the rest of that sentence. The logic was sound. Everybody in that building went down to the lower floors to dig snow into buckets because that was the only water there was. It was the one unavoidable trip. Sooner or later, even I would have to make it. Except that I had tens of thousands of tons of bottled water in a white room and a fireplace and a boiler. And then Deng Tu did something clever, which is why I'd stopped underestimating him. Everyone. If anyone finds Zhang Feng outside, contact me immediately. I, Deng Tu, promise he will be under our protection from then on, and we will never lay a finger on him. That is a good move. That is a very good move. That turns 80 terrified households into 80 pairs of eyes, and it costs him nothing. And a decent number of them took it, quietly, and decided that if they ever saw me in a stairwell, they would be typing before I was out of sight. Fine. Everyone. I am now issuing a bounty. From this moment, whoever kills Deng Tu can bring me his head and take away a whole roast chicken. Kill one of his men, 2 large chicken legs. And I attached a photograph of a roast chicken. 4 pounds, golden, crisp skin, steam still coming off it. Hiss. That roast chicken is enormous. Eaten sparingly, that's half a month. And the protein. In this situation, that's a lifesaver. How much roast meat does Zhang Feng's family have? Because that is the actual currency, not money, not gratitude. A 4-pound roast chicken was, at that hour, in that building, worth more than every yuan in every account of every person in it. Deng Tu read it and put his fist through the arm of the sofa, because he could not outbid me, and he knew it. And on the 12th floor, a woman who had run out of options showed a phone screen to a police officer who had walked 800 meters through 10 meters of snow carrying a 5-year-old. Which is where Lin Shen comes into this. She'd been looking after a relative's kid, Xiao Ting, 5 years old, in a flat about a block over, and their food was down to 2 days. And then the kid's aunt called and said, "Come here, I've got 2 boxes of instant noodles. We'll share. Come and keep me company, because there's been a murder in my building, and I'm frightened." So Lin Shen packed a bag, put the child on her back, and walked. 10 meters of snow, -70. A woman who hadn't eaten properly in half a month, carrying a 5-year-old and a pack on her chest, going through drifts that came up over her head, sinking to the hip with every step. Anyone else would have died out there. I want to be completely clear about that. She was operating at maybe half her peak, and her peak was a national combat champion, and she made it because the difference between those 2 numbers is enormous. They got in through a 2nd-floor corridor window, which is where everyone dug for snow, so it was never locked. She put the child down and leaned against the wall and breathed for a while. "Sister Lin, are you okay? Is Ting too heavy?" "Sister's fine, Ting. Don't worry."
She had eaten nothing that day, and she took the kid by the hand and started up, and 11 floors above her, coming down, were 6 men in an extremely bad way, talking. Killing people is so satisfying. One swing and Shu Cheng went down like a chicken. Forget morality and law. It's the end of the world. The authorities are paralyzed. Hurry up, dig more snow. We'll boil water and cook meat tonight when the power's on. Lin Xuan's eyes went flat and she reached for the child's mouth, half a second too slow. Sister Lin, the building. 6 men stopped on the stairs above her. Hey, 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 there's a child's voice. Brothers, charge. I want to see what this Sister Len looks like. There are still people who dare to run around outside these days. Their courage is commendable. Ha 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 ha. They came down 2 flights at a run and cut her off on the landing, and she put the kid behind her and got her weight down and her hands up, and she was, I will say this plainly, in real trouble. 6 of them, axes and cleavers, 1 child, half strength, no food. And then the man at the front, mid-swing, said, and stopped. Lin Xuan? One of them actually sat down on the steps. The others took a good look and started backing up. Because about a month before the freeze, in a bar, in plain clothes, a woman had taken 8 or 9 of them apart by herself for causing trouble, and 2 had gone to intensive care with multiple fractures, and she had never once shown a badge. What's she doing here? Officer Lin is here. Is that the authorities' rescue team? Is this place surrounded by police? Then if we killed someone, won't we be shot on the spot? One of them nearly went down the stairs backwards. And then the wind came through the corridor and the cold cleaned them out a bit, and one of them worked it through. 5 meters of snow out there. No police car could reach this compound. No man could walk here. The authorities are broken. It's not rescue. But it did not matter, because by then they had all remembered the hospital. Go, get out of here. Run, don't let her catch you. Damn it, stay away from that violent woman. And 6 armed men who had killed a person the previous day and eaten part of him ran away from an unarmed, underfed woman with a child and did not stop until they were on the 18th floor. Lin Xuan stood there for a second with her hands still up. They're the underlings of that property man, Dung the butcher. She had put it together instantly. So the murderers in this building were them. In any other week of her life, she would have gone up those stairs after them, and none of them would have made it out of the building. She thought about it. I know she thought about it because she told me later, in some detail, exactly how she'd have done the landing. Then she looked down at the 5-year-old holding her coat and did the arithmetic of a woman with no calories and a child and let them go. Let's go to Auntie's house. 12th floor, room 1204. A pretty woman in her 30s opened the door, and the kids squealed and ran at her, and there was an actual happy reunion in that corridor for about 40 seconds, which I watched on a monitor while eating grilled fish. Then Lin Xuan put her bag down and said, Sister He, let's put the reminiscing aside. Every grain is precious now. Since we're living together, we need to coordinate the food and allocate it precisely each day. And He Liling's smile froze on her face. Xiao Xuan, there's no rush about the food. We can talk about it tonight. I haven't seen Ting in so long. Let's have a good chat first. And her eyes went everywhere except at the woman in front of her, who had spent 4 years in criminal investigation. Sister He, how much food is left? There was 1 box of instant noodles, and they had finished the last packet the previous day. There was nothing. There had never been 2 boxes. She had made it up to get somebody in the building who could fight to come and stand between her and the 18th floor. I'm so sorry. I was just so scared. That's why I lied. I want to be fair to He Liling for 1 moment, because I have not been fair to her since. She was alone, she was starving, there were men 9 floors below her who had stopped being men, and she used the 1 lever she had. I understand it completely. She also did it to a woman who had just carried a 5-year-old 800 meters through a blizzard on the strength of that lie. Phew, Sister He, you've really gone too far. I still have 2 bags of instant noodles, half a bag of chips, and 3 sweets in my pack. She said it very quietly. With that little food and 3 of us, even if Ting eats almost nothing, how many days? 3, maybe? It's all right, Sister Lin, said Xiao Ting, 5 years old, looking up. Ting isn't hungry. She doesn't need to eat today.
Lin Xuan did not answer that. She just turned her head away, which is the only thing you can do. And then the room went sideways, and she folded onto the back of the sofa.
Xiaoxuan, what's wrong? Low blood sugar. Half a month of insufficient protein and glucose, followed by carrying a child through several hundred meters of drift. She got a boiled sweet out of her bag, took an ornament off the coffee table, and cracked the sweet on the floor with it, picked up one small piece, and put it in her mouth. If you have never been that hungry, one hard sweet is more energy than most snacks. It doesn't fill you, it just puts your brain back on. Sigh, she said, lying back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. Nothing good ever comes of me coming to this building. Which was a reference. A month earlier, she'd come here to take witness statements about a bank robbery, wearing a skirt she'd thrown on in a hurry, and had sat down on a sofa in apartment 2301, and a man had looked. She had thought about that at intervals ever since, always with a specific desire to remove that man's eyes. Xiaoxuan, actually, in this building, there's a resident who's stocked up on a lot of food. Not only is his house warm, they can eat barbecue every day. Healy Ling got her phone out. He also posted a bounty in the homeowners group before you arrived. Whoever kills Deng Tu or his men can claim a whole roast chicken, and she showed them the picture. Xiao Ting's eyes went enormous. Sister Lin, Ting is hungry. I want to eat a big roast chicken. That's the size of it? Lin Xuan knew exactly what that photograph meant, better than anyone else in that building, because she had spent 20 minutes in the snow that morning and knew precisely how sealed off this compound was. Half a month in, still eating roasted meat every day, and so unbothered about a 4-pound chicken that he'd offer it as a tip. How much does that family have? This roast chicken is huge. Careful, that's a week for the 3 of us. She sat up. Sitting at home doing nothing means dying. In her professional opinion, Deng Tu's men were a real threat, and also entirely manageable, especially one at a time, especially in a stairwell, especially by someone who had personally taken down desperate men with knives on more than one occasion. Then she looked at the name on the message. The trainee who has been a trainee for 2.5 years, Jiang Feng. Little Black. No, Jiang Feng? Her jaw actually locked. Xiaoxuan, do you know Jiang Feng? Are you close? Said He Li Ling, with hope rising in her voice like a thermometer. Not familiar with it. He's a shameless scoundrel. 2 floors up and 11 floors over, I sneezed. That's weird. Which idiot is insulting me? Why bother with the bounty? Lin Xuan said, in a voice that made her cousin sit back. I'll go to his house and take the roast chicken. Consider it interest. Xiaoxuan, don't act impulsively. He Li Ling grabbed her shoulders. Didn't I tell you? Jiang Feng has a bounty on Deng Tu, but before that he'd already driven Deng Tu off several times. Sister He, don't lie to me. I looked into him. Jiang Feng isn't a martial arts expert. He's an ordinary person. Which was true. It was completely true, and she'd actually checked, which tells you something about her. He didn't just avoid getting beaten to death, he drove off that many people. We don't know how he did it, but Deng Tu really didn't dare cause him trouble afterwards, and I've heard his security door is so strong even a hammer can't open it. Lin Xuan sat with that for a while. Fine, she said, in the voice of a woman swallowing something with edges. So if we want food, we listen to Jiang Feng, which, from where she was sitting, was completely unbearable. He had already seen her at a disadvantage once, and now she had to go and do his killing for him, for food. She had never in her life imagined she would surrender to a chicken. But I still feel so uncomfortable. Xiaoxuan, the situation is special. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. He Li Ling was, I want to note, extremely relieved, because she knew what everyone in that building knew about my apartment, and she was quietly certain that if Lin Xuan had gone up there and tried to force the door, Lin Xuan would have joined the 7 men on the landing. But an ambush in a stairwell on a couple of Deng Tu's people while they went for water, that was very achievable. And a couple of chicken legs is a week. All right then, Sister He, could you add him and tell him I've accepted the bounty and he shouldn't back out? Don't worry, Xiaoxuan. Their relationship's so bad they want to kill each other. Besides, the Zhang family has so much roast meat. How could they go back on a few chicken legs? However, I'm afraid you'll have to add him yourself. I don't want to talk to him. Sister He, you do it. Well, I was blocked on WeChat by him, so I can't add him.
Long pause. Last time I wanted to borrow some food, and Zhang Feng didn't agree and deleted me too. Which was a lie, and I'd like to explain it because it's my favorite lie in this entire story. He Liling had added me 2 days after I posted a photo of a roast lamb leg in the group. She had then sent me a photograph of herself and asked if there was anything she could offer, in the hope of getting some barbecue, on the theory that since I had apparently taken in a married woman from across the hall, I might have a general preference in that direction. I had complimented her on her looks, and then blocked and deleted her in one motion. She was not prepared to say that out loud in front of Lin Xuan, who was her junior, so she said I'd refuse to lend her food. Heh, said Lin Xuan, with complete conviction. Just as I expected. Zhang Feng is not only lecherous, he's selfish. Beep. Tisk, she said, sending a friend request to a man for the first time in her life. This is the first time I've ever added a man, and I rejected it in under 2 seconds without looking, because a girl with an anime avatar had sent me a blank request, and I had been getting about 40 of those a day since I posted the picture of the lamb. Your application has been rejected. Lin Xuan stared at that for a full 10 seconds. That bastard. He actually rejected me? Ma'am, in my defense, I get 11 of these an hour, and at least 2 of them a day turn out to be men. Did you not explain clearly enough? Said He Liling, worried. Maybe he mistook you for another resident. Try again with a note. So she took a deep breath and composed a note and sent it. The note said, I'm here to collect my chicken leg. Concise. Aloof. When Lin Xuan texts people, the words she uses most often are oh, and okay. She almost never writes a full sentence. She felt that this was perfectly clear. Unfortunately, in the previous 48 hours, my request queue had contained the following, verbatim. I'm just here to collect a steak. Treat me however you want as long as you give me food. My prices are cheap. 1 piece of grilled meat and I'll bring it to your door. I want some grilled meat, please. Just a little. I looked at, I'm here to collect my chicken leg, and I said, out loud, who the hell are you? You come up here and immediately ask for a chicken leg? Last week it was steaks, now it's chicken legs? And I blocked her. Your application has been rejected. No, I'm going to beat that bastard to death. Don't get agitated. Your note is too messy. He definitely didn't understand. He Liling looked at the note and went slightly pink because that format looked extremely familiar, and she was fairly sure she had used it herself the week before about a steak. Xiao Xuan, you need to write your name and your police identification. So Lin Xuan, calm, patient, professional, filled in her full name and rank and purpose of contact and pressed send. You have been blocked. He Liling put her face in her hands. And that is how the single most useful person in that entire building spent an afternoon getting bounced by an autofilter, while 9 floors below her, 6 men who could not be killed by ordinary people ate somebody. Then Lin Xuan's phone buzzed with a message from a woman she had once helped find a lost child in a shopping mall. Officer Lin, I think I just saw you come into our apartment building. Is it the authorities' rescue team? Guo Fei. Sorry, that's not it. I'm here to find an elder who lives here. And He Liling's head came up like a dog hearing a tin open. Guo Fei. Guo Fei could do it. Guo Fei knew Su Min. Su Min was in his apartment. Guo Fei, actually, I was going to accept the bounty Zhang Feng posted, but there's been a small mishap. Could you help me contact him? I'll give you a reward afterwards. No problem, Officer Lin. You helped me find my child before. I'll definitely help you with this small favor. Guo Fei was in an apartment on the 17th floor with nothing in it. Everything Su Min had given her had been taken off her in a corridor 2 days earlier. She and her child had been living on melted snow, and there was a pot on a dying fire in that living room with a leather belt in it, cut into pieces, because leather contains collagen, and therefore, in theory, nutrition. That theory is wrong, incidentally. Modern industrial leather is treated with industrial chemicals. The soup is bitter, and it will give you cramps, and it will not keep you alive. People do it anyway, because doing something is better than sitting still. She had seen Lin Xuan come into the building from her window, and recognized her instantly. And she had seen the pack on her chest. There must be food in that. Guo Fei cannot contact me, because Guo Fei is blocked, because Guo Fei had sent me photographs a week earlier and asked to come over, and because I had said no. But that did not matter, because Guo Fei's target was never me. Guo Fei, I had a minor disagreement with Zhang Feng before, so be careful when you contact him. Please tell him I can help him deal with Deng Tu and the others, but he has to give me some food in advance. Otherwise, given my physical condition, I'm not confident. And Guo Fei, reading that, went very still. Officer Lin, what do you mean by that? Don't you have any food left? That's not it, Lin Xuan wrote. 4 characters, nothing more. Dealing with police is such a hassle. Guo Fei gripped her phone hard enough to hurt. Logically, at this point, shouldn't you be telling me how much food is left? Then she got herself under control. Officer Lin, I'll contact Zhang Feng right away. Please wait for me. 12th floor. Guo Fei is acting a bit strange, Lin Shen said, narrowing her eyes at the phone. She seems very concerned about how much food I have. Guo Fei is a decent person. You're probably overthinking, said He Liling cheerfully. As far as I know, Su Min actually helped Guo Fei before moving into Zhang Feng's place. Su Min? You're not talking about the movie star? Su Min? She moved into Zhang Feng's house? Look at me, I forgot you didn't know. And He Liling explained the whole story with enormous enthusiasm about how the national goddess had been about to be dragged out of her apartment by Deng Tu's men and Zhang Feng had saved her. Save, said Lin Shen. I doubt it. Which, in fairness, is a completely reasonable read of a situation in which a beautiful 19-year-old goes into a grown man's apartment during an apocalypse and does not come out. But it did it. That was the piece that did it. Because if Su Min was in my apartment and Guo Fei knew Su Min, then Guo Fei had a real channel, and the anomaly Lin Shen had flagged got quietly filed under I'm overthinking it. That is how good people die. Not because they're stupid. Because they check and get a plausible answer and stop checking. Officer Lin, I contacted Su Min, and she says she's already spoken to Zhang Feng. Really? Thank you. What's his attitude? Guo Fei sat in a freezing room and looked at that message for a while, and then typed something with a completely blank face. Well, Zhang Feng says the one thing he has in abundance is chicken legs. If you take the job, he can give you 4 in advance. 4. Lin Xuan and He Liling stared at the screen. They had been hoping for 1. They had assumed even 1 was optimistic, since it was an advance on an empty promise. 4 chicken legs is not a meal. 4 chicken legs is 2 weeks of a child not dying. Could it be that I misunderstood him? Lin Xuan said quietly, biting her lip. I want to sit in that sentence for a second, because that's the cruelest thing in this whole section. For the first time in the entire apocalypse, that woman began to doubt her own judgment of a person. And she was doubting it in exactly the wrong direction, about exactly the wrong person, on the strength of a message from a woman who was inventing every word. Xiao Xuan, this is great! 4 chicken drumsticks. We don't have to worry about starving. You eat 1 to get your strength back, and we save the rest. Xiao Ting, standing to one side, swallowed. However, Zhang Feng also needs a guarantee. He wants you to exchange 5 packs of instant noodles for them. 5 packs. Lin Xuan's eyebrows came down. Xiao Xuan, what does Zhang Feng mean by this? He clearly has plenty of instant noodles. And here is where being clever hurt her, because Lin Xuan thought about it and came up with a completely coherent explanation. I think he's applying pressure. He wants me to deal with Deng Tu quickly, so he's making sure it costs me something to walk away, which is exactly the kind of thing I would do. It's a good read. It is, in fact, a better plan than the one I was actually running, which was called sitting on my sofa eating a duck. The problem was that they had 3 packs of instant noodles in the world. Guo Fei, I only have 3 packs. Contact Su Min again and ask if he can lower his demands. And Guo Fei, who was extremely careful, waited a good long while before answering, so that it would feel like a negotiation. Officer Lin, Zhang Feng has agreed. Phew. Just as I expected. She was pleased with herself. She had read the situation, applied pressure back, and gotten a concession. And every part of that was a woman on the 17th floor with a belt in a pot. Guo Fei explained that Zhang Feng didn't trust Lin Xuan and wouldn't accept a handover from her directly, given that she'd nearly punched him a month before the freeze. Which is a beautiful lie, because it is true. That happened. Everyone in the building knew it happened. So Lin Xuan carried the last 3 packets of instant noodles her family owned up 5 flights of stairs, put them down outside room 1701, knocked, and walked away without waiting, because she is a professional and did not want to be seen making a handover. And the door opened 4 seconds after she turned the corner. Guo Fei held 3 packets of instant noodles against her chest and cried. Xiao Bao, Mommy got some food. And then, more quietly, Officer Lin, I'm sorry. Good people can't survive these days. Then the 3 of them sat on a sofa and waited. Gao hour. 2 hours. Sister He, how long has it been since I got back from Guo Fei's? 5 hours, said He Liling, biting her lip. Lin Xuan said nothing at all, and something in her chest went down to the bottom of the valley. Guo Fei, how's it going on your end? No reply. She got up and started walking. Living room to wall,
wall to living room, arms folded. 15 minutes of it. Sister He, stay here with Ting. I'm going to Guo Fei's to see what's going on. She took the fruit knife off the coffee table, the one they used for peeling apples back when there were apples, and put it at her waist. Then she tore open one of her 3 remaining sweets and put it in her mouth, because she was going to need to be able to think. Xiaoxuan, it's too dangerous. What if you run into Deng Tu's men? You've been starving for days. It's all right, Sister He. Alone, I move quietly. A bunch of street thugs won't spot me. She looked at the window. It'll be dark in a few hours. We're completely out of food. I have to find out what's happened. 17th floor. She got there clean, hugging the wall the whole way, because one more floor up was Deng Tu's landing, and she wasn't stupid. Knock. Guo Fei? Nothing. 5 minutes. She tried again. Nothing. And inside that apartment, Guo Fei sat on the floor with her hand over her son's mouth and did not breathe. She knew exactly what she was betting. She was betting that Lin Xuan was a police officer and that police officers do not kick down the doors of unarmed single mothers, no matter what. That was a good bet. It was completely correct. Is she not answering me? Lin Xuan said quietly at the door. Or is she at Zhang Feng's? And there it was. Because the story she had been fed for 6 hours was that Guo Fei was the go-between, and if Guo Fei wasn't answering and wasn't home, then the obvious conclusion was that Guo Fei was up on the 23rd floor, where she had gone with 3 packets of instant noodles that were not hers. Ha! Zhang Feng, I knew it. She touched the knife at her waist and went up. Inside, Guo Fei finally let herself breathe. And I want to tell you exactly what she said, because I have the audio. Officer Lin, if you force your way into Zhang Feng's place, you'll probably only end up dead. And then, Officer Lin, please, die. Because if Lin Xuan died, nobody would ever come and ask about 3 packets of instant noodles. Meanwhile, I was on my sofa, thoroughly confused. That's weird. So weird. Because I was watching a woman who had walked into this building 6 hours ago with a small child go and knock on a door I had personally blocked, then stand there for 5 minutes, then start climbing toward me with a knife in her belt. Ha! She got scammed. How is it always Guo Fei? I had no idea what they'd talked about. I could see the corridor, and I could see who went where, and I could not see phones. But I could see a woman knock on the door of a serial liar, and then head for my floor with her hand on a blade, and it did not take a genius. 21st floor. Is this police flower coming for me? I was, I want to admit, genuinely surprised, and I ran through the possibilities. Revenge for the skirt. Something He Liling had told her. Something Guo Fei had told her, since both of those women had sent me photographs and gotten nothing. Never mind, since you've taken the bait. And I pulled a band out of my space and turned it over in my hand. Because here's the thing. The woman coming up my stairs was a national close combat champion who had taken 5 armed drug dealers alone. She had 4 years of criminal investigation, and she could shoot. She had a sense for a lie so fast it was frightening, and she had, in my last life, killed everybody who came at her for months on end without ever once taking a scrap from another resident. She was the single most valuable person in that building, and it was not close. And there was exactly one way I was ever going to be able to sleep in a room with her. Butler, prep the wristband protocol, and run the frame scanner hot. Then I thought about it a bit more, and I did something I want on the record because it turned out to matter. I called the others in. Later, I might let that female tyrant Lin Xuan in. You two stand in front of me. If she does anything sudden, pull a knife out of her clothes or anything, hold her down immediately. Su Min's eyes went absolutely enormous. I don't think that's a good idea. Zhang Feng, you said she used to be a criminal police officer. You know it's wrong, and you're still standing by the door, I said. Do you want to be a hostage? They both went about 4 meters back and hid behind the kitchen island. And I want to be clear that this was the correct instruction, and they followed it perfectly. Then I heard a knock on the alloy. She had touched the wall first, in the corridor. I saw her do it. She put her fingers into the smashed plaster where Deng Tu's men had worked and found black metal, and I watched her expression change. No wonder they couldn't take it. Then she looked at the door itself and tapped it once and got back a sound like tapping a mountain. 200 millimeters at least, comparable to a bank vault. She had done counterterrorism work. She had stood in front of doors like that. She knew for a fact that people had failed to open doors like that with prepared C4, which meant that if I stayed inside, she was never getting in, ever, under any circumstances. "Officer Lin," I said through the speaker, "what are you doing sneaking around my doorstep?" Her head came up and she scanned the ceiling and found nothing, because those cameras are the size of a grain of rice. Pinhole cameras. Ha! Which, in her professional opinion, is not a thing that appears in an ordinary household, and neither is a 200mm alloy door, and she filed both of those under "This man is dirty." "Jiang Feng, I suspect you of illegally detaining someone. Open the door immediately and cooperate with my investigation." "Suspicion. Ha ha ha. Officer Lin, you think you can trespass on a private residence on a suspicion? We haven't seen each other in a month, and you show up with a label that size. That's a bit much." I let that sit. Could it be that the investigation is a pretense? Was it that last meeting? Did you fall for me at first sight and you can't forget me? She hit my door. "Jiang Feng, if you spout nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Which is the first time in her entire life, she told me later, that anybody had openly flirted with her to her face. Suitors, yes. Gifts, yes. Rich boys throwing money around, constantly. Flirting, no, because everybody was too scared of what she'd do. "Oh dear, I'm easily scared, Officer Lin. Please don't frighten me." And then, because I am who I am, "You're so irritable. Are you on your period?" "Perfect timing. I've got a lot of that stuff. I'll give you 2 packs free." She hit that door with both fists, repeatedly, and the noise on my side was roughly the same as when 12 men had been at it with hammers. "Holy crap," I said to Zhou Jing. "She's a humanoid Tyrannosaurus." Then she stopped, and on the monitor, I watched an underfed woman put her hands on her knees and breathe, and I watched her realize, with total clarity, that she had just spent energy she did not have on a wall because a man had said one word about her period. She was furious with herself. She'd been played, badly, by a man she had already decided was a scoundrel, and the worst part was that he was right about the calories. "Jiang Feng, open the door right now. I suspect you're holding Guo Fei captive." Open the door? No problem. She actually paused because she had not expected that. I opened the small window and passed out a wristband. She looked at it in her palm for a long time, and then she put it on. I want you to understand what that decision was, because everybody in that building later said she was tricked, and she was not. She was a trained officer. She knew that accepting a restraint device from an unknown subject before entering an unknown space was, by every protocol she had ever been taught, insane. She also had a 5-year-old 10 floors down with 2 packs of instant noodles between her and the end, and a woman she had trusted had vanished with the last of them, and there was a knife in her belt and a plan behind her teeth. She put it on because she intended to use it. Click, facial recognition, fingerprint, passcode. I pulled the bar and stepped back 7 meters and folded my arms. "Officer Lin, you're the 3rd guest to enter my home." "So what?" And then she stepped inside, and the heat hit her, and her whole face came apart for a second. "It's so warm in here." Warning, target is carrying a weapon at the waist, identified as common household fruit knife, threat level, medium. The screen behind me put up a 3-dimensional scan of her body with a bright red object at her hip. I watched her read it. I watched her understand that a machine had detected the blade at the threshold before she was 3 steps in, before she'd gotten within 20 feet of me. Not good. Target exhibiting aggressive behavior. Threat level, high. The butler started work, and I want to describe what happened next accurately, because this is the moment I stopped taking Lin Xuan lightly forever. Gao, ordinary person, at that setting, is unconscious before they finish a thought. That is not a figure of speech. Zhao Xiao's secretary had gone down mid-swing, 4 times out of 4, with the current at half. Lin Xuan, at 8 days without proper food, took the full charge, stayed on her feet, drew the fruit knife, and threw it. Lord, tilt 90 degrees left. I did not tilt. I pulled a competition shooting target out of my space and put it in front of my face. Thump. The knife went into it dead center. I looked around the edge of the board. Bullseye. 10 points. I gave her a thumbs up, which I feel was appropriate. And then, either from the current or from pure rage, Lin Xuan's legs went and she hit the floor. Butler, has she actually fainted? Yes, Lord. According to the band, Lin Xuan is no longer a threat. The door closed. 3 locks. Bar down. The master must not let his guard down. The target has remarkable physical capability. Expected to wake within 30 minutes. I stood over her for a second. 9 days without food.
Carried a child a kilometer through drift, climbed 23 floors, took a charge that puts a healthy adult on the floor, and still got the blade out and put it dead center from 6 meters. Hey, I said, why do you push yourself so hard? Then I told Zhou Jing and Su Min to clean her up and get her warm, and gave them 25 minutes because she was covered in the corridor, and because I had learned by then that people who wake up clean make better decisions than people who wake up filthy. I did not stay in the room for it. Hey, Sister Zhou Jing, Officer Lin is wearing bandages. I think it's for movement. Stop talking and get them off. Zhou Jing did understand, actually. Better than most. She had spent her entire adult life dealing with the consequences of the same problem, and had been known, at her desk at the office, to lean forward and let the table take some of the weight. Lin Xuan must have the same worries, she said, with feeling. I don't know how much time passed. What am I doing? Lin Xuan opened her eyes on a sofa, in 27 degrees, dry, warm, in borrowed clothes, and the first thing she said out loud was, how is Jiang Feng's house this warm? There's a fireplace in the living room. Because she had spent the previous 2 weeks in a flat where the two of them slept holding each other under 2 blankets and still could not feel their hands. And then she saw the fruit platter. Lychees, dragon fruit, pineapple, red banana, black-skinned watermelon, ruby grapes. Fresh. Sitting on the coffee table like it was a Tuesday. Where did Jiang Feng get all this? You cannot preserve fruit like that. There is no method. You can freeze it and it turns to mush. You can can it and it isn't that. Fresh fruit, on a table, 16 days into a global freeze, is not possible. And she started thinking. And this is why I wanted her. She replayed the last minute before she went out. She had thrown a knife the way she throws knives, and the man had not dodged and had not blocked. A target board of a specific size and weight had appeared, in his hands, in a room where she had already, out of habit, catalogued the furniture on entry. There was nothing behind the sofa, nothing beside him, nothing to reach for. You cannot conjure a target board that size from nowhere. Therefore, it did not come from nowhere. Therefore, it came from somewhere she could not see. Eliminate the impossible, and whatever remains, however outrageous, is the answer. Jiang Feng has some kind of ability, she thought. Like a film, he produces things from nothing. She was, on day 1, closer to the truth than everyone else in the building put together. Somewhere in the process of trusting a single mother with a small child, she had switched off her judgment. She had abandoned 4 years of professional instinct because the person in front of her was a member of a category she had been trained and had trained herself to protect. Hey, Officer Lin, you're awake? I came out of the bedroom in a robe. She could not get up. She was propped on the floor with her legs folded under her, in the posture Japanese cartoons are fond of, which on a woman like Lin Xuan is not cute at all and became cute anyway, and she was too weak to do anything about it. Now, she said coldly, can you let Guo Fei go? And her eyes went to the bedroom door. Huh? Guo Fei? I actually laughed. Why would I take her? What value does she have that would make me want her in here? Stop making excuses. Guo Fei is definitely in your bed. And the bedroom door opened. Zhou Jing came out. And behind her, in borrowed clothes and no makeup, with her hair damp, came the most recognizable woman in the country. Su Min? Officer Lin, Su Min said, tilting her head. I think I heard you mention the name of that swindler, Guo Fei. Swindler? Yeah, said Su Min. I bet she got you too. And she sat down on the floor next to a police officer and told her, in order, about 5 million yuan of instant noodles, and half of it handed over in a corridor, and the promise, and the 18th floor, and how long it had taken. Lin Xuan's mouth opened. Contact me, Su Min said, and got her phone out. Officer Lin, look for yourself. My chat with Guo Fei ended a long time ago. I've been blocked. The last message in that thread was 11 days old. Lin Xuan scrolled it twice. I was fooled by Guo Fei. Then my attack on Jiang Feng just now. Entirely her doing. I watched her face during that, and it was, honestly, difficult to watch, because whatever else that woman is, her whole architecture is built on one idea: protect the innocent and put everything you have into the guilty. And she had just spent the last of what she had going through the door of a man who had done nothing to her, on the word of a woman who had taken the last food out of a 5-year-old's hands. "Officer Lin," I said, "you're supposed to be from criminal investigation. How do you have no brains at all? You were completely taken in by a stay-at-home mother." She lowered her head and did not argue with me, which I did not expect. "Could it be," I added, "that all the nutrients are going to the same spot?" Her whole body flinched, and then, in a voice about half the volume it had been all day, Jiang Feng, "I admit I was wrong. I apologize. I hope you can forgive me. And I want to tell you what I did with that, because this is where a lot of people think I went too far, and they're right, and I'd do it again. Police Officer Lin, listen to your own words. Is that reasonable?" I crouched down in front of her. "If I weren't more capable than I look, what happens if I get stabbed in an environment like this, with no hospital, no antibiotics, no surgeon? What happens to the 3 people in this apartment? Now you offer an apology and expect forgiveness. Are you dreaming?" She set her jaw. "Then I can help you deal with Dung Tu." And I laughed, and it came out wrong, and I said something I am not going to defend. "Lin, the big police flower, it seems you still don't understand. Dung Tu and his gang won't live much longer, and you won't escape my grasp either." Her pupils shrank. "Jiang Feng, do you know what you're saying? You'll be in court after this snowstorm ends." "I'm afraid you won't live to see that day." That, at least, was true, and I meant it in the way she did not take it. "Police Officer Lin, let me be frank. I know inside information about this snow disaster. It's because I knew in advance that I could prepare all of this and hire a security company to build me a steel fortress." And then I put out my hand, and a bottle of red wine and a glass appeared in it. I poured. I drank. I waved my hand, and the bottle stopped existing. Lin Xuan did not scream. She did not deny it. She had already worked out that something like this had to be true, and she had been sitting there, hoping she was wrong. "You want to know how long this natural disaster will last?" She bit her lip and didn't answer, and never took her eyes off my face. "Forever." 16 days in, and it was minus 72. Countless people freezing and starving every day. The authorities not functioning. And a man who had demonstrably known in advance told her, flatly, that the snow was not going away. Not this winter, not next year. She sat on my floor and did the only arithmetic that mattered, and the answer was that every plan any human being on Earth had made was now void. So the vast majority of people will freeze or starve for lack of supplies? Probably, but don't worry, I have enough for 100 lifetimes. And I showed her again, because at that point, what was the harm, and because I wanted her to fully understand the shape of the thing she'd walked into. Meanwhile, downstairs, Dung Tu had been having a very productive day. Somebody had told him. Of course somebody had told him. Lin Xuan had come into the building past 20 people, and half the residents had seen her, and one of them had gone straight to the 18th floor. Are you all brainless? So many people, scared off by one woman? Even if she's a formidable fighter, she's alone. She's in bad shape, and she has a small kid with her. Are you all cowards? Boss, I don't think we need to take the risk of killing Officer Lin. What if we lose a few more brothers? Idiot, use your poor brain. Who is that woman? She's a police officer. Do you understand? And here is where I stopped underestimating Dung Tu permanently. Compared to us murderers, who do you think those residents will listen to? What if that female officer unites the other residents? Will we still have a place here? His men made the noise of men who have never once thought about anything. But that's not what worries me most. What worries me is if that female officer teams up with that bastard Jiang Feng, then we're really in for it. One of them has resources, the other has ability. If they team up, the first thing they'll do is kill us. We absolutely cannot let Lo Tian know about her. Search. Find her wherever she is and kill her while she's weak. That is a correct threat assessment. That is, from where he was sitting, the single most important strategic observation anyone in that building made in the entire month. He was about 4 hours late. I was watching him say it, live, with the woman in question sitting on my floor about 15 feet away. I said. I'll send you all down sooner or later.
They searched the whole building and found nothing, and eventually somebody dragged a middle-aged man named Jang Hong up to the 18th floor because Jang Hong had gone down to dig snow and had seen a very good-looking woman going up the stairs and had, being Jang Hong, stood there and watched her go the whole way. Very good. Which floor did she go to? Ah, this. It seems like she went to the top floor. And Deng Tu put his fist through the handrail. Damn it, that female officer went to Zhang Feng's house. Because in that building, if you grabbed any resident at random and asked whose family had the most food, you would get one answer and you would get it instantly. Brother Tu, I've finished speaking. Can you let me go now? Go? Sure, Deng Tu smiled. Do me one more favor first. Zhang Feng, can you hear me? I'm Zhang Hong from the 15th floor. We've met a few times in the elevator. I looked at the monitor. Middle-aged man standing in front of my door, shaking. And around the corner, out of the sightline of the peephole he thought was the only sightline, 7 men with hammers. That female officer who ran into your house has offended Brother Tu's people. Please release her immediately. Don't let people from other buildings ruin the harmony of this building. Lord, this is the corridor footage from 5 minutes ago. The butler put it up. Deng Tu giving instructions. The whole thing. Hey, Officer Lin, I said. Looks like you're quite charming. You've been here 5 minutes and you've got a fan club. She turned her head away and made a small, unimpressed noise. Outside, Zhang Hong started to panic because I wasn't answering and the men around the corner were doing a thing with their hands. Zhang Feng, can you come out and talk? I'm just one person. I can't do anything to you. Officer, please save me. You're the one who angered them. You can't make me bear the consequences. You're a police officer. How can you stand by and watch an innocent person be killed because of you? Please save me. He was crying, real tears freezing on his face. And it was a good plan. It was Deng Tu's best plan, because he had investigated Lin Xuan properly after his men came out of intensive care, and he knew 2 things about her: that she had a serious family behind her, and that she could not physically sit still while an innocent person died in front of her because of something she'd done. The moment that door opened, Zhang Hong was a shield and a hostage, and both of us were dead. How should I put it, Officer Lin? I said, watching her. Is there a deep-seated sense of responsibility making you want to run out there and get yourself killed? She looked at the screen, at the crying man, at the 7 men around the corner with the hammers, and she turned her head away and said nothing. Which is, I think, the single largest change in any person in this entire story, and it took 4 days and 1 woman with 3 packets of instant noodles. Outside, Zhang Hong settled in. He'd worked something out, and you could see the exact second he worked it out. Zhang Feng isn't going to do anything to me. He just stays home and hides. Offending Zhang Feng is better than offending Deng Tu. Deng Tu can actually kill you. So he shouted, and he kept shouting. He was going to stand there and shout all day, and he was pleased with himself about it. So noisy, I said. I had a noise-canceling setting, level 10. I could have made that corridor stop existing with 1 word. I got up, walked to the door, opened the firing port, and put a bolt through his forehead. He went down without ever understanding what happened, and around the corner, 7 men who had been enjoying the show went absolutely rigid. Because Zhang Feng is not only ruthless to us, he is more ruthless to his neighbors. They ran. They took the body with them, actually, dragging it, because 100 and something pounds is 100 and something pounds, and they were what they were by then, and I turned the audio off again. Boss, terrible news. Zhang Hong's been killed with an arrow. Deng Tu looked at the hole in that man's forehead and understood, finally and completely, what he was dealing with. Damn it. Thank goodness the first time I went to see Zhang Feng, he put it in my thigh. He was not wrong. Let them hide, he said. Let's see when they come out. And then he made the last correct decision of his life, which was to stop trying to break my door and start stockpiling instead. Because when Lin Xuan came out, and she would eventually, that was going to be a fight, and he wanted to be strong when it happened. Let's throw this guy's body back and then go and get supplies. We've been eating meat every meal for days. I'm sick of it. His men made a noise of enormous relief. They did not want to eat that anymore. I want that in the record too, because it is the only sympathetic thing I know about those men. Human flesh is sour, and the texture is wrong, and it was their own friends, and they were doing it because Deng Tu had told them to, and because they had lost the ability to say no to him. Instant noodles with ham. Canned bread. They were fantasizing about instant noodles. Boss, whose house are we going to rob? Whoever has the most. Mine, obviously. Not an option. Ha ha ha. How could I forget that old hag Auntie Jo? Now, I want to be honest about my emotional state for the next 4 minutes of footage, which is that I got a cup of tea first so I wouldn't have to pause it.
because a week earlier, Auntie Joe had gone door to door in the name of the authorities and taken the last food from about 30 households, several of whom were, by that point, dead, and the whole building knew it. The door came off its hinges in about 90 seconds. She was standing in her living room at that moment, holding an enormous bag of chocolates. Her son was on the sofa eating hot instant noodles with grease on his chin. Holy crap, old woman, your family's food is better than what I eat. Because Dung Tu's men, the most feared group in that building, had been rationing a couple of sips of hot soup each after their boss finished eating, and this household was eating like it was March. Damn it, this old bastard has lied to a lot of people. 3 big boxes of instant noodles alone. There were even several bags of sausages. Damn, they even have sour candy. Do you own a supermarket? Take everything. Don't leave her a single sour candy. She went at them. I'll give her that. She went straight at a man twice her size with her hands out, screaming that she was backed by the authorities. He hit her with a baseball bat and she went down and did not get up. And her son sat on the sofa, 4 feet away, with instant noodles all over him, and said, "No, no, no, she deserves it. How dare she offend you? Good for her, good for her." Ha ha ha, you're so filial. How boring. Is this guy even that old woman's son? What a useless piece of trash. If I hit him with this stick, he wouldn't dare make a sound. They took every scrap of food. Then they took all the wooden furniture, because wood is fuel and fuel is life. And they left, laughing, and Joe Kong's wife came out of the bathroom where she had been hiding the entire time, and looked at the wreckage and her mother-in-law on the floor. You bitch. All you do is hide. You only come out after the food's gone. What does it have to do with me? Your own mother got beaten and you were clapping. How dare you talk back? So what if the food's stolen? You two eat instant noodles every day and I'm left with cold biscuits. You damn bitch, you deserve a beating. And Auntie Joe lay on a freezing floor while her son and her daughter-in-law had a fist fight over her. The news got around the building in about 9 minutes, because Dung Tu's men had not been quiet, and the group chat had its best day in a fortnight. Ha ha ha, well done. Auntie Joe tricked us out of our food using the authorities' name. That's so satisfying. I'm barely able to eat, and she's been enjoying what she cheated out of us. Let's see what Auntie Joe eats now. 80 starving people, delighted. They were still going to starve, every single one of them. It didn't help a single household by 1 calorie. But they had it for 1 evening, and they took it. Meanwhile, in my apartment, I was conducting an experiment in applied cruelty, and I want to walk you through it honestly. Lin Xuan spent that night on my sofa under a wool blanket, and woke at 8 in the morning warm for the first time in 16 days. Good morning, Officer Lin Shu. She sat up and looked at the screen and understood immediately that the AI had been running all night, which meant that any plan involving doing something quietly while everyone slept was already dead. Then the blackout curtains opened by themselves, and the room filled with light, and Zhou Jing came out and said good morning and asked how she'd slept and went to make breakfast. And Lin Xuan sat on a sofa in a warm room and had, by her own account, the following thought. Staying here might not be so bad. Then breakfast came out. Stewed sea bass, seafood soup, honey-glazed pork ribs, and, because Zhou Jing had gotten ambitious, a lava cake. I came out in a robe. Su Min came out behind me, rubbing her eyes. And from the moment I came out of that bedroom until the moment I sat down, I did not look at Lin Xuan once, not a glance, as if she were a coat stand. She has told me since that this was worse than the electricity. The sea bass smells amazing. The meat is so tender. Wow, this soup. The ribs aren't greasy at all. Su Min, who had spent 6 years on an idol's diet under an agency's supervision, was making noises that would have gotten her fired in the old world. Zhou Jing barely ate. She kept putting fish on my plate, which is a habit I have never been able to break her of. And Lin Xuan sat on the balcony, 4 meters away, with a completely clear line of sight, and swallowed. Growl. The whole room went quiet. Don't want, she said, to nobody, and I have never seen a human being wish harder for a floor to open. Tisk tisk, Officer Lin, you look like you're really craving it. I picked up a small plate of sea bass, walked over, crouched down, and set it in front of her. I'll give you another chance. Give me a kiss, and this plate is yours. She looked at the fish. She looked at me. You think I'd kiss you? Dream on. Ha, fine, don't eat it then. And I stood up and dropped the entire plate into the bin. It was not anger. She had been angry all morning. This was something closer to physical pain, And it was not about the kiss, and it was not about pride. How could you waste food? That's what she said. That's the actual sentence. Not, give it back. Not, how dare you? How could you waste food? Because she had spent 2 weeks watching people die over a packet of noodles, and she had personally carried a child through drift, and she had just watched a man throw fish in a bin to make a point. If you'd taken that plate downstairs, somebody would have traded their wife for it. That is not hyperbole. That was, at that hour, the actual exchange rate in that building. I did that on purpose, and it worked exactly as intended. And I want to say clearly that it is the single ugliest thing I did to anyone in this apartment. 3 days. 3 days she sat on that balcony and watched us eat, and got nothing but glucose tablets, which I had the butler dispense on a schedule because I had no intention of actually damaging her. That's the part nobody knows. She was never in danger. I had a doctor's worth of dextrose in my space, and she got a measured dose 4 times a day, enough to keep a body from eating itself, and nowhere near enough to stop being hungry. I was not starving her. I was demonstrating, over 72 hours, the exact size of the gap between the two of us. On the 4th day, I sat down opposite her. Officer Lin, how about we make a deal? A deal. I don't think there's anything worth trading between us. Don't jump to conclusions. Listen first. And I laid it out. Not a list of demands. Gao actual arrangement spoken out loud in front of witnesses with terms. She works for me. She goes outside when I need somebody outside. And she does what needs doing, and she is the only person in this apartment who ever carries a weapon. In exchange, she eats what we eat. She trains in the room I'm converting into a gym, and she gets the run of a weapons rack I'm going to put in my living room. And the last term, which is the one that mattered, and which I put last on purpose, Xiaoting and He Liling get fed. Not by handout. Lin Xuan earns it, and it goes to them, and I don't touch it. She went very still. Are you telling the truth? Ask the butler to log it. It's a contract. It's the only kind that means anything now. And Lin Xuan, who had walked into my apartment 4 days earlier with a fruit knife and a plan, sat there and thought about it for a long time, and then said, yes. There were smaller sacrifices in that arrangement, and I'm not going to catalog them. And I want to be straight that they were part of it, and that she knew they were part of it before she agreed. Then eat something, I said. You start training today, and I want you at full strength in 2 days, not 4. She ate 3 bowls of rice and cried a bit, discreetly, into the second one. And Su Min pretended enormously hard not to notice, and Zhou Jing just kept refilling it. Deng Tu, meanwhile, had gotten greedy and stupid at exactly the wrong moment. Lord, Deng Tu and his men have started their operation again. They did Zhao Li next, the supermarket family on 13, because everyone in that group chat had known for weeks that she had stock. She screamed at them. Her brother got kicked across the room. Boxes of snacks came out the door. That's what those men had become, incidentally. They were not planning anymore. They had one behavior left, which was to find whoever had food and take it. And they were burning through the building at about 1 household a day. And in the group chat, 80 people watched it happen and said nothing. And privately, in 1s and 2s, they all thought the same thing. Good. That's another day they won't come for me. 2 days of steak and protein and heat and a properly programmed gym, and I want to tell you what that does to a body that has been running on nothing. Lin Xuan could bench 100 kilograms by the end of it. Because here's the thing about a national combat champion. She hadn't been fasting. She'd been eating badly. And a machine like that, put back on protein and calories and warmth, does not recover in a month. It recovers in about 48 hours. If you're ready, I'll open the door. I was in pajamas. Zhou Jing and Su Min were standing to one side with their hands folded like 2 very nervous cheerleaders. Lin Xuan was in polar expedition gear rated to -100, checking the seal on a dagger sheath at her hip. Yes, I'm ready. Go for it, Officer Lin. Go for it. Su Min's eyes were actually shining. She thought Lin Xuan was the coolest thing she had ever seen, which, fair. Click. The door opened and the corridor came in, and both of them retreated about 4 meters. Ugh, I said. It's fine outside if you like being dead. Jiang Feng, Lin Xuan said, standing in the doorway. Is there nothing you want to say to me? She stood in the cold with her hand on the door frame, and what she was actually asking, underneath, was, is there a version of this where I come back and it counts for something? Come back, I said. That's the whole instruction. Come back.
She looked at me for a second longer than she needed to. Yes, she said, I will. Then the door shut and she went down the stairs. And she told me later what she thought about on those stairs, and I'm including it because it's the most honest thing anybody in this story ever said about the apocalypse. Hot water for showers, a fireplace, unlimited power, meat and vegetables at every meal, fruit. It's easy to go from simplicity to luxury. It is very hard to go the other way. She had expected to feel free the moment she was out of that apartment. Instead, she stood in a corridor at -70 and had an urgent, undignified desire to finish this quickly so she could go back in, and a genuine fear that I might not open the door. 18th floor, Dung Tu's apartment. You could hear it from the landing, DJ music through a Bluetooth speaker, loud enough to shake the door, and shouting and glass. They had spent 2 days robbing households and had come up with a great deal of beer and liquor along with the food, and they were having a party because the pressure of that building was crushing, and this was the one release valve they had left. Lin Xuan picked the lock in about 40 seconds under the cover of the music, which is a thing she can do and which I did not know until that moment. Smell of alcohol is very strong. 4 men in the living room around a coffee table with Baijiu on it, 3 more, and Dung Tu in the master bedroom with the speaker. Holy crap, how come a woman came in? They turned around, and then one of them made a noise. Holy crap, it's Lin Xuan! And here's what I want you to understand about the next 90 seconds. Those men had a numbers advantage, weapons within reach, and alcohol in them. And they had spent 2 weeks doing whatever they wanted to a building full of accountants and office workers who had never been hit in their lives. The gap between that and a national champion is not a gap. It is a different category of event. The first one came at her with a bottle, and she stepped inside it and put a front kick through his chest. I heard the ribs on the microphone. He went into the coffee table and threw everything on it. The rest looked at their friend and swallowed. Damn it, grab your weapons. She's unarmed. Let's all hack her to death. 2 of them came with machetes. She blocked the first with her dagger and put the second down with the blade in her offhand. And the man behind him was still shouting when she pivoted and kicked him through the bedroom door. He went in like a cannonball and landed on a table covered in food and liquor. 3 men and a wheelchair looked up. Damn it, you little trash, you can't take a joke. You resorted to sneak attacks. The man who said that got a throwing knife in the eye socket from a woman who had been in the room for 11 seconds. Go get her. Kill this woman together. The 2 remaining men came in with everything they had, which was more than I expected, honestly. The first one had a blade, and she caught his arm and turned the wrist the wrong way, and there is a specific sound for that. And then she took his knife off him, and he stopped being a factor. The second one did not go for a weapon at all. He went for her chest with both hands, which tells you everything about what those men had become. Court death. She stepped back out of it, planted, and put a spinning back kick through him that folded him into the wall. And then there was 1 man in a wheelchair and no one else. Damn it, this woman is a killing machine. Open a video call, I said in her earpiece. She stopped, took out her phone, opened it, and set it on the table facing him. Hey, Mr. Deng, this is our first time meeting, isn't it? I want to admit something. I did that because I wanted to. There was no tactical purpose whatsoever. I sat on my sofa in silk pajamas with my legs crossed and had a conversation with a man who was about to die, because I had spent 1 entire lifetime being on the other end of that conversation. Jiang Feng. His fists closed so hard the nails went into his palms. Do you have any requests before you die? Although I certainly won't grant them. I laughed. I laughed for about 4 seconds. And I understood, in that moment, why the villain in every story stands there monologuing instead of just finishing it. It is unbelievably satisfying. It is the best feeling in the world, and it is completely worthless, and I have never once done it since. I never thought I, Dung Tu, would be defeated by such a young upstart. I admit defeat. He aged about 15 years in that chair. I really underestimated you. You actually won over the famous officer Lin Shu. He smiled a bitter little smile. Their timing was perfect, while we were partying at home. That's a brilliant tactic. Win her over? I scoffed, and did not explain, because the truth was more complicated than either of us wanted to deal with in the moment. The younger generation is truly formidable. The younger generation is truly formidable. He started laughing and could not stop.
His laugh is awful, I said. Kill him. Flash of cold light. Deng Tu sat there for a second with a dagger in his eye socket, and then went off the wheelchair sideways, and the 18th floor stopped being a problem. Then a noise from the living room. Lin Xuan went through the door fast and found a man in a blood-stained white coat and glasses backed into a corner with both hands up. Spare me, spare my life. I'm the private doctor Deng Tu hired. I graduated from the top medical school in this city. Let me go, and I can provide you with all kinds of medical services. He was kowtowing, on tile, at speed. Oh, really? I was interested. I want to be clear that I was genuinely, seriously interested, because a doctor at the end of the world is not a luxury, it's infrastructure. Yeah, Lord Jiang, you know how things are. You have plenty of food and drink. The only thing you lack is a professional doctor. With me here, if you ever fall seriously ill in the future, I can cure you with my miraculous healing skills. I frowned. Are you cursing me? Kill him. Which was flippant and which was not, actually, the reason. The reason was in the kitchen, and Lin Xuan found it about 40 seconds later while checking the rest of the apartment. She came back out fast and stood in the doorway with her hand over her nose and mouth and said in a completely flat voice, this was the doctor's work. Because whatever had happened in that room had been done by somebody who understood human anatomy. Precisely. Skillfully. The way a person who has spent years learning where things attach does a job. Nobody else in that apartment could have done it that neatly, and she knew it in one look. Ha, I said. If I'm going to find a doctor, I'll find one who isn't that. That is the actual reason, not the joke. The joke came out of my mouth because the joke is easier. Dispose of it and let's move on. The smell of blood is very strong, she said, and then, to me, quietly, Lord, I would like to not describe the kitchen. Then don't, I said. I've seen it. Turn it off. And I did turn the feed off. That's twice now. I want you to keep count, because a lot of people have told this story as though I enjoyed all of it. However, I said, your combat capability exceeded my expectations, which was an understatement of a size I am still slightly embarrassed by. 11 men, 4 of them armed, in 90 seconds, without taking a hit. Officer Lin, I'm giving you 1 hour. For what? Go and see the kid. She stopped moving. 12th floor, 1 hour. I'll be right here. Okay, she said, and her voice came out wrong. I understand. She went down the stairs faster than she had come up them, and then stood outside 1204 with her hand raised and could not knock. 6 days. She had been gone 6 days. A person can go 7 on water alone, and she knew for a fact that He Liling's apartment had not contained a drop of water when she left. Don't worry, I said in her ear. They're not dead. She flinched. I saw on the corridor camera a couple of days ago. Your cousin took a quilt and traded it with a neighbor for food and water. Not much, enough for a few days. Which is when Lin Xuan learned that the man she worked for had been quietly watching her family stay alive and had not mentioned it for 4 days. I'm not going to justify that either. She knocked. Ting, Sister He, it's me. The door came open and there was screaming, and all 3 of them were on the floor of the entryway in a heap. Wah, Lord, this scene is so touching, said Su Min, wiping her eyes with a sleeve. I made a small noise and did not comment. The truth, which I did not say out loud in my own living room, was that He Liling and Xiao Ting were the only 2 people in that entire building I had no intention of letting die, and I had come very close to sending food down myself before the quilt trade solved it. Jiang Feng, Lin Xuan said after a while. What about the food from Deng Tu's apartment? 18th floor was full of it. Everything they'd taken off Auntie Zhou, everything from Zhao Li, boxes of it. She wanted a portion. She was working out how to ask for a portion. Give them all of it. There was a silence on the line. All of it? All of it. 3 boxes of instant noodles will keep those 2 for months. I have a warehouse. I don't want it. Which was true, and there was a second true thing underneath it that I did say out loud, and which she has quoted back at me since with an expression I can't read. Also, I don't know how those people handled it, and I find that revolting. Brother Jiang Feng, you're such a good person, said a 5-year-old, clapping. And He Liling, standing to one side, looked at Lin Xuan, at her color, at the way she was standing, at the polar gear, and did some arithmetic of her own. Several boxes of food, given away, for nothing. Beauty comes at a price, she thought, which was not entirely wrong and was not the part that mattered, and I have never liked that woman since. They spent half an hour carrying boxes. And then, before going back up, Lin Xuan had one more stop. Guo Fei, the master key went in, and the door came open, and a woman came out of the bedroom and went white. Lin Xuan, you weren't killed by Zhang Feng. Heh, said Lin Xuan. Do you really want me to die that badly? Please don't hurt me. I have children to take care of. She was on her knees before Lin Xuan had taken 3 steps, and Lil Xuan stopped. Because that is the exact sentence that had worked on her 4 days earlier, and she hated herself for it. And it still worked, a little, because the child is not the mother. Child, she narrowed her eyes and let out a breath. Don't be afraid. Your sister won't hurt you, she said, to the small figure sitting against the sofa with its head down. No. Don't go over there. Guo Fei came off the floor. What are you worried about? I'm not going to hurt your child. And she kept walking, and got close enough to see the color of a face that was not a color. I'm going to be brief. Lin Xuan came out of that apartment 11 seconds later, and she was not the same for about a week afterward, and Guo Fei went through the window on the 17th floor before either of us said a word. There was a carport under that window with about 4 meters of snow on it. Butler, I said, log it and stop the feed. That night, Lin Xuan came back up and stood in my hallway with her gear still on and said, Zhang Feng, can people's hearts really be that dark? Human nature has always been like this. But her child. A few days before you came in, I said, Deng Tu's men went to Guo Fei's apartment. They were in there a long time and they didn't come out for a while. But there is a version of that woman's story where she was not a monster. There is a version where she was the 4th or 5th most unlucky person in that building, and where everything she did afterward, every lie, every packet of noodles, was a woman continuing to run a program after the reason for the program was already gone. She might not be dead, I said. There's a carport under that window, and the snow on it is deep. And then, because I have limits, but that's not our problem anymore. 2 days later, the 18th floor got discovered. A man named Zheng Wen, who lived on that floor in the innermost apartment, and who had spent 2 weeks moving like a burglar in his own hallway to avoid Deng Tu's men, tiptoed past an open door and sat down on the floor. The apartment was full of dead men and frozen blood, and he screamed and went door to door, and nobody believed him, because Deng Tu had a dozen men with machetes and hammers, and the idea that somebody had killed all of them silently was ridiculous. Then he went back and took photographs. That's great. I don't know who killed Deng Tu, but I'm grateful. When Deng Tu was around, I was on edge every time I went down to dig snow. That's right. Now we can dig without worrying. 20-odd homeowners came out into that corridor, delighted, standing around that doorway having a lovely time. And then a young man in glasses said, Who do you think killed Deng Tu? Could it have been Zhang Feng? The whole corridor stopped for a second. And then a middle-aged man shook his head. Definitely not. You all know Zhang Feng. He never even leaves his own house. Exactly. I haven't seen him outside since the heavy snow started. Someone else must have done it. I know. It was probably someone from Building 10 next door. Because there had been an explosion in Building 10 that morning, and everyone had seen the smoke, and there was a story going around that Building 10 had gone completely feral, with people ganging up, arson, murder, and crews moving between towers through the underground car park. That was, incidentally, entirely true. It's a pity all the food in Deng Tu's apartment was stolen by the people from next door. Otherwise, those boxes would be ours now. And then a man frowned. I think I saw a woman carrying 2 large boxes of food down from the 18th floor. And that is where it went wrong. Because another resident said, I know that beautiful woman. Xu Cheng told me about her before he saw her go into Zhang Feng's place. Damn, Zhang Feng is really lucky with women. This son of a bitch, so what if he has food? Damn it, they eat that much and they don't share with the neighbors. Wait, you said that woman went into Zhang Feng's house. So where did the food she was carrying go? And the corridor went quiet. I understand. Deng Tu and his people were killed in revenge by Building 10. Building 10 didn't know Deng Tu had robbed Auntie Zhou and Zhao Li, so they didn't search properly and left in a hurry. But that woman found the bodies before us, so she searched Deng Tu's apartment for food and moved it all to Zhang Feng's place. The man who said that was spitting with enthusiasm and clearly felt he had solved a murder. Damn, that makes so much sense. Well-reasoned and convincing. So does that mean all our food is going to benefit Zhang Feng? They were right about the woman. They were right about the boxes. They were completely wrong about everything else, and the entire structure they built on it was, from the first plank, driven by the fact that they were starving, and I was not. That son of a bitch Jiang Feng. He already had plenty, and he not only doesn't share, he's stealing ours. No, he has to give us an explanation today. That was Zheng Wen. Zheng Wen, I found out afterward, had been carefully feeding that idea for 4 minutes and had a specific reason, which was that he had spent 2 weeks watching a man on the 23rd floor eat roast lamb on camera while his own supplies ran out. And when a national movie star went into that apartment, something in him came loose and it never went back. That's right, we need an explanation. Jiang Feng is a shameless scoundrel. Let's go up together and make him hand over all that food. Hand it over. 23 men went up 23 flights of stairs at -70, carrying machetes and hammers they had found in Deng Tu's apartment. Not one of them had gone up a single flight when Deng Tu's men were breaking down their neighbors' doors and taking their wives' wedding jewelry. Not one. But they went up mine on a guess, because they had convinced themselves that a man who never came out could not do anything to them. I think it might be a bit risky for us to go find Jiang Feng, one young man said it. One. What are you afraid of? Said Zheng Wen. No matter how powerful he is, can he take on 20 of us alone? Even if Deng Tu's people survived, they'd have to back off from a group this size. And they all felt very good. Don't forget, Jiang Feng's family has a lot of food stockpiled. They must have a huge freezer, otherwise how could they have barbecue every day? And Jiang Feng's family doesn't just have barbecue, they have goddesses. Not to mention anything else, just the movie star, Su Min. I want to ask, who among you will ever have the chance to meet someone like that in your lifetime? Barbecue, the goddess. If they got in, they could have all of it. Break in. Break in. Kill that son of a bitch. I want to eat barbecue. I want to enjoy the goddess. He must pay the price today. They arrived at my landing out of breath and sat down on the floor. Phew. Finally, no elevator is such a pain. 23 floors is exhausting. Hey, look. Were those marks made by Deng Tu's gang? And they found the wall. Every crack in that plaster with black alloy behind it. This wall is entirely alloy plate, probably tens of centimeters thick, and it doesn't even sound hollow. This is outrageous. You couldn't get through this with a cutting machine. Has Jiang Feng gone mad? Who decorates their own house like this? I saw the construction team a month ago. I thought it was ordinary renovation. They stood in that corridor with hammers in their hands and finally, properly, understood. What do we do now? The walls are like this. The door must be too. Are we just going to have to leave empty-handed? And nobody was willing to say yes, because they had come up 23 floors and the goddess and the barbecue were 4 inches away behind a wall. Damn, said Zheng Wen. And I want you to appreciate this, because it is genuinely the most creative idea anybody in that building ever had. Even if we can't get in, our voices can. There are enough of us. We stand at the door and denounce him. If he doesn't come out, we insult his family. Shout as loudly as you can, 10 of us at a time in rotation, yelling and hammering. I don't believe we can't annoy him to death. At the very least, it'll let those goddesses see what a coward he is. The alloy stops men. It does not stop noise. That is a genuinely good plan. In a normal building, with a normal man inside, that is a plan that works in about 6 hours. Jiang Feng, give our food back. We know you stole from the Deng family. You're not brave enough to move the supplies yourself, so you make a woman do it. You're not a real man. Those are the residents' belongings. Hand them over and compensate us with half the barbecue, or this isn't over. Damn, this door is hard. My hand hurts from hitting it. Jiang Feng, you have a box of my instant noodles in there. I order you to hand it over immediately. And me, my 2 boxes of bread and biscuits were cheated out of my house by Auntie Joe, and now you've stolen them. Give them back right now. That last one is my favorite thing that anybody said during the entire apocalypse. He gave those to Auntie Joe, voluntarily, 9 days earlier, on camera, with a bow. Level 10 noise reduction enabled. The room went silent. Not quieter, silent. I could hear Su Min breathing behind me where she was standing by the sofa. The blizzard outside the window, which had been a constant low roar in that apartment since day 1, stopped existing. This high-tech smart safe house is amazing, I said. 23 men stood in a freezing corridor screaming at a wall for 40 minutes, and I could not hear a single one of them. But I want to be clear about something, because this is the part where people think I overreacted. They were not there to shout. Shouting was the plan because the plan to break in had failed 40 minutes earlier. And if that door had opened, at any point, for any reason, 23 men with machetes were coming through it, and there were 3 women in that room. Butler, tell me how to make a Molotov cocktail. Yes, Lord. The main components are a fragile container, gasoline, and a cloth wick. First, you'll need a glass bottle, then fill it with gasoline. Don't fill it too full to prevent spillage when thrown. Finally, insert a strip of cloth as a wick. Note, both ends of the wick must be thoroughly soaked. Very good. Wine bottles, because they break well. 85% full. Cloth strips. And then, because I had a quart's worth of industrial chemistry in a white room. Motor oil, so the flame sticks. Gao oxidizer, so it doesn't go out. And a small packet of aluminum powder taped to each bottle. Sumin, Zhou Jing, come here. They came, and I gave each of them a bottle and a lighter, and Sumin's hand was shaking. That was not fear of the fire. I knew what it was. 6 weeks earlier, she had been monitored with children at a charity event. Lord, human desire is a boulder rolling down a mountain, I said. Once it starts, it never stops. Killing them requires no psychological burden. I have said a great many things in this apocalypse. That sentence is the one I would take back. Not because it's wrong, because of what it costs to be a person who says it easily, and because she was 19, and because I said it to her instead of taking the bottle out of her hand. I lit the wicks. The window above the door came open. Zhang Feng, get out here right now. Stop hiding at home like a rat. If you don't come out, we'll keep hammering. Let's see if you can take it. That's right, you can forget about leaving the house from now on. 3 bottles went into a corridor. I am not going to describe the next 40 seconds in detail, and I want to explain why, because it is not squeamishness. 23 men were standing in a sealed concrete hallway wearing cotton-padded coats and down jackets. Down jackets are, chemically speaking, a very fast fuel. There was nowhere for them to go. The stairs were behind them. 2 of them made it down a flight. One of those, eventually, made it to a floor where other residents got a corridor extinguisher onto him. He died anyway, 4 days later, because there is no hospital and no burn unit and no morphine, and because that is what happens. Jiang Feng. You'll die a horrible death. That was Zheng Wen on the floor, and I heard it because the microphones were still on, and I had not thought to turn them off. Even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go. The smell got as far as the intake and no further, because I had paid for the world's best filtration system, and this was, I suppose, what I had paid for. Gao Wei watched the whole thing through his peephole from across the hall. A devil, he said, out loud, to an empty apartment. Jiang Feng is a devil. And then a face hit the glass of the peephole from the other side, and he fell over backwards and did something regrettable to his trousers. I turned off the corridor feed before Su Min or Zhou Jing could look at it. That's 3. The building found out within the hour, obviously, because people opened their doors on the lower floors and smelled it in the stairwell, and the widows came into the group chat. Jiang Feng, you're so cruel. How could you do that to your neighbor? Wah, give me back my husband. You killed him. Jiang Feng, do you know how many families you've ruined? You must take responsibility. Take responsibility? I'll take responsibility for you. They brought it on themselves. And the group exploded, and every one of them repeated the story they had all agreed on downstairs, which was that Building 10 had killed Deng Tu, and I had stolen the food that was rightfully theirs, and that men had gone up to ask politely and been murdered. Are you an idiot? I picked up the tea. Everyone. You all say those supplies were yours, so why was every one of you pretending to be mute when Deng Tu took them? I haven't seen a single one of you dare to go to his door and ask for it back. The group stopped. Because there is no answer to that. There has never been an answer to that. Ask Deng Tu for it? Who would dare? He really would kill you. But no one expected Jiang Feng could be even more ruthless than Deng Tu. That's the actual line somebody typed. I have it saved. And then I remembered that there were 23 charred bodies on my landing, and that at -70 they were not going anywhere or doing anything, but they were also not, in any sense, going to move themselves. Everyone. I have two things I need you to do. The group filled with people preparing to be extremely angry at me. There's a pile of bodies on the 23rd floor. I need cleaners to move them. Anywhere. Out a window is fine. The reward is 10 packs of instant noodles, split among whoever participates. First come, first served. I have never seen a group chat change temperature that fast. 10 packets. Me. I'm strong. I can carry. Everyone, leave the dirty work of moving corpses to me. You go and rest. You wish. All the noodles are mine and nobody can take them. Widows joined the scramble. I want that specific fact on the record. Women who had been typing about their dead husbands 11 minutes earlier put their phones down and ran for the stairs, because 10 packets of instant noodles split 6 ways is a week of their remaining children being alive. And several of them were, by then, moving their own husbands. Damn it, don't try to take it from me. Don't you know first come, first served? I saw it first. You get lost. Get out of my way. Do you know whose body this is? It's my husband's. They opened the corridor windows and threw 23 men off the 23rd floor. What a bunch of clowns, I said. That's not what I felt. I want to be honest for a second, because I've told this part with the clown line for months, and it always gets a laugh, and it isn't true. What I actually felt, watching a woman drag her husband to a window for 2 packets of noodles, was that the distance between those people and me was much, much smaller than I had been telling myself. I paid them. 10 packets, thrown out the window, and they nearly killed each other over the distribution. 2 of them came to blows. Tisk, tisk, I said. It's like watching animals grab meat from a zookeeper. Then I looked at the burn marks on the landing and threw out a bucket of cleaning tools. Clean the corridor and everyone gets 1 more packet each. Instant noodles again? Great. No problem, Brother Zhang. We'll make sure it's spotless. Brother Zhang is so generous. 1 packet each, ha ha ha. They spent most of an afternoon at -70 on their hands and knees scrubbing my landing, and they were happy about it, and they went home and posted photographs of their pay in the group chat to show off to the people who hadn't gotten a spot. Damn, I'm so envious. 2 packets in such a short time. Ugh, why didn't I think to run straight to the 23rd floor? You bunch of old fogies. I'm so hungry. Could you share a piece of bread? And if anyone had spoken against me in that chat at that moment, those same men would have been the first to defend me. Who says Zhang Feng is selfish? Isn't that incredibly generous? We don't care who feeds us. Whoever feeds us is our father. That's a direct quote. 4 days earlier, 23 men had gone up my stairs with hammers to take my food and my women. 4 days later, the survivors of that same building were scrubbing their blood off my floor for a packet of noodles each and calling me generous in public. The gap between those 2 facts is not a story about me, it is the entire story of that month. Then somebody in the group called me a liar, and I want to tell you about it because it is the single stupidest fight I have ever won. I had mentioned in passing that I was getting tired of barbecue and was thinking about seafood for a while. Seafood? Who would believe that? You've probably finished your barbecue already, don't try to fool us. And the group agreed with him because seafood does not keep. Everyone knows seafood does not keep. 19 days into a global freeze, in a building with no power, the idea that a man had fresh seafood was on the same shelf as unicorns. Zhang Feng, don't lie to us, you don't have any seafood at all. You stole the food from Deng Tu's house. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing came out of the kitchen with shrimp and corn congee, salmon sushi, steamed hairy crab, grilled octopus, and a Boston lobster. Zhang Feng, if you have seafood to eat, I'll slap myself twice and post the video in the group. And if you don't, then give me 2 packs of instant noodles. There it is. There's the actual request. 19 days in, and the man was running a con for 2 packets of noodles with his own dignity as the stake. So you finally revealed your true intentions. I took a photograph of the hairy crabs, which were from Poyang Lake, and which I had bought several thousand of at the port, because they were in a refrigerated container and I was not thinking clearly at the time. Let's try the steamed hairy crabs today. Silence. Then, holy crap. My God, has Zhang Feng really been staying at home the whole time? I suspect he goes out to buy supplies every day. Don't be silly, upstairs. With snow that deep, who could go out? Zhang Feng must have stocked up on a ton of frozen food. I'm so envious. Want some? I tagged him directly. Brother Zhang, can I eat this? The tone change is not subtle. I want you to see it. 9 minutes earlier, he was going to make me slap myself. Call me Dad and I'll give you some. Dad? He typed it, instantly, with hope. Eat your mother's head. And then it all came apart, because once one man had tried it, the floodgates opened. Dad, can I call you Dad? Please let your son have a bite. I'm starving, Lord Zhang. I'd be happy with just one crab leg. I'd do anything for you. Zhang Feng, even though you killed my husband, I'll forgive you immediately if you just give me a hairy crab to eat. And then a woman wrote, Hee, does Brother Zhang need your forgiveness? That's hilarious. Zhang Feng, if you give me seafood, I can bring my daughter to serve you. And, when nothing came back fast enough, you haven't experienced mother and daughter together yet, have you? I can make that happen. Just one seafood feast. If you want, I can also call my mother. I said, wow, I'm kind of tempted. What should I do? Out loud, in my living room, in front of 3 women, in exactly the tone you would use for a joke. Lin Xuan and Su Min both gave me a look that could have stripped chrome. And then I said, never mind, and put the phone face down on the table and went and ate my dinner. 19 days. That is how long it took. 19 days from a functioning modern city with laws and courts and delivery apps to a woman offering 3 generations of her family for a crab. Nobody had a gun to her head. Nobody had broken her door. She was in her own apartment, typing. That is the number I think about, not the 18th floor. 19 days. Afterward, the 3 of them went to the gym, which was the spare room I'd had converted, and I want to describe the situation in that apartment at the 3-week mark because it will be relevant later and because it was, genuinely, the strangest domestic arrangement I have ever been part of. Lin Xuan trained 4 or 5 hours a day, every day, because that was her job, and because she is the sort of person who does not do a thing by halves. And the effect that had on the other 2 was immediate and completely predictable. We can't be left behind, said Zhou Jing, looking at a set of abdominal muscles that had no business existing in week 3 of a famine. So Su Min started doing yoga, at which she is disgustingly good, and Zhou Jing got on a bike and set about her thighs with the grim focus of a woman conducting a campaign. And I trained too, because Lin Xuan had made it a condition, and because after 3 weeks of eating like an emperor, I had noticed something. I could not lift 100 kilos on day 1. On day 22, I could, comfortably, and I had a set of abdominals I had never possessed in my previous 30 years of life, in a period during which I had done maybe 15 days of exercise. Logically, I said, in front of the mirror, it takes an ordinary person 1 to 3 months for this. I had done it in about half of one, at a body weight that had gone up, not down. That's not normal, I said to Lin Xuan. She checked, actually checked, properly, as a person with a professional background in bodies. With adequate nutrition and intense abdominal work, half a month is feasible. Then she looked at me and looked away and went slightly pink and said, so I don't think you need to worry, which was a professional opinion and which was also, I think in hindsight, her being polite, because there was another explanation sitting right there and neither of us said it. My food does not age. Every meal I had eaten in 3 weeks had come out of a place where entropy does not apply. I have never been able to prove that means anything, but I have also never met anyone else who put on that much muscle during a famine. Then she built me a training program and taught me to fight. I want to be clear about what that means, because I have seen people tell this part as though I became a martial arts master in a fortnight. I did not. What I got was a competent beginner's grounding in close quarters combat from a national champion with unlimited one-on-one time and no other calls on her schedule, which is an education roughly nobody in human history has ever been able to buy. You've mastered the techniques well, she said, correcting my elbow for the 9th time in an hour, but you need to focus. And then, later, to Su Min, quietly, in a way she thought I couldn't hear, his talent is honestly a little frightening. That is when I decided to give her a gun. Officer Lin, come here. I've got something good to show you. I put a Glock on the coffee table. The reaction in that living room was worth the entire renovation budget. Su Min grabbed my arm with both hands. Zhou Jing went white, because in this country, an ordinary citizen goes their entire life without ever seeing one in the flesh, and the sight of one on a coffee table is genuinely shocking in a way I had completely failed to anticipate. This is a Glock 19. Lin Xuan identified it on sight from the profile at 4 meters. Take it if you want. No, I'd rather not touch it. Which is exactly the right answer, and it told me everything. Don't worry, there are no bullets in it. I had deliberately picked the empty one. I want that on the record, because 11 days earlier this woman had put a knife in a target board 6 inches from my head. She picked it up and turned it over. The 19 is a modified 17,
smaller and lighter, easier to carry concealed. Standard magazine, 15 rounds. It's the service weapon for police in the United States. She was completely different when she was holding it. Her voice changed. Jiang Feng, where did you get this? It couldn't be. And her eyes came up. Because she had worked that bank robbery. She had personally handled the case where 3 Glocks and a case of unmarked gold vanished from a factory near Dongli Park, and where the box of dollars sat there untouched. That's right, I said. I took them from the robbers. I have 2 more and over 400 rounds. Zhou Jing covered her mouth. 400 rounds. If every shot kills, that's 400 people. Then why didn't you take it out before? Lin Xuan said in a very careful voice. Because if I had been holding that on the day she came through my door with a fruit knife, she would have been dead before the blade cleared her belt. I forgot, I said, and shrugged. I'm not familiar with it. Which was true, and which was also the single largest piece of luck in this entire story. I can teach you, she said, and something in her shoulders came down. You can basically master shooting in 3 days. 3 days? I thought 2 months. It's not as difficult as you think. Learn the theory, master the key points of the movement. The rest is live fire. And that is what we did, for 3 days, in a living room, with an empty weapon and a woman who had won national competitions. Meanwhile, on the 15th floor, in room 1503, 5 people were having a meeting. Their names were Zhou Hongming, Kang Ziting, Peng Ping, Jai Ning, Bu Hui, and Zhou Xiang, and I want you to remember the first one. Every one of them had lost somebody in my corridor. Everyone. Jiang Feng murdered our loved ones and is hiding in his room enjoying delicious food. How can we tolerate this? Then what can we do? Jiang Feng's house is so sturdy, nobody can pose a threat to him. And that was true. That was completely true. And if that meeting had ended there, 700 or 800 people would still be alive. I have a suggestion, said Zhou Hongming. Zhou Hongming was, incidentally, the man who had called me dad in the group chat 2 days earlier and been publicly humiliated for it. That is his entire motive. He got told to eat his mother's head in front of 80 people, and it lived in him. Jiang Feng is too strong. There's no way we can do anything to him with just the few of us. You mean we need outside help? That's right. We absolutely have to find outside help. Don't forget, who killed Deng Tu and his gang? It was that group from Building 10. Jiang Feng has been unable to deal with Deng Tu for weeks. Those people from Building 10 wiped them all out in one go. This is the difference in strength. It is entirely, completely wrong in every particular. Deng Tu was killed by one woman in 90 seconds on my instructions. But they had all agreed, in a corridor 4 days earlier, that Building 10 had done it. And now that assumption was load-bearing, and on top of it they built a plan, and the plan killed almost all of them. But why would those people help us? We don't even know them. I've heard they're incredibly brutal. You've all heard about them. They're constantly burning, killing, and looting. What are they after? Food and women. And Zhou Hongming laid it out. Building 10 had fallen to a man named Xu Zhicheng. Half that tower was his. He had over 40 men who had gotten there through the underground car park and stayed, and they had taken everything from the lower floors, and some residents had handed over their own wives in exchange for being allowed to join. Xu Zhicheng's favorite things are women and food, and Jiang Feng's family has both. If we tell them this, there's almost no doubt they'll go after him. That's right, said the young man who'd lost his brother, with his eyes lit up. What does Jiang Feng eat? Barbecue and seafood. And who does he sleep with? The famous goddess Su Min. Such a huge temptation. Surely nobody could resist. The other side will definitely try to kill Jiang Feng. And we just watch from the sidelines while the two of them fight to the death. But who will notify the people in Building 10? And the room got very quiet. Let's get this straight. We women aren't going. Everyone knows Xu Zhicheng likes beautiful women. If we go, we're lambs to the slaughter. The women all agreed instantly and with enormous conviction. And the men in that room looked at them, and I have the audio, and one of them was thinking, very clearly, an unkind thought about faces and waistlines and whether Building 10 would in fact be interested. But he did not say it, because he was outnumbered, and the job fell to the men. Who then declined it. All of them. Politely. In turn. With enormous mutual courtesy, deferring to each other in the exact tone of a group of colleagues declining to take the last dumpling.
23 men had died at my door 4 days earlier because a crowd made them brave, and now, in a warm room with a plan, not one of them would walk 200 meters. It ended up being Zhou Hongming and the young man who had lost his brother.
Damn, a bunch of cowards. Zhou Hongming climbed out of a window into snow that came up over his hips and stood there in the dark, cursing his neighbors. They dug for an hour to find the entrance to the underground car park, which is where the two buildings connect, because in that compound, the car park is the only route that isn't under 10 meters of snow. They got through. Signs on the wall, 2 flashlights on low battery, and a long, dark ramp. And at the far end, near Building 10, the snow had been cleared repeatedly by somebody. Let's go. We've arrived at building. He turned around. There was nobody behind him. Holy crap, where did he go? The young man who had lost his brother, whose grief had been the loudest in that meeting, had turned around somewhere in the dark and gone home. Zhou Hongming stood alone at the bottom of a ramp under a building full of murderers, and I want to be fair to him for 1 second. He thought about going back. He genuinely did. And then he thought about being told to eat his mother's head in front of 80 people. He climbed out into a third-floor corridor and was immediately caught by 4 men with baseball bats who had come down to dig snow. What are you doing? Damn it, there's an intruder. Grab him. He got hit twice before he could speak. Stop hitting me. I'm not an intruder. I'm here to see your boss. I have important news. The bats came down slightly. Who the hell do you think you are coming to see our boss? You're not worthy. The man holding the bat was named Zhou Yunkun, and he had every reason to be suspicious because his people had robbed half the buildings in that compound, and a stranger climbing in through a window at night is not usually good news. Listen, there's a guy in our building named Jiang Feng, and he's got tons of food hoarded at home. You'll definitely be interested. Who the hell is Jiang Feng? So he has food. What's it to us? They had, in the previous week, taken more supplies than any other group in that compound. Zhou Yunkun genuinely did not care. Brother, you'll understand once you look at these pictures. And Zhou Hongming got his phone out and showed him my group chat. 4 men who had been eating instant noodles and dried meat for a fortnight, and who considered a can of luncheon meat a special occasion, looking at photographs of steamed hairy crabs, Boston lobster, and a 4-pound roast chicken. And then, at the caption. Tired of barbecue? Time to try some seafood. Who wants junk instant noodles? Zhou Yunkun hit the wall with his bat hard enough to make Zhou Hongming jump. Brother Shu gave us a few packets of instant noodles, and we all wanted to lay down our lives for him. This damn Jiang Feng is so arrogant, talking like instant noodles are dog food. The others crowded round the phone. Slurp. Somebody swallowed audibly. Damn it, this is unacceptable. This guy eats 10 times better than Brother Shu. No, 100 times better. I thought the 2 packets of beef jerky I took off those 2 old people yesterday were the most precious food in the world. My opinion has changed. This is living like royalty, better than I ate a month ago. I can't stand it. We have to take these things back. And then Zhou Hongming, who was very pleased with how well this was going, played his other card. Hey, this Jiang Feng doesn't just have food. He's got a lot of beautiful women in there too. Oh, beautiful, Zhou Yunkun laughed at him. I'm not bragging. The beauties at Brother Shu's place will make your eyes pop out. 2 of those car models from the exhibition are his women now. Then do you know the national goddess, Su Min? The corridor went quiet. Damn, you don't mean to say that movie star is at Jiang Feng's house now. That's right. Diva Su Min is at Jiang Feng's house right now. Everyone in Building 9 knows. Zhou Yunkun took him by the collar. Come with me, right now, to see the boss. 10th floor, room 1001. There was a brazier in the middle of the living room with the legs of somebody's dining table burning in it, and 5 or 6 men on the sofa with women beside them, and a coffee table with snacks and canned meat and 2 wilted apples on it. Xu Zhicheng did not look like a thug. That's what everyone said about him. He looked like a middle manager, and every man in that room watched him the way you watch a dog you are not sure about, because he was the one who had put them together and taken half a building, and none of them were starving. Brother Shu. Something important. Yunkun, can't you be a little more composed? Can't this wait? Sorry, boss. This guy ran here from Building 9. There's a fat sheep with a pile of supplies on the 23rd floor. Xu Zhicheng did not even look up. Haven't we robbed enough fat sheep this week? I've got over 20 boxes of instant noodles and 4 boxes of canned goods.
No matter how fat that guy is, can he be fatter than me? Boss, when he said it, I didn't take it seriously either. Look. And he handed the phone over. Shujir Chung stopped moving. Both of the women beside him leaned in without meaning to, and one of them started drooling, actually drooling, on camera, at a photograph of a crab. A seafood feast? Barbecue? I'm shocked too, boss. Roads blocked, -70 outside. Where did this guy get it? And also, that movie star, Su Min, is at his house. Unbelievable, right? Damn, Brother Shu, this Jiang Feng is a real fat sheep. Holy crap, are you sure? Su Min actually lives in Building 9? Damn it, that's my goddess. Such a beautiful flower wasted on a pig. Shujir Chung scrolled my entire chat history in silence. And then he sneered, and I want to quote him exactly, because it is my favorite thing anyone has ever said about me. Damn it, this guy is even better at showing off than me. Then he stood up. Yun-kun, tell the others to abandon the guys upstairs for now. Because Building 10 was not fully taken. There were floors above 11 that had barricaded themselves in, and he had been grinding them down for days, and he dropped that campaign in about 4 seconds for a crab and a celebrity. All right, boss. Brother Shu, are you sure? This morning's attack injured most of them. If we don't press, with that female Dr. Gao Si Yuan up there, they'll recover. That name went past me at the time. I want to flag it because it comes back. What's the rush? Even with Gao Si Yuan, their medical supplies are limited. Everyone get ready. Tonight we're going to have a wild party and enjoy the performance of the national goddess. And 40-odd men cheered. Hey everyone, I've told you all the news. Zhou Hongming, smiling, edging toward the door. All right, now get out of here. All right, guys, I'm off. He got about 6 steps, congratulating himself on how easy that had been, already planning how thoroughly he was going to mock the cowards in room 1503 when he got home. Thump. Shujir Chung wiped the bat with a cloth. Trying to leave? What do you take this place for? Boss, this kid wasn't a threat to us. Why? This guy has some grudge against that Jiang Feng and wants to use us as pawns, which was exactly right. Besides, what if this is a conspiracy by Building 9? We've made a lot of enemies. Taking him out also prevents information leaking back. As expected of the boss, so thoughtful. I have thought about Zhou Hongming a lot. He walked 200 meters through a car park to sell out his own building to a man who kills people over an insult in a group chat, and he was killed by that man for free about 90 seconds after he finished doing it. Old you, we're counting on you for this operation. There was an old man on the sofa with a woman on his lap, about 70, who had been a locksmith for 50 years and who could open the electronic locks on villas. The operation begins at 3 a.m. 3 in the morning. Everyone asleep. Old Yu opens the door quietly. They go in, and it's done before anyone has a chance to throw anything out of a window. As expected of the boss, that's a really good method. He, here comes my seafood feast. I'm going to play with my goddess right there in his house. They spent the rest of the evening discussing in detail what they intended to do, and I'm not going to reproduce it. And I want to say that the specific reason I'm not is that they spent 40 minutes of it on the subject of a 19-year-old's feet in a room with 2 women in it who had to sit there and listen and laugh. 2:30 a.m. 6 men went out through the car park under the cover of night. Not 40, 6. That is the correct call. A night infiltration with 40 men is a parade. Zhou Yun-kun led. Old Yu came third with a toolbox. And they controlled their footsteps all the way up 23 flights, which took discipline, and arrived outside my door without making enough noise to wake anybody. Old Yu, your turn. He put a small light on the lock, opened his box, and got to work. 5 minutes later, there was sweat on his back at -70. Because that keyhole does not match any lock profile manufactured in this country, and because behind the first mechanism there is a second mechanism, and because he had spent 50 years opening locks and had not, in 5 minutes, worked out what he was looking at, 10 minutes. He was, by his own account afterward, on the point of standing up and shouting, "What kind of lousy lock is this? Can't you open it with a key?" And then there was a soft click, and the door began to open. As expected of old Yu, picking a lock is nothing to him. Once you're in, you can choose left foot or right foot first. And old Yu, still crouched on the floor in front of the lock with his tools in his hands, said, "Huh? But I didn't open this door. This lock is too complicated. I don't understand it at all. The 6 of them worked that out at different speeds. The door opened all the way. There was a light on inside, and in the light, a man in pajamas holding a handgun about 18 inches from an old locksmith's forehead. Behind him, in full polar gear, was a police officer. Gun? Old Yu, on his knees, with a pistol at his head, at the top of a stairwell at 3 in the morning. 6 against 2 is a foregone conclusion. 6 against 2 with a firearm is a completely different sentence, and they were inside 7 meters. Don't be afraid, said Jo Yun-kun out loud. The gun he's holding is definitely fake. He's just trying to bluff us. How could an ordinary person possibly have a gun? And you know what? That calmed them down. Because it's true. In this country, that is true. The odds are enormously against it. Bang! Old Yu went over sideways. Ah, he's holding a real gun. Brother Kun, what should we do? Brother Kun! Hey, Brother Kun, you… Because Jo Yun-kun was already 5 or 6 meters down the corridor. He had shouted, "It's definitely fake," and then started running before he finished the sentence. He had, in that instant, weighed his 4 remaining companions against his own life and sold them at market rate. Sorry, guys, you can be my scapegoats. Bang, bang, bang. 3 of them went down where they stood, because a man who has spent 3 days with a national shooting champion in an enclosed space at 5 meters does not miss. Not bad, I said. A handgun is much more fun than a crossbow. 1 left, standing in the doorway with his hands out and something warm running down his leg that froze before it reached his shoe. Please, don't kill me. Tell me where you came from and who sent you. The muzzle came up. I'll tell you unless you let me go. Bang. Ha, I said. You have no right to negotiate with me. Which was, on reflection, wasteful, because I did want that information, and I had just deleted it out of pique. 1 escaped. Not a big deal. Go and take care of the last one. Lin Xuan went into the corridor. The stairwell was pitch black. The emergency lighting had failed days ago. She turned on a shoulder lamp and did something I did not know a person could do, which was to vault the rail and drop a full flight at a time. 2 floors in under 10 seconds. Butler, pull up all surveillance. Yes, Lord. All footage retrieved. Confirmed. There is currently no one else in the corridors. Which was the actual reason I sent her, not the man. If there had been support waiting on a lower landing, I would have called her back instantly. The pinhole cameras have infrared. On the screen, Jo Yun-kun had made it to the 15th floor. That's all. 15 floors in 90 seconds, in the dark, with a dying flashlight, and he was already regretting his entire life. He had learned 3 things in 4 minutes. That I had a gun, that I had a woman who moved like that, and that neither of those facts had been in the briefing his boss had given him. He even suspected, at the end, that Zhou Hongming had been a plant sent by Building 9 to set them up. He had no way to report any of it. Stop! Lin Xuan landed on the 16th and shouted down at him. And Jo Yun-kun, at a dead sprint in the dark, with his nerves already gone, missed a step. Thump. His head hit the corner of the wall, and that was that. The blood froze on the concrete before she reached him. Dead? She rolled him over with her foot. I was going to interrogate him. Now I'm in trouble. He's really something, I said. Hit the ground with his head. He's got guts. Dispose of the body and come back. She threw him out of a 14th floor window and came home. Su Min and Zhou Jing were standing in the living room in night clothes with their arms around each other. What happened? We heard gunshots. Intruders. They've been dealt with. Intruders? Deng Tu and the others are all dead. Who would attack us now? It might be those people from Building 10, which had been all over the group chat for days, and which was geographically the only sensible answer. Butler, have any of the other residents acted unusually today? Some owners have, and it pulled up the 3rd floor corridor from that afternoon. 6 people gathered by a window, a discussion, 2 of them going out with shovels, the other 4 seeing them off and going home. Sure enough, it was those residents who lost their families. Should we kill them? Lin Xuan said, and her voice had gone somewhere flat, which is a hell of a sentence from a woman who had been a police officer 4 weeks earlier, and which I noticed at the time and did nothing about. No need, they'll pay the price sooner or later. The group chat, meanwhile, had woken up. What's going on? I think I heard someone scream. And gunshots? Have the police come to rescue us? You must be dreaming.
I heard someone screaming and running in the stairwell. There's a high chance an armed thug got in. And in 5 apartments on 2 floors, 5 people sat in the dark and knew exactly what had happened and said absolutely nothing, and privately swore to each other never to mention that afternoon again. They were by then on a countdown, and none of them knew it. 8 hours later, Building 10 worked it out. Xu Zhicheng sat on a sofa with a face like a closed door. Boss, Yun-kun and the others. Without a doubt, they're gone. And he said it out loud, which none of the others had been willing to do. 6 men, with a locksmith, 6-to-1 odds at 3 in the morning against a sleeping target. Even a total failure should have produced survivors. Not one came back. Go and find out what happened in Building 9 last night. And it took Chen Kaiming about 40 minutes, because in a compound of that size, everybody knows somebody, and Building 9 had been up all night talking. Boss, terrible news. According to what I've gathered, the residents of Building 9 all say they heard gunshots late last night. And screams, and people running. A resident with good ears says it was definitely a pistol. Gunshots. The room went absolutely silent. Because Zhou Yun-kun did not have a gun. Nobody in Building 10 had a gun. Xu Zhicheng, who had taken half a tower and 40 men, could not get one. Jiang Feng! Chen Kaiming, are you sure this is true? Or is it something Building 9 made up? Even someone as capable as Brother Xu can't get a gun. Where would an ordinary person get one? I don't believe it. This is a conspiracy by Building 9. Why would I lie? It wasn't 1 or 2 people. The whole building is talking about it. I have screenshots. And then they were quiet for a while. Because a fat sheep with a fortress door, homemade incendiaries, and a firearm is not a fat sheep. Brother Xu, said one of them, very carefully, maybe we should just let Jiang Feng go. And I want to be honest, that was the correct decision, and if Xu Zhicheng had taken it, he would have been alive at the end of the month. Xu Zhicheng looked around the room. Are you scared? Everyone found somewhere else to look. You are all my most trusted men. You played a huge role when we ransacked those houses. Now that we're enjoying a good life, what's wrong? Are you all so afraid of death? There are more than 40 of us. How can we be scared out of our wits by one man? If word gets out, where will you put my face as the boss? How can I possibly command anyone after this? That is the whole thing right there. That is why 43 men died. Not food, not the goddess. A man who could not survive being seen to back down. Brother Xu, what should we do? Give the order and everyone will charge. Don't worry, Jiang Feng probably doesn't have many bullets left. Maybe he's already out. And he reasoned it through, and his reasoning was extremely good. Gao, ordinary person, would not normally have a gun at home. This isn't America. Therefore, that pistol was obtained by chance. Most likely off a frozen police officer in the snow. Therefore, 1 magazine, maybe 2. Therefore, last night he emptied it on 6 men, caught by surprise. And now he has a paperweight. Everything about that is sound. Every single link. And every single link was wrong, because I had emptied a police armory that he did not know existed and would not have believed in. Brother Xu, after hearing that, I suddenly have confidence again. At worst, we send a few people up to burn through his ammo. Exactly. Let's settle up after he runs out. I refuse to believe his house is a perfect 360-degree fortress. Well, let's go, for a seafood feast and to play with the goddess. For the feast, for the goddess, I will lead the charge. 43 men came through the car park in daylight, and Xu Zhicheng came with them, personally, at the back, because a boss who does not show up does not stay a boss. 2 residents of my building, on their way down with buckets to dig snow, met that column coming up the stairs and stood there with their mouths open. They got slapped twice each, hard enough to knock them sideways, and left where they fell. If those men hadn't been in a hurry, both of them would have gone out a window. 23rd floor. What are those walls? Xu Zhicheng stopped and looked at the smashed plaster and the black metal under it, and the entire wall covered in hammer marks. Boss, it seems the intelligence was correct. Chen Kaiming swallowed, because from the sheer coverage of those marks, he could tell exactly how long somebody had worked on that wall and exactly how much good it had done. What should we do, boss? Does that mean we can't touch them? Since the walls and the gate are so sturdy,
We change the attack point. And I want to say clearly, this is the best idea anybody had in that entire month, and it was very nearly right, because I had alloy in every wall of my apartment. The floor of my apartment is somebody else's ceiling. They went down one floor and knocked politely on 2201 with a hammer. It was empty. Furnished, dusty, owner hadn't been home since before the freeze. Perfect. Get to it, smash his floorboards. A dozen men with sledgehammers went at a ceiling and came through the plaster in about 2 minutes into black alloy. I watched 43 faces do the same thing at the same time. Holy crap, is this some kind of joke? This house has alloy on all 4 sides and the ceiling and the floor? This Jiang Feng is a complete lunatic. What normal person renovates like this? They threw down the hammers and smashed the empty apartment's furniture instead, out of pure feeling, and several of them started blaming Zhou Hongming, who was already dead in a stairwell in another building. What should we do, Brother Shu? And Shu Jiteng stood there in a wrecked living room and thought about it properly. You think I can't do anything to you because you've turned your house into a metal box? I'm not like those brainless residents. He waved his men in close. This alloy plate is indeed sturdy, but don't forget, it has a very serious weakness. They looked at him blankly. Boss, just tell us, we're not bright. Its weakness is its thermal conductivity. As long as we build a big enough fire down here, Jiang Feng's house becomes a giant sealed oven. If the fire is big enough, we roast them alive. I want to be completely fair. That is genuinely intelligent. That is the correct category of solution. You do not defeat a fortress by hitting it. You defeat it by changing the conditions inside it. And 43 men who had spent 2 days being humiliated by a wall suddenly had a plan that made sense. Ha 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 ha, as expected of the boss. Brother Shu, my admiration for you is as boundless as a surging river. Jiang Feng's good days are over. They came up to the 23rd floor to tell me about it, because that is the other thing about men like that. It isn't enough to win. You have to explain how first. Jiang Feng. As you probably already know, we come from Building 10, and we are the Reapers who will take your life. Oh, I said over the speaker, the Reapers who will take my life. 43 men in a corridor, and I was sitting on a sofa with a 19-year-old playing with a strand of my hair. Why do I feel like you're more of a bunch of dead people? Court death. Jiang Feng, right? I am their leader, Shu Jicheng. He came forward, calm, composed. His men loved it. I'm giving you 2 choices now. I'll pick you, you son of a bitch, I said. And I'll give you a choice, too. Get out. The corridor went silent, and 43 men watched their leader's face go black in front of them, which is the exact thing he had brought 43 men here to prevent. Damn it, you're dead. And then he turned to his men and said the sentence that ended that building. Go and search, break down the doors, and bring me everything that will burn. 43 men in 4 teams went through the apartments of my neighbors with sledgehammers. I am not going to describe the next hour. I want to be extremely clear about why. I watched most of it. I watched families open their own doors and beg, and I watched men carry out chairs and tables and bookcases and blankets and food, and I watched what happened in one apartment on the 19th floor, and then I turned the feed off and did not turn it back on until they were finished. That is 4. Those were the same people who had hammered on my door for 40 minutes, and who had scrubbed my landing for a packet of noodles, and who had typed that I deserved to die, and then typed that whoever feeds us is our father. None of that mattered in the slightest that afternoon, and I want that clearly on the record, because there is a version of this where I say they had it coming, and I have said it out loud to people, and it is not true. They had spent a month starving in the dark, and they had nothing to do with what was happening to them. A great deal of furniture went into room 2201. Somebody found a large bottle of gasoline. Ha ha ha, Jiang Feng, you're finished. Get ready to be roasted alive. What a pity for the goddess. Lord, Su Min said in a small voice, are we really not going to do anything? She had watched the whole thing, and she knew exactly what a room packed with wooden furniture directly beneath us meant. Lin Xuan was already standing. Give me a gun. I'll go and kill them. Which was, at that moment, tactically insane, and she knew it, and she said it anyway, because she had watched them go into those apartments too. Don't worry, I said, they can't do anything.
The alloy in this house isn't ordinary steel plate from the market, it's a new military-grade material. It's used in aircraft carriers and aerospace. It's rated to insulate against re-entry temperatures. A small fire has no effect whatsoever. Because I had thought about fire. I had thought about fire on day one in Zhao Xiao's office with a catalog in front of me, and I had asked him that exact question, and he had shown me the specification sheet. Ignition. The fire went up in 2201, and inside 2 minutes that apartment was gone. The heat came out into the corridor hard enough that 43 men had to back off, and several of them, who had not been properly warm in 3 weeks, stood there in the wash of it with their eyes closed.
It's so warm. That's a real quote. 43 men burning a stranger's home to death, and the first thing several of them said was that it felt nice. Some of them were genuinely sad about the firewood. Ha ha ha, Zhang Feng's family is having a really tough time right now. I estimate it's already over 100 degrees up there. Let's go and stand at his door. He'll open it soon. 20 minutes. My indoor temperature went from 26.8 to 27.4, 0.6 of a degree. Because there is a fire directly below the floor, and the floor is rated to hold out against atmospheric re-entry, and because the ventilation system runs on filtered intake from a different face of the building, what happened? Could he already be dead? And I opened the speaker. Are you guys even capable? I don't feel anything at all. How about we add some more firewood? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Kaiming's voice actually cracked. This is Zhang Feng's conspiracy. They've opened the windows. Maybe they've run out onto the balcony. Believe me, they definitely won't last long. Which everyone instantly agreed with, because the alternative was unbearable. In my eyes, I said, you are all a bunch of dead people, so I'm not afraid to tell you. This alloy plate is military-grade material, the kind they use on satellites. A satellite hits several thousand degrees on re-entry. I don't need to elaborate, do I? 43 men stood in that corridor and went gray, because a room fire at -70 is maybe 800 degrees at the ceiling, and they had just been told, with receipts, that they were trying to melt a wall with a match. Damn it, Zhang Feng, don't push your luck. Chen Kaiming grabbed a bat and ran 4 steps at my door and then stopped, because he had suddenly remembered that he did not want the door to open. Nobody laughed at him, not one man. Because every single one of them had lost, in the space of 1 sentence, the entire reason they were standing there. They might have to give up, Lin Xuan said, watching the screen. Then, more quietly, but I suggest we eliminate the problem completely. Letting the tiger return to the mountain. They can't leave, I said, and picked up my phone. Because the homeowners group had been going for an hour. What's the situation? Have the building 10 people attacked Zhang Feng's house? The fire's been burning for almost half an hour. To be honest, I really wanted to go up there and kill them. They made a hole in my door and stole all my food. These beasts. They not only stole my family's food, my family's the same. All the food is gone and there's no firewood left. They're trying to kill us. Damn it, I'm going to fight them. The higher up the floor, the worse it had been. Doors with holes in them at -70. Nothing left to burn. Nothing left to eat. 80 families who had been passive for a month, who had watched Deng Tu take their neighbors one at a time and said nothing, who had watched 23 of their own men burn on my landing and scrubbed the floor for noodles. They had, at that exact moment, nothing left at all. Why not make use of these guys, I said, and use them as cannon fodder? I want to be honest about the sentence I said out loud. That's it. That's the sentence. And the arithmetic underneath it was that Lin Xuan going down that stairwell against 43 men would cost me at least 50 rounds and might cost me her, everyone. Do you want to kill these beasts from Building 10? Zhang Feng, you're actually all right? Yes. I wish I could skin them alive right now, my wife and my mother. We don't want to live anymore. Perfect. Neither do I. Damn it, we're all going to die anyway without food. Anyone want to come with me and fight them? Let's take a couple down with us. Very good. Perfect timing. I've been thinking about killing them too. From now on, I'm putting a bounty on the people of Building 10. Anyone who kills one of them gets a case of instant noodles. If we can kill Xu Zhicheng, the bonus is 10 cans of meat. There is no upper limit to the quantity. The group stopped dead. A case. Not a packet. A case. At that hour, in that building, a case of instant noodles was 2 weeks of a family being alive. And there were 43 targets in the stairwell, and no upper limit. All right, Zhang Feng, I hope you keep your word. I'll accept the bounty. That was Ma Tianbao, from 2103 on the 21st floor. I'm going to tell you what happened to Ma Tianbao's family that afternoon exactly once, and then not again. His wife was in that apartment when Chen Kaiming's team went through it, and their son was in the room. He did not expect to survive. He said so, in writing, in the group, to 80 people. He only wanted to kill as many as possible so that his family would get the supplies afterward. Me too. I've accepted it too. Count me in. Those bastards took everything from my house. Staying home is just waiting to die. Those upstairs have stepped forward. We lower floor residents can't cower. Those bastards will come down and rob us next. That's right, I'm going to smash them too. Every household in that building started arming itself, axes and crowbars from basement storage, kitchen knives, and a very large number of machetes and hammers, because those had been taken out of Dung Tu's apartment and distributed after he died, and were now going to be used for the second time. What should we do, Brother Shu? Should we continue? Shu Jir-chung stood in the middle of the corridor staring at the steel line in front of him. Let's go. Because he was not stupid. This was a loss. Continuing was worse. Knowing when to cut and run is exactly what had kept him alive to that point, and Building 10 still had a warehouse. Trying to leave? I opened the speaker. This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. 43 men stopped and turned around, and I could see the exact moment several of them recognized the phrasing. And then Ma Tianbao came up the last flight of the 23rd floor with a kitchen knife in his hand. Where's that bastard Scarface? Today I'm going to take his head off. The man he was looking for stood at the front of the crowd and started laughing. Hey, isn't this the good-for-nothing whose wife I'm going to skip his sentence. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. And Scarface picked up his machete and walked toward a man with a kitchen knife, alone, because he did not need help, and got to the top of the stairs and stopped. Because coming up behind Ma Tianbao, filling the stairwell, packed onto the landings of 3 floors below, were 60 or 70 residents with machetes and hammers and axes, and every one of them had the same face. Holy crap. Scarface went backwards and fell over and scrambled. They're insane. These people are insane. Because he recognized several of them from that afternoon, and he could not understand what would make an accountant come up a stairwell. 43 against 70 in a stairwell with their retreat blocked. Zhang Feng, you hired these people, didn't you? Shu Jir-chung's voice had changed completely. So what if I did? You think you outnumber me? What are you standing there for? Charge! Zhang Feng, we admit defeat this time. But a fight that destroys us both benefits neither of us. If you let us go, I'll give you 2/3 of all my supplies when I get back. Why bother with all that? I said. Once you're all dead, all the supplies will be mine. His face went out like a light, because he had just discovered the actual asymmetry, which had nothing to do with walls. He cared whether his men lived. I did not. And every man in that stairwell on both sides was, to me, a number. I have not enjoyed remembering that. Go. Kill one and I'll reward a case of instant noodles. Shu Jir-chung is worth 10 cans of meat. My voice went out over the whole floor. Charge! Kill these damned invaders! Food! I want to get the most food. Damn it, let's fight them, Shu Jir-chung shouted. When we get back, everyone divides the warehouse equally, and the 2 sides went into each other on a stairwell at -70. I am not going to give you the details. Kitchen knives and cleavers and baseball bats and hammers in a concrete space 3 meters wide between men who had never hit anybody in their lives and men who had. It went on for about 11 minutes. Building 10 broke first. Once their morale went, it went completely. More than 30 of them died on those stairs. 7 surrendered. 5 went out of a corridor window rather than stay in the stairwell. The residents lost about half. Out of 60 or 70, 40 were standing at the end, and a large number of those were hurt in ways that had no treatment available. Wonderful, I said, and clapped. I had removed the strongest hostile force in that compound, at no cost in ammunition and no risk to anyone in my apartment, by spending food I had taken for free out of a warehouse on people who had, 3 days earlier, tried to burn me out. And afterward, the supplies I had promised them came out of Building 10's own warehouse, which I sent Lin Xuan to empty the following morning. I paid for that entire battle with the losing side's groceries. That is the smartest thing I did in the whole apocalypse, and it is not something I feel good about. Downstairs, the survivors dropped their weapons and hugged each other and wept in a stairwell full of their neighbors. The 7 who surrendered were killed by the residents. All of them. I did not order that, and I could not have stopped it, and I did not try. Ha ha ha, wife, I've avenged you. Ma Tianbao was on his knees in the middle of it, and I genuinely could not tell from the footage whether that was joy. He had gone through that stairwell like a machine. He killed several men personally, and he found Scarface, and he did something to him before he died that I am not going to write down, and afterward he knelt on the concrete and cried with his hands open. I killed 2. That's 2 cases. I won't starve. I killed 3. I only killed 1, but I wasn't hurt. So lucky. Some of them were sobbing with relief. Some of them were doing arithmetic. Most of them were doing both at once. I moved 2 boxes of instant noodles to my door and left them on the landing. That was extra. On top of the bounties. For cleaning the stairwell afterward, which was going to be a job. And I gave the distribution to Ma Tianbao because I had watched what he did on those stairs and had formed an opinion about his usefulness. Thank you, Brother Jiang. He bowed to my door. Twice. It's nothing. Which was true in the most literal possible way. I had a mountain of instant noodles in a white room. Handing out 2 boxes was taking a handful of sand off a beach. Brother Jiang, can I ask you for a favor? And he went down on his knees on the landing. If you help me, my life is yours from now on. Oh, what is it? I hope you can give me some medicine. I did not understand at first, and then I did. He had asked every household in that building already. Everyone had shaken their heads, and some of them had been lying, because medicine at that point was worth more than food. Please, please give me some. I looked at that man kneeling in a corridor at -70, and then I took a box out of my space and put it through the door slot. Remember your promise. He kowtowed on concrete and then picked up 2 cases of noodles and went down to the 22nd floor to run a distribution. A box of medicine for the permanent loyalty of the most dangerous ordinary man in that building is not a trade, it is theft. And I want to admit the part I have never said out loud, which is that the medicine I gave him came out of the batch I had bought from a hospital deputy director, and it was not from the good batch. The good batch stays in the house. I have thought about that particular decision more than most. The next morning, I sent Lin Xuan across to Building 10 to collect. The place was empty. Su Zhicheng had taken essentially everyone with him, and none of them had come back. And she went up 10 floors past a series of doors that had been broken open weeks ago, and a body frozen in a corridor. Room 1001. She knocked, because knocking is faster than breaking and gets you a better position. Who is it? Is the boss back? The door opened on a man with his shirt half undone, and he had about a second and a half to look at her and say the wrong thing. He said the wrong thing. There were 9 women in that living room, huddled around a brazier, and 2 of them had no shirts, and every one of them screamed when he went down. Stop shouting! She got the layout out of them in under a minute. 4 more men in the next room. Everyone else had gone to Building 9. The 4 came in with a key, expecting their colleague. The one in front reached for a bow. That is the only reason she fired. She had gone in there specifically intending not to, because ammunition was not something we had a way of making. But a bow at that range punches through a coat and a body, and she took the shot. Bang. Holy crap, a gun! The remaining 3 turned to run, and 2 of them got throwing knives from her thigh sheath. The last one made the corridor. She picked up the bow off the floor, drew it, and put an arrow in his back. Spare me. And another one. I'm sorry, Lord, I wasted a bullet. She actually apologized, into the earpiece, about 1 round. It's 1 bullet, I said. As long as you're all right, I'll empty both magazines. There was a pause on the line, and then a very small, and I did not understand at the time why the tone of the rest of that mission was different. She kicked in the 2 locked side bedrooms, boxes of food to the ceiling, instant noodles, bread, biscuits, snacks, and in the other one, several large sacks of rice, dozens of bags of noodles, frozen meat, and a rotting pumpkin. Enough to feed 40 men for weeks, which is exactly what it had been doing. Lord, I found it, but there's too much. Getting it back is a problem. Which was correct. Half a room. 10 floors down, out through a car park, and up 23 flights on the other side, at -70, 1 load at a time. Dozens of trips, a full day minimum, in a building where anyone might see her. Don't worry about that. Wait a moment. Buzz. She looked out the window. At the height of the 10th floor, coming across the gap between 2 towers, was a drone the size of a coffee table with a carbon fiber net slung under it. I had found 40 of them in a container at the port, export model, heavy lift, rated for polar rescue, developed by the country's largest manufacturer and headed overseas. That net will take over 100 tons. Throw the food into the net. She opened a window at -70 and started loading, and about halfway through she said, with actual awe in her voice, "The master is truly wise," which is a slightly generous description of a man who had accidentally stolen a shipment of rescue equipment. The women in that room watched a national police officer loading a drone through a window and worked out fairly quickly what had happened. "Shujir Chung and the others are all dead," she told them. "You don't need to stay here. Go home if you have homes." "The master you're talking about, is his name Jiang Feng?" The one in the thermal underwear. She was quick. "What are you trying to say?" "We have nowhere to go." And she told her. Shujir Chung's men had taken all of them out of other buildings, and the people who had objected were dead, and their apartments had been emptied a month ago. "Where can we go?" "I can't do anything about it," Lin Xuan said, which was true, and which she has never been comfortable with. "That's enough," I said. "The net's nearly full." "There's some food left in the room. Should I take it?" "No."
Leave it to them.
And I want to record what that produced, because it tells you the exchange rate. 9 women stared at a pile of leftovers, which was mostly broken packets and scraps, and could not believe it. Because in that compound, at that hour, other people would have killed each other for that pile. And a man with a drone had looked at it and said, "No thanks. Lord Drone, can you take us in too? We can be your..." Yes, you can do anything with us. And I want to be clear about what I said and how I said it, because I have been quoted badly on this. I said no, flatly, immediately. And then, after they kept going, I said something graceless about standards, and the correct answer was to say nothing at all. The truthful reason was that there were 9 of them and 4 bands and no 5th bedroom, and that I had already decided who was going into that apartment on entirely different criteria. But that is not what I said, and Lin Xuan had to stand there and listen to me say the other thing, and then walk out past those 9 women. "Butler, return to..." And then I stopped. Because in the drone's forward camera, in a window on the 12th floor of Building 10, there was a woman in a white coat looking directly into the lens with her mouth open. Black-rimmed glasses, hair pinned back, a hospital ID still clipped to her pocket in week 4 of the apocalypse, which tells you everything about her. "These all belong to Shujia Chung's family, right?" She pushed her glasses up with one finger and said it through the glass. "You're really bold. You actually dared to steal supplies while they were away." I want you to understand what she thought was happening. She thought she was watching a thief loot the pantry of the most dangerous man in the compound and fly it out with a drone, and she thought that person was about 6 hours from being killed. "What, are you going to report me?" The drone has a microphone. "How could that be?" She shook her head hard. "Shuju Chung killed a lot of our people and wanted to enslave the upper floors. I don't have a good impression of him." Then she pushed the glasses up again, and her voice got sharper. "Before they come back, send the drone away quickly, or you'll be in trouble." The drone did not move. "Are you stubborn? If you stay any longer, Shujir Chung will be back with his men." "I don't want to see anyone else die at his hands." She was, at that moment, in an apartment with no food, in a tower where half the floors had fallen, arguing with a stranger's drone about the stranger's safety. "Oh, really?" I said. "Do you know where Shujir Chung and the others went?" "From what I heard them shouting, they went to Building 9 to find someone named Jiang Feng. It seems he has a lot of supplies stockpiled." Then she sighed. "The other party is probably doomed. Being targeted by that villain will not end well." "I am Jiang Feng," I said, "and they can never come back." Her eyes came up. "If you don't believe me, look down at the bottom of Building 9. She pushed the window open into -70 and squinted out and down. There was a pile at the base of my tower under a fresh layer of snow, and the shape of it was not ambiguous. Incredible. Because the stairwell down to the lower floors of her building had been held by Shujir Chung's men for weeks. The upper floors of Building 10 had barricaded themselves behind a wall of welded refrigerators and had been living under siege, digging snow off the roof for water, and she was one of that man's specific targets. "Jiang Feng, you're amazing. How did you defeat so many people?" And she smiled at a drone. That is, I think, the first genuine smile anybody had aimed at me since the sky went out. "Oh, you want to know?"
If it's inconvenient, then forget it. Quick apology, hand waved, glasses pushed up. It's nothing, I said. I don't mind having another doctor in the family. If you can come, I can not only tell you, I can make sure you have enough to eat and drink. Well, my house is quite big, isn't it? And she laughed at me. How can you invite someone on the first meeting? Oh no, we haven't even met before. However, if you need medical care in the future, you can come to me any time. And she winked at a drone. In week 4 of a global freeze, her name was Gao Siyuan, attending physician at the City People's Hospital. And I knew about her the way I knew about Lin Xuan from a life she never lived to the end of. In Building 10, when it went bad, she treated everyone. Everyone. People who could not pay, people who had insulted her, people who had nothing left to give and came to her door at 3 in the morning. There was a saying in that building, I would not open my door for anyone at night, but if it was Dr. Gao outside, I would open it without hesitation. And in my last life, some men used that. They told her a woman and a child were sick and she came, and she got out through a window, and that was the end of it. I left her a contact and had the drone come home, because a heavy lift drone hanging in the air over a villa compound with a net full of food under it is not a subtle object. That afternoon, I did the other thing on my list, because there was still the matter of 5 people on the 15th and 19th floors. The corridor microphones had caught the entire meeting, every word. Zhou Hongming's name in the middle of it. I cut the audio down to the essential 11 seconds and put it in the group chat. Zhou Hongming, Peng Ping, the task of contacting Building 10 is entrusted to you. We'll cheer you on. That's all. 2 lines. No video, no context, nothing that showed a camera angle. Somebody will always recognize a neighbor's voice. And that group, which was at that moment full of 40 exhausted survivors of a stairwell battle, went off like a bomb. Because everyone in that building now knew, personally, in their own bodies, exactly what Building 10 had done that afternoon, and exactly what it had cost. And here was a recording of 5 of their own neighbors arranging it in advance. Ma Tianbao was standing in that corridor when it went out. Peng Ping, explain this to me. Kang Ziting, I recognize your voice. My wife, because of you. Damn it, what's the point of talking? Kill them all. They were surrounded in about 90 seconds by men who were still holding the hammers from the stairwell. Everyone, please calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. We know we were wrong. Please give us another chance. Nobody listened. They threw them out of the windows afterward, with the rest. I want to be accurate about my role in that. I did not order it. I posted an audio file in a building where 40 men were standing in a hallway holding weapons with their families dead behind them, and I knew precisely what would happen, and I did it anyway, and calling that anything other than an execution would be dishonest. That night, the building was quieter than it had been in a month, and the tone in the group chat had changed for good. They had, for the first time, understood the shape of the world. Buildings were countries now. Other buildings had armies. The authorities were not merely slow, they were absent permanently, and there was no floor. And a great many people sat in the dark that night and thought about the day they had all laughed at the man who bought 1,000 banquets. Then the sky opened again. I woke to this. It's 9:01 a.m. The outdoor temperature is minus 74.5 degrees, a drop of 5 degrees compared to yesterday. Indoor temperature 24.7 degrees. A blizzard is expected today, lasting more than 5 hours. There is a 95% chance of freezing to death if you go outside. Blizzard? I could not see the balcony rail. That is not a figure of speech. Through triple-layer armored glass, 1.5 meters away, I could see white and nothing else. The snow's falling so heavily, Lin Xuan said at my shoulder. At this rate, even the 4th floor will be covered. Which is when I started thinking seriously about guns. Not the pistols. I had 3 pistols and 400 rounds, and I had killed 6 men with them, and it had gone well. But 6 men in a doorway is not the problem. The problem is 43 men in a stairwell, and the fact that the answer to 43 men had been to spend other people's lives, and the fact that the answer would not work twice. A magazine holds 15. You reload, and while you reload, a determined group closes 7 meters. I needed area weapons, volume of fire, something that makes a crowd stop being a crowd. There's an armed police detachment about 5 kilometers from here, I said. Under these circumstances, they'll have abandoned the post. Lin Xuan's head came up. Gao, armed police detachment, is not a police station. Rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, grenades, riot equipment, sometimes mortars and vehicles.
She had served. She knew the layout of those buildings, and she knew where the armories were, and she knew exactly what the door on one looked like. However, I said, looking out at the wall of white, this snow came in a bad time. Because the snow was going to add half a meter, and then a person on foot would be dead in 20 minutes, and the detachment was 5 kilometers away. Which is when I remembered the snowmobiles. 40 of them, in a white room in my head, taken out of a Walmart shipping container 3 weeks earlier because they were sitting there, and 2 snow-tracked vehicles. Butler, plan 2 routes. Lord, the armory door might be a bit tricky. Lin Xuan had gone straight to the actual problem, which is how you know somebody is useful. It's special steel, and it takes at least 2 locks, 1 combination, 1 fingerprint or iris. Butler, can you handle the combination lock? Yes, Lord. I have compiled a program that can be stored on an ID card. The password-protected door can then be breached by brute force. Very good. That's enough. The fingerprint we would figure out on site. Meanwhile, the group chat was having a bad morning. Holy crap, did you see that? So much snow outside. My window was almost blown open. Cold air keeps coming through the crack. I'm freezing. Luckily, I had tape at home. I sealed every gap in the windows. Could someone lend me some tape? Snow is coming through the crack in my window. Let me use it first. I can give you a chocolate. Grown adults negotiating over a roll of tape. Everyone, please stop arguing, said Zhao Li on the 13th. I just saw a few people go out in the blizzard. Which floor are they from? It seems they haven't come back for half an hour. Are you crazy, going out in this? You mean Ding Jing and his group? I know. They went to where Building 10 dumped the bodies. Damn, they want to loot the corpses. They had gone out into a blizzard to search dead men for supplies. They didn't even look at the conditions, I said. They did not come back. Of course they did not come back. Before they got near a body, they were bodies. And in Building 10, on the 11th floor, a woman knocked on a door. Dr. Gao! Dr. Gao! Gao Siyuan opened it, and Wu Xin was standing there with her whole face wrong. My daughter's fainted from the cold and I can't wake her. Please come down. Fainted from the cold. Gao Siyuan knew exactly what that meant. Prolonged unconsciousness at that temperature is neurological damage at best, and there is no ambulance, and there is no hospital, and there is a 5-hour blizzard outside. She was also, at that moment, down to nothing herself. There was ice in the water glass on her own table. She waited for about 2 seconds. Wait for me a moment, and she went and got her bag. She could not do it. That is the whole thing about her. She physically could not stand in a doorway and let a small child die 2 floors down. They went down past the barricade at the 11th floor landing, which was a wall of refrigerators welded together with rebar, sealing the upper half of that tower off from what was below it. That is the only reason those floors had survived a month, and it worked because at -70, the most useless appliance in your home is the fridge, and 80 households had given theirs up without an argument. There were 3 men standing by the stairwell talking, and they went quiet as she passed, and then started again behind her. The child was on a bed in an unheated bedroom. Gao Siyuan got her into the living room, which was the warmest room, and it was still 5 degrees. Cerebral hypoxia from the cold. She got the mother massaging the limbs to raise circulation, and got the medication she needed out of the bag, and then, because it happened to be one of the 2 daily half hours when the authorities put power through the grid, they boiled a kettle and worked with hot towels. The child lived. Wu Xin and her husband tried to give her half a frozen steamed bun, and she refused it, and closed their security door behind her and went back up. Past the 3 men by the stairwell. Look, Dr. Gao's gone to save someone again. Wow, Dr. Gao is so beautiful. I get a little tingly every time I see her. She's an attending physician at the city hospital. A bunch of male doctors chase her, and it's rumored even her department head is after her. 3 unshaven men watching a woman go up a stairwell. If I could sleep with Dr. Gao, my life would be worth it. Pah, a goddess like her wouldn't even look at you. And then the 3rd one said the thing that killed her. Don't say that. Sun Donghai narrowed his eyes. Look at Suzhi Cheng downstairs. He's dead, sure, but he had his way with almost every good-looking young woman in this building. Who was he before all this? A salesman. That's right. He gathered a group of people and slept with car models and other people's wives. So enviable. Do you want to taste the goddess's flavor too? And I want to note precisely what the other two said, because it matters. Sun Donghai, what nonsense are you talking? This is illegal. They said that. Both of them. They were shocked. They had never done anything like that in their lives and had no intention of starting. Damn it, don't you even look at the chaos outside? Human lives are dog shit and you still care about that? Suji Chung nearly killed us before. Now he's dead, but there's no guarantee a second Suji Chung doesn't step forward. You never know when you might be gone. I don't care. Are you willing to die as virgins? And he turned and walked away. And the two of them stood there, and then they went after him. Sun Donghai, wait for us. That is how it happens. It is not a mob, and it is not a monster. It is one man who has already decided, and two men who do not want to be the ones who said no. Gao Suyuan got her key into her own door and caught them in the corner of her eye coming up the stairs, looking at her. She did not stop to think about it. She had gotten one specific feeling off Sun Donghai for a month, every time he looked at her, and she pulled that door open and got inside and locked it. Wait, Dr. Gao, wait! Dr. Gao, why are you running so fast? That's right, we actually wanted to see you for a checkup. Open the door, we have no other purpose. She backed away from it, several steps. I'm not feeling well today, I'm not making house calls. The handle turned, then it rattled, then somebody hit the door. And then, after a while, they left, swearing. She sat down on the sofa and put her hand on her chest. That was dangerous. If she had been 4 seconds slower, she would not have gotten that door shut, and she knew it. And then she sat in a cold room and thought about the fact that she lived alone, that she had no family in this city, that there was no police, and that if they came back with a tool, she had absolutely nothing. And she thought about a drone. She actually laughed at herself while she typed "my ID" into the search bar. Trainee who has been a trainee for 2.5 years. Anime profile picture. Overalls. I didn't expect Jiang Feng to be so humorous. She had a contact from a man who had killed the worst person in her building, and who had made her laugh through a drone, and who had offered her a place, and who had been polite when she turned it down. She pressed the request button. Ding. Note. I'm Gao Siyuan, a doctor living in Building 10. We chatted not long ago. Look how clearly that's written, I said out loud, and Su Min asked what I meant, and I said never mind. Dr. Gao, have you thought it through? If you agree, I can send someone to pick you up right now, which I could not, actually, immediately, because Lin Xuan was flat on her back after the Building 10 mission and could not walk properly, and I had exactly one person who could go outside. I was already working out whether I could pay Ma Tianbao to escort her. No, I'm sorry. Oh, I just want to ask, if there are several times more people than you who want to harm you, how should you protect yourself? Dr. Gao, I wrote, are you in trouble? And she told me. Briefly, minimizing it in the specific way that professionals minimize things. Tisk tisk, I wrote. So they were lustful at first sight. Then I wrote the other thing. Dr. Gao, what I said before still stands. If you agree, I can send someone right away. I still prefer living alone, and some of my neighbors here are sick, so thank you. Moreover, the bearded man and his 2 companions probably made a mistake, but it won't happen again. And I want you to know that I read that sentence 3 times. Because she meant it. She was not being naive in the way people are naive when they are stupid. She was being naive in the way that a person is when their entire professional life has been about people at their worst, and they have still, somehow, decided to keep the assumption. Dr. Gao, you're really being a bit far-fetched. When people are blinded by lust, what won't they do? Secretly gluing things on the street, breaking into dormitories to steal underwear, those are the minor ones. The more perverted ones will have sex with sheep and lizards. How can you be so sure your own attractiveness is less than that of a reptile? She went red. She has admitted she went red. It's so cold, their desires will be restrained. They'll calm down soon. Physical cooling. Ma'am, do you think that's how it works? They definitely won't calm down. They might escalate. And while she was typing her reply, there was a sound at her door lock. Click, click. The sound of a key going into a lock that it does not fit. Holy crap, is it going to open or not? Who said you can open a door by poking the bolt? Let's just smash it down. I can't wait any longer. Thump, thump. At the height of a 5-hour blizzard, in a building where the corridors had been abandoned, with a wind outside loud enough to drown a car alarm, nobody was going to hear it. Not the neighbors on that floor. Nobody. Jiang Feng, they've started banging on the door. Tisk, tisk, I wrote. Look, here it comes. What do we do?
And then I sat forward because that door was going to last maybe 4 minutes. Heh, what did I tell you? Fine, just do as I say. Thank you, Jiangfeng. You're a good person. Being friend-zoned, in writing, mid-emergency. Just make it seem like there are other people in your apartment. I'll send a voice message. Turn the volume to maximum and play it for them. Okay. Send it. I'll do it. And I recorded 4 seconds of audio, and I am not going to reproduce it because it was extremely crude and it was designed by a man with about 90 seconds to work with. The gist of it was that I was in that apartment, that I was busy, and that I had an opinion about the drumming. Gao Xiyuan turned her phone to maximum and pressed play, and then stood there frozen because she had not read it first. The hammering stopped. There were men in Dr. Gao's apartment, doing that. 3 grown men went down that stairwell at speed and did not come back. Thank you, Jiangfeng. I owe you a favor, she called. Voice, not text, which tells you how shaken she was. I've got it. And I want to be honest about what I was at that moment. I was a man who had just saved a woman's life with a dirty joke, and who wanted her medical degree, her hands, and her judgment inside my walls, and who had also noticed the white coat. The difference between me and Sun Donghai is not that I did not want something, it is that I did not think the wanting entitled me to a door, which is a smaller difference than I would like, and it is not nothing. You were staying home.
How did you end up targeted by them?
I went down to save a neighbor's child, and they followed me on the way back, and I sat up. Because in my last life, Gao Xiyuan died going to save a neighbor's child. But she had already been. She had already done that call. She had come back. And 3 men had tried and failed. Which meant one of 2 things. Either I had changed it, or it had not happened yet. Dr. Gao, I said, listen to me carefully. Be extremely wary of any resident who asks you to come and treat their child. Why? Just be wary. That is not enough. I want to say plainly, that was not enough, and I knew it was not enough while I was saying it, and I could not tell her why without telling her everything, and I made a judgment call, and it was the wrong one. The call ended because it was the half hour when the power came on and she had to boil water. She sat on her sofa with a bag of hard bread and a warm glass and thought, with something between amusement and hunger, about a man who was apparently sick of eating food from other countries. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Dr. Gao. Dr. Gao, please help this old lady. My grandson has fainted from the cold. Please come and see him. Auntie Lin, 13th floor. Fond of a bargain, fond of gossip, and a woman whose grandson, Gao Xiyuan, had gone out at 2 in the morning to treat for a high fever 6 weeks earlier. Fainted from the cold? 2 in one day. She frowned at that. She actually flagged it. 2 children with cold syncope in one afternoon in one building. And then a voice in her memory said, be extremely wary of any resident who asks you to come and treat their child. And she stood in her own hallway and could not make it fit, because Auntie Lin was a cheapskate and a gossip, and had never in her life harmed anybody. Auntie Lin, don't worry, I'm coming. She picked up the bag, and then, passing the coffee table, she saw the scalpel on it and, after a moment, put it in the outer pocket of her coat. Oh, Dr. Gao, you're finally out. Hurry, don't waste any time. And the old woman had her by the wrist and was pulling her up the stairs so hard she nearly went off her feet. Auntie Lin, slow down. She put it down to a worried grandmother. 13th floor, room 1303. Auntie Lin, where is your grandson? Because there was nobody in the living room. And the master bedroom door and the side bedroom door were both shut. My grandson's in the bedroom. I closed the doors to keep him warm, and a pair of hands came onto her shoulders and pushed her toward the bedroom door. Don't just stand there, come in and check on him. That's when she got it. Auntie Lin, I'll stand here. Go and bring the baby out. It's warmer in the living room than the bedroom. Which is clinically true, and which was also the single best thing she could have said, because it was a professional instruction that a grandmother could not refuse without revealing herself. She stepped back 3 paces, and Auntie Lin, caught, went, well, Dr. Gao is right, and opened the master bedroom. And there was a child on the bed, unconscious, actually unconscious. Everything exactly as described. Phew! Gao Xiyuan let her shoulders come down and felt embarrassed about the scalpel in her pocket and thought, I'm being paranoid. The side bedroom door opened behind her. I have been in this apocalypse for a while now, and I want to state, flatly, that this is the worst thing in this entire story. Not the 18th floor, not the stairwell. A woman with a badge and a laminated smile used a real sick child as bait for a woman who had saved that child's life. Gao Ciyuan got sideways fast enough that they only got her bag. She went backwards until the balcony door was behind her. "What's going on? Auntie Lin?" She turned to look, and the master bedroom door was already shut. 3 men in a living room. "Dr. Gao, you finally arrived. We've been waiting so long. Let me keep this first aid kit for you. I promise it won't get lost." Because that bag had common effective medication in it, which at that point in that building was worth more than everything else in the room. "What do you want?" "I can't wait any longer. I have to seize this opportunity." She had her back against triple glazing on the 13th floor with 3 men in front of her and no exit. "I'm warning you, what you're doing is illegal." They laughed at her. "Don't be afraid, Dr. Gao. You must be lonely all by yourself." "So what if we break the law? Do you think the police are coming?" "Be good, don't resist, I'll be gentle." Du Feng came first. She got the scalpel out and opened his palm to the bone. "Ah! Damn it, grab this bastard!" And the other 2 came at once. She understood that she was going to lose. Not might, was. 3 men, 1 blade, no exit, no help, no police, no neighbors who would open a door. And she understood, with complete clarity, that she had been told. That a man she had never met had said one specific sentence to her 4 hours earlier, and she had heard it and had, out of what she thought was decency, ignored it. Why didn't I take Jiang Feng's words to heart? "Even if I die, I will not let you succeed." And she turned and put her shoulder into a 13th floor window. Modern glazing in a luxury building does not break easily. It broke. She went through it in a cloud of glass at -70 into a blizzard 40 meters up. "No!" 3 men stood at a broken window and howled, because the goddess they had just cornered had removed herself from the market. And 40 meters is 40 meters. The wind took her sideways. The cold hit her so hard she stopped feeling anything at all in under a second, which is a mercy the cold occasionally does. Am I going to die? And then she landed in a net. 3 drones. 3 of them, in formation, holding a carbon fiber net between them in the middle of a 5-hour blizzard, hovering under a window on the 13th floor. I had put them out there 90 minutes earlier. Because I had ended a call with a woman who would not listen, and I had thought about it for 4 minutes, and I had gone and got 3 heavy-lift polar rescue drones out of a container and put them in a holding pattern under her building in weather that grounds aircraft, which is the single most useful thing I did in the entire month, and which I have never once been given credit for, mostly because I have never told anybody. Lord, target acquired, returning. Upstairs, Auntie Lin came out of the bedroom at the sound of breaking glass and started screaming. "What's wrong with you 3? Why did you push Dr. Gao down there?" "It's not our fault. She jumped herself." "I don't care. You made a hole in my window. All the snow's coming in. Are you trying to freeze my grandson and me to death?" "Fix it, right now." "We're not glaziers. How are we supposed to fix it?" And I want you to sit with this, because it is the most human thing in this entire recap. A woman had just been driven out of a 13th story window by 3 men that woman had helped, and inside that apartment, the argument was about the window. Gao Ciyuan came into my apartment unconscious and blue, with snow packed into her collar and her hair frozen into a solid mass. Lord, her body is so cold. Su Min pulled her hand back like she'd touched a pipe. Of course she is. She was brought back by drone in a blizzard at -70. Move her next to the fireplace. They got her onto the rug in front of the fire and got the wet clothes off and got her dry, and Su Min sat there with a towel and did her hair, and while she was doing it, she said something quietly to Zhou Jing that I want to include. Poor Dr. Gao. She went out of kindness to save someone, and she got treated like that. She was talking about herself, and she knew it. Her eyelashes moved after about 20 minutes. It's so warm. And then, thickly, am I in heaven? This is indeed paradise, but probably not the one you're thinking of. Her eyes came open. That voice, Jiang Feng? It's me. How could that be? Aren't I dead? Did you go to heaven with me? She was running a fever of about 39, and she was extremely confused, and I would like to state that she was flirting.
Go to heaven my ass. This is my house. I crouched down and put a hand on her forehead. You really do have a fever. And I explained. The drones, the net, the fact that I had put them out there an hour and a half before her door was ever knocked on. She listened to all of it and then said, I'm so sorry, Zhangfeng, which was not what I expected. You told me. You specifically told me to be careful, and You went because a child was actually sick, I said. The child was real. That's what made it work. She started to cry then, which I had not been expecting either, and I want to record that I did not say anything clever and I did not make a joke, and I sat on the floor next to a doctor with a fever until she stopped. Then I told Su Min and Zhou Jing to get her into a hot shower before her core temperature killed her. And that is where I made my mistake, because I did the thing I had done 3 times before, and I did it out of pure reflex, and it was completely wrong for this specific person. When she came out in dry clothes with her glasses back on and her hair down and her fever coming under control, I told her the rules of the house. Obey my orders. And she said, all orders? And I said, you have no right to refuse. And I snapped my fingers, and the butler put a very small warning current through the band on her wrist, not enough to hurt her, enough for her legs to go, and she went sideways into Zhou Jing. I had used that as a demonstration 3 times on 3 women, and it had produced compliance 3 times. Gao Ciyuan lay in Zhou Jing's arms and said, in a small voice, let me go, I can't breathe, which was a joke about Zhou Jing's chest, delivered flat on her back 9 minutes after being caught in a net at 40 meters. And Zhou Jing apologized profusely and hauled her up, and Su Min was making a noise into her sleeve. I stood there in the middle of my own living room and had, for the first time in 4 weeks, the specific, unpleasant experience of being the least self-aware person in a room, because she was not afraid of me. She had gone through a window 40 minutes earlier rather than accept a thing, and I had just tried to establish authority over her with an electric shock, and she had made a joke about it. I did the same thing to a doctor that Sun Donghai tried to do with 3 men and a locked door. I did it with better technology, and I did it more politely, and I did it in a warm room. I have not apologized for it. I want to state clearly that I should have and did not. What I did instead was change the terms in front of everyone that same evening. The house rule is that nobody opens the door, I said. That's the rule. That's the only one that isn't negotiable. And the band? The band is how the house knows you're not a threat. It stays. It's not a leash, it's a pass. And if I want to leave? Then you say so and the door opens. Gao Ciyuan pushed her glasses up her nose and looked at me for about 4 seconds longer than was comfortable. All right, she said. Then I'd like to see your medicine inventory. All of it. Tonight. And that is how I acquired a doctor. Meanwhile, 3 buildings over, a man was rotating a jade thumb ring and thinking about a debt. His name was Fan Chung, and everyone called him Boss Fan, and he had come into this compound about a week before the freeze with 30-odd professional debt collectors, because a client in Building 13 had missed a payment, and Boss Fan believed in personal attention. Then the snow came down and trapped all of them here. 30 professional enforcers in one tower, at the moment civilization stopped, is not a group. It is a government. Building 13 fell in about 2 days, and then he absorbed the residents, and by the 4th week, he had close to 100 men. Boss, Qian Li has gone missing. We couldn't find him after we finished digging the snow. Waste. He did not raise his voice. He never did. Boss, I guess that kid couldn't take the pressure and ran. Let him run. Let his wife pay his debts. There was a woman on the sofa who flinched when he said it, and I am not going to elaborate on her situation. Qian Li borrowed a little over 200,000. He turned the ring. Is there still no news about that guy named Zhang Feng? And his lieutenant wiped a non-existent sweat off his forehead. Boss, not yet. The residents of Building 13 all say they don't know him, and we've asked a lot of people in Building 12. Because the 2 debtors in this compound between them owed about 300,000, and a man named Zhang Feng, a month before the apocalypse, had taken a full 1 million yuan out of a set of loan apps and then completely vanished. I want to be clear about what I had done. I had clicked I agree on some promotional interest rates, and it had never once occurred to me that behind those apps there were men with baseball bats, or that those men would still be doing the job in the 5th week of the end of the world. Continue the investigation. You little brat, I'll teach you a lesson. You won't get away with something so easy. Then somebody said, Boss, Zhao Lei's wound is okay, but the stitches aren't good. He might need a professional doctor. Because Building 13 had had a fight with the contractor from Building 11, and neither side had come off well. I heard there's a doctor in Building 10, used to be an attending physician at the city hospital. Bring her back to treat the brothers. Gao Yang nodded and bowed, and then, carefully, said, But the blizzard's very heavy. We can't even see the entrance to the car park. And boss, Xu Zhicheng is still in Building 10. Boss Fan looked at him. Useless trash. Xu Zhicheng is nothing. I have over 100 men. Why would I be afraid of him? Which is where the timing gets genuinely funny, because Xu Zhicheng had been dead for 2 days and nobody in Building 13 had noticed. 80 men went across, through the car park, dug for 20 minutes to find the ramp, and I want to include one exchange from that dig verbatim because it is the single most human thing anybody said in the entire apocalypse. I have this feeling that we're like extras in an apocalypse movie, struggling to find supplies in a blizzard. Remove the image. We're in a post-apocalyptic blizzard. Pah, you're the extra. Watch your mouth. You could say we're like the main characters. Protagonist? More like the main course. Hurry up and dig. Then somebody said, Is the doctor in Building 10 named Gao Siyuan? What, you've seen her? I actually got an appointment with her before the snow. White lab coat. Long legs. Black stockings. I spent that entire consultation controlling myself, and the digging speed of that entire crew tripled. Damn it, said Gao Yang. I've been shouting at you for 20 minutes and it did nothing, and one mention of a doctor and your machines. They got into Building 10 and up to the barricade on the 11th floor and took it apart with axes, which took them a long time, and then grabbed the first person they found. Wu Xin, who had had a very long day already. Tell me, what's going on with this building? Where are Xu Zhicheng and his men? Don't hurt me. I'll tell you everything. Xu Zhicheng and the others are dead. And she told them the whole thing, and in the middle of it, a name, Zhang Feng. Gao Yang's face lit up like a slot machine, because that was the debtor. The million yuan debtor. The one they had been unable to locate for 3 weeks. And he was, apparently, 400 meters away and had, apparently, an enormous quantity of food. Do you know which room Dr. Gao is staying in? Dr. Gao? I don't know her. Wu Xin had gone to lie about the woman who had saved her daughter's life 6 hours earlier, and she was very bad at it, and there was a machete at her throat in under 2 seconds, and she gave up the floor and the number. They broke into an empty apartment. Then they searched several more floors and grabbed a few more residents, and one of them was Auntie Lin. Have mercy. You're looking for Dr. Gao, right? She's already jumped off a building. What? Jumped? Because if the doctor was dead, Gao Yang was going back to Boss Fan with nothing, and Gao Yang understood his own employment terms. Auntie Lin, being Auntie Lin, immediately gave up the 3 men on the 13th floor as well. Big brother, this really isn't our fault. That's right, Dr. Gao jumped on her own. We didn't touch her. Seriously, we didn't even take her first aid kit. We just threw it downstairs with her. Sun Donghai and his 2 friends were dragged out into a corridor by 80 men and told to go and dig up a body. In a blizzard, at minus 72. And they did, because the alternative was worse. 3 men in ordinary coats went out into that storm with shovels and dug in the drift under a 13th floor window for something that was not there and never had been. Achoo! Damn it, where did Dr. Gao's body go? They found the first aid kit. Of course they found the first aid kit. It had gone out the window with her. They dug for over an hour. They were, by the end of it, numb to the shoulder and burning, which is what a fever feels like when it starts under hypothermia. 3 useless people, Gao Yang said, watching from the entrance. Brother Gao, hasn't the boss been looking for that Zhang Feng? It'd be good to bring him back instead. Gao Yang's whole face changed. Damn, that's actually a great idea. Let's go to Building 9. Brother Gao, shouldn't we deal with those 3? Don't worry about them. After that long in the blizzard, they'll have a 40-degree fever by tonight. And they left 3 men in a snowdrift with no medical bag in a building where the only doctor was gone. I want to note that as the closest thing to justice that occurred in that compound in the entire month,
And I want to note that it happened by complete accident, arranged by men who were themselves about to die. Lord, there's something happening in the building. A large number of outsiders detected. Outsiders? 80 men in my stairwell in the middle of a blizzard. Coming up. And when I pulled the audio, they were saying my name. Strange. Where did these guys come from? I genuinely did not recognize a single face. What should we do? There are so many of them, Gao Siyuan said, and she was gripping my sleeve, which I noticed and did not comment on. Should you issue another bounty? Let the residents. Unlikely. Because the residents of that building had lost half their fighting men on a stairwell 4 days earlier, most of the rest were injured, they had all been paid, and 80 is not 43. Then what do we do? Nothing, I said. Stay in the room. They can't do anything. Jiang Feng, open the door for your grandfathers. Did you hear me? Stop playing dead or we'll break down the door. Get out here right now. Where did this dog come from, barking at my door? There was a very specific silence out there, because 80 men had come up 23 flights expecting a cornered debtor, and a voice through the wall had just spoken to them like they were a nuisance. Jiang Feng, I see you really don't know how to write the word death. Paying back debts is a matter of course. You borrowed 1 million from our boss fan a month ago. It's time to pay it back. And I sat back on the sofa, and I want to describe my actual emotional state, which was pure delight. Holy crap, could these people be here in this freezing weather specifically to collect debts? 23 degrees indoors, minus 72 outside, a blizzard that had already killed at least 4 people that day, and a debt collection agency had walked 80 men across a car park to enforce a promotional interest rate. That is dedication. I want that acknowledged. That is genuine commitment to the profession. Why should I pay back money I borrowed with my own abilities? Damn it, Jiang Feng, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Get him. Smash that door open. 2 of them volunteered enthusiastically and went at my door with sledgehammers, chanting. Bang! Holy crap! Ah, my hand! Damn it, those 2 useless! He swapped them for 2 bigger men, and I said, Butler, high voltage, maximum. Bang! 2 of their colleagues hit a door with hammers and then began to dance. That is genuinely what it looked like. There was about a second and a half where the entire crew thought they were watching a bit. Why are they jumping? That's some wild street dance. When did they learn? No, they're being electrocuted. Is this real? How can a door have electricity? What do we do? Help, we need to save them. Save my ass, I can smell it. The hammers came down, and so did they. 80 men went backwards down that corridor as one organism, and Gao Yang stood in the middle of them with a face like a man who has just discovered a new tax, because he had lost 2 men in about 11 seconds at a door he had not scratched, and he had a boss who kept a bottle of liquor on the coffee table for exactly this kind of report. Damn it, Jiang Feng, you're finished. I'm going to kill you. Ha, I said. I'll fucking kill you first. And I opened the firing port and mounted the big one, because there were 2 kinds of crossbow in that space. There was the hunting bow I had used on Zhou Kong and on Deng Tu, which is a serious weapon, and then there was the other one. Not a hand crossbow, a heavy crossbow, the kind sold to people who hunt large, dangerous animals in wild country, with a draw weight that requires a crank. And 80 men in a corridor 3 meters wide had stacked up in a line. Whoosh. I did not aim at anybody in particular. I want to be honest about that. I put it down the center of the corridor at chest height and released. That bolt went through the front man and did not stop. It went through the second. It went into the third. The screams started about half a second later, and they were not all from the same place. 1 shot, 8 or 9 down between killed and wounded, in a line because they had queued. Tisk tisk, I said, and I actually laughed. It seems if you use it properly, a crossbow can be an area weapon too. Which is a terrible sentence, and I said it out loud in front of a doctor. Too bad, missed the leader. They broke completely. 80 men turned and ran down 23 flights of stairs, and men fell and were trampled on the landings, and there were more injuries in the retreat than in the shot. They stopped on the 4th floor. We finally escaped. Damn, that Jiang Feng is too ruthless. He has crossbows at home. Holy crap, those are contraband. It's over, Gao Yang said. So many dead. The boss will kill me. He punched the man who had suggested going to Building 9. It's all your fault for that suggestion. You've got me killed. Back in Building 13. So, That's what happened. Boss Fan crossed his legs. You know, it was your fault. He picked up a bottle of liquor off the coffee table and broke it over his own lieutenant's head, and Gao Yang stood there with glass in his scalp and blood running into his eyes at 4 degrees below freezing and did not wipe it off, because wiping it off would have been a comment. If there's a next time, you're as good as dead. Boss, we found out everything about Jiang Feng, and a man came in with the full picture, assembled from a building full of terrified residents. Gao, indestructible door, alloy walls, crossbows, handguns, countless stockpiled supplies, a bounty that wiped out Xu Zhicheng, and Gao Yang stood there bleeding and listened to a list of things he had led 80 men into. They rushed in and delivered themselves without even investigating. Boss, what do we do with Jiang Feng? Should we give up on him? Give up? Boss Fan turned the ring on his thumb. How could we possibly give up? Their house has an enormous food stockpile, and the room is an indestructible shelter made of alloy plate. We must take that treasure. Because the thing he wanted had stopped being $1,000,000 about 4 minutes into that briefing. But we can't break in. Just because we can't now doesn't mean we can't in the future. A skilled hunter has patience. The moment Jiang Feng shows the slightest weakness, they take him in one move. Which was, I want to say clearly, the correct plan. And it lost in the end because he made one assumption about the size of my ammunition supply, and he made it 3 days before I emptied a police armory. Where did those people come from? It seems they all ran away. Who knows? Probably from another building. Ha ha ha. Another bunch of idiots eyeing Brother Zhang's supplies. The group chat had gotten used to it. They had, at this point, watched 3 separate organized forces break themselves on my door, and they had started treating it as entertainment. Everyone. 1 bag of instant noodles, dispose of the 2 corpses in front of my door. The chat went silent, and about 9 people ran up 23 flights. Brother Jiang, the bodies have been disposed of. Which is to say, thrown out of a window, which had before the apocalypse been a criminal offense and was now a municipal service. I threw him a packet of noodles. And then I sat down and did some thinking, and this is the point where I stopped reacting and started planning. I can't believe you took out such a large loan before the apocalypse, Gao Siyuan said, curled on the end of the sofa with a book. What were you going to do if the apocalypse hadn't come? It's just a small amount, said Su Min, hanging off my arm. If the apocalypse hadn't come, I'd have paid for Lord. I have quite a bit of savings. If the apocalypse hadn't come, I said, you wouldn't have known me. Forget about the money. I doubt I'd have gotten an autograph. Which shut her up for about 4 seconds and produced an expression I did not know what to do with. How could that be? Whether the apocalypse came or not, forget an autograph. I belong to you completely. It'd be perfect if the apocalypse hadn't come. She could go straight to her master and get married on the spot. Lin Xuan and Zhou Jing, on the other sofa, made identical noises. I'm the one who should be marrying him. I want to marry Jiang Feng too. If I could go back, I'd get divorced immediately. And Gao Siyuan sat there with her book and her glasses and her mouth slightly open and looked at the most famous woman in the country and thought, reserve. Please, some reserve. There were 5 people in that apartment. One of them had been sold by her husband for revenge. One had been dragged out of a stairwell by 11 men. One had walked in with a knife. One had gone through a window rather than be caught. And it had, without anybody deciding to, turned into a household. There were arguments about the thermostat. There was a rota. Su Min had opinions about the film selection, and Lin Xuan had opinions about Su Min's opinions, and Zhou Jing refereed both, and Gao Siyuan sat in the corner with an English medical journal and occasionally said something so dry it took the room 10 seconds to catch up. I had spent 1 entire lifetime alone in a cold room eating dry bread. I am not going to pretend I did not know exactly what I was building or why. Then I got up and looked out the window at the blizzard and thought about the armed police detachment. Butler, search the offline map. Less than 5 kilometers, closer than most things. Lord, are you getting ready to go out again? Su Min said, coming to look at the screen. This shelter is sturdier than you can imagine, said Lin Xuan. Almost nobody can force their way in. You don't need to worry so much about security. Which is exactly what people say right before a story ends badly. I know, I said, but I have to be able to protect you. Running from danger isn't my style. And Su Min made a noise and grabbed my arm, and Lin Xuan looked pleased and pretended not to be.
Here is the actual reasoning, which I did not say out loud. Twice now, I had solved a problem with other people's bodies. Once with a stairwell full of residents, once with a corridor and a crossbow. The stairwell had cost 43 men from Building 10 and about 30 of my own neighbors. The next group would be bigger. There was already one over there with 100 men in it, run by a man who did not lose his temper. I did not want to be a man who wins by spending strangers. Which is a sentence I am aware sits very strangely next to everything else I have told you. 2 days later, the blizzard stopped. The snow had gone up another 2 meters. Call it 7 or 8 in the open, more where it drifted. The 4th floor windows were the ground floor now. The snow stopped. Time to go. Yes, Lord, my body is fine. I can set off any time. Go for it, Sister Lynn. Officer Lynn, take care. I'll go with you this time. The room stopped. Lord, did I hear that right? You're going too? Well, how about I go alone, Lin Xuan said, frowning, because nobody had any idea what the outside looked like in week 5. There would be other survivors out there, and every one of them would be out for the same reason. You're overthinking it. There are 2 of us, and we have a pistol. How many guns and how much ammunition would be in that armory? Dozens of pistols, dozens of rifles and submachine guns, a few shotguns, and a sniper rifle. The ammunition is terrifying. There you go, I said. You can't carry that alone. If I go, there's no problem. Which was the actual, unavoidable reason. She could carry 1 backpack. 20 round trips at 5 kilometers each in that snow is not a plan, it is a way of dying tired. She thought about it, and her shoulders came down, because she had worked out the same arithmetic and had been hoping I wouldn't. Lord, this. Don't worry, I value my life more than you think. Which was true, and was also not the whole reason. The whole reason is that I had been inside a 245 million yuan box for 5 weeks, and I wanted to see the world I had been listening to. Lord, the armory door might be a bit tricky. Butler has the combination. We'll solve the biometrics on site. We drew 2 routes on paper because paper does not need batteries and does not stop working at -70. Then I got out a polar suit, and I want to say a word about that suit because it is the second most important object in this story. It is rated to -100, it is fully sealed, and it moves like clothing, and the outer layer will turn an ordinary blade. It has a shoulder lamp and a comms unit and a panoramic camera. It was developed for an Arctic expedition team, it was in a container at the port, and there were 60 of them. Take a gun, 2 magazines to Lin Chen. Su Min was crying by the time we got to the door. Lord, be careful. I believe Lord and Officer Lin will come back safely. Gao Siyuan leaned on the bedroom doorframe with her glasses off and said, Lord, come back soon. And we went out. The stairwell had 2 residents in it with buckets. Holy crap! Holy shit! Lin Shen had me behind her and a hand at her hip before either of them finished the syllable. Jiang? Jiang Feng? Can I believe my eyes? Jiang Feng actually went out? They rubbed their eyes, both of them, at the same time, like a comedy routine. Because the man who never left had left, and in the entire month that had never once happened, and the sheer break in the pattern short-circuited them. It's fine, I said, and patted Lin Xuan's shoulder, and we went past. Old Zhang, am I seeing things? What nonsense, I saw it too, and their clothes look so high-end. Why would Jiang Feng suddenly go out? His house is safe. And they arrived, both of them, at the only explanation they could construct. He must have run out of food. Which spread through that building inside 20 minutes, and I want you to hold on to it because it becomes important in about 6 hours. 4th floor. We went out a corridor window. Lin Xuan flipped the sill and landed on the snow and sank about 4 centimeters. Looks like the snow's quite thick. I grabbed the sill and went out after her and went in up to my knees. She is light and she has the balance of a cat. I am a man who had recently learned to bench 100 kilos, and that is exactly the wrong physics for fresh snow. We got round the back of the building into a blind corner, and I pulled a snowmobile out of the white. Bzzz, and that is the first time I ever heard that engine start in that world, and it is one of about 4 sounds I will remember when I am old. Lin Xuan got on behind me and put her arms around my waist, and I opened the throttle. That machine goes across 8 meters of powder like it is a road. The compound gate did not exist anymore, buried under 3 floors of snow, so we simply drove over the top of the place where it used to be. Behind us, in about 40 windows,
People were losing their minds. Holy crap, look, someone's actually going out. Is this real? Who would risk their life in this weather? Holy crap, it's real. Who is that? His car drives on snow like it's nothing. And then, an hour later, he's got a snowmobile. That means he can go anywhere. I did not think about that at the time. I should have. The city was gone. There were no streets. There were no cars, and no shops, and no signs, and no traffic lights. There were the upper floors of tall buildings, standing out of a white plain that ran to the horizon in every direction, and there was nothing else at all. No birds, no smoke, no lights. The silence, at speed, under a helmet, with the engine going, was somehow the loudest part of it. "Awoo!" I howled, out loud, into a dead city, like an idiot. Lin Xuan laughed into my back and held on tighter.
I want that on the record too, because it was the single happiest moment of that entire month, and it took place in a dead city at minus 65. And it was mostly about the fact that I was outside. Where are we? She got the paper map out at speed and read the skyline. That tall building is the TV station. According to this, we're on Qinxi Street. Then the water plant should be near here. Yes, turn left up ahead, the purified water plant. Because I had tens of thousands of tons of bottled water in my space, and I had been going through it at a rate that had begun to bother me. And water is the one thing you cannot substitute. We went in through an upper floor window with the shoulder lamps on, rows of pallets, 20-liter bottles stacked to the ceiling, the entire warehouse full, all of it frozen solid, which did not matter in the slightest because I have more fuel than I know what to do with. Collecting them one at a time is too inefficient, and then I stopped. Because something had changed, and I had noticed it 2 days earlier and dismissed it. Since about the second week, I had been aware of the space differently, not just as a room I could put things in, as a kind of extension. I could feel the shape of the area around me in a way I could not previously, out to about 10 meters, like the way you know where your own hand is with your eyes closed. I had assumed it was nothing. In that case, I stood in the middle of that warehouse and concentrated. Swish. Oh. This is, Lin Xuan's hand went over her mouth, because every pallet within 10 meters had stopped existing at once. I did not touch anything. I did not walk down the aisle putting a hand on each rack the way I had at the Walmart. Everything independent, inside the radius, all at once, with a thought. As expected, I can collect within an area now. At Walmart, I had cleared 1 million square meters in an hour by walking and touching. That was already absurd. This was 100 times faster. We emptied that plant in a few minutes, tens of thousands of tons, which, combined with the port, put my water reserves somewhere in the region of several centuries. And while I was walking out, I found a security guard in a corner of the warehouse, frozen, sitting up, with his arms around his knees. He had been there for weeks. He had had a job and a duty shift, and the sky had gone out, and he had stayed at his post, and the post was a concrete room with no heating. I looked at his face for a while. Then we went around him and got back on the snowmobile. 20 minutes to the armed police detachment. We came in through a window on an upper floor because the front doors were 4 meters under. And the inside was pitch black and had been comprehensively looted, files everywhere, cabinets open, the works, which told me that the people who worked there had emptied it themselves and gone somewhere. "Well," said Lin Xuan. She stopped in a corridor and stood there for a second. I did not say anything. She had worn a uniform in that system for 5 years, and she had walked into a building like this one every day of it, and it was a hole in the ground now. "Let's go to the armory." And she led. Straight there, no wrong turns, in the dark, in a building she had never been inside, because the layout of those facilities is standardized, and she had it in her hands. This is it. No wonder. This door could probably take a machine gun. It was not a door in a wall. It was a steel assembly, frame and door and a section of surrounding structure all one piece, sunk into the concrete. I tried to take it into my space and it did not budge, because it is not an independent object. Rule 2. Beep, 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 incorrect password. The gate will automatically lock after 3 incorrect attempts. I was wrong after all, I said, and got out the ID card. The butler had compiled a program onto it. I swiped it, and the little screen went to garbage characters and then started cycling. Password correct. Awesome. But that was one lock of 2. Fingerprint or iris. and the biometric enrollment on an armory is command level. You would need to bring an actual senior officer here, and the actual senior officers were, at that moment, somewhere else, or dead. I stood there running through options and getting nowhere. I tried a drill and a cutter out of my space, and neither of them made a mark. The password system solves the first one. What about the last? And then there were footsteps in the dark behind us. Holy crap, this is unbelievable. There really is someone in here. A big man in a heavy down jacket, stubble, lantern in one hand, machete in the other. Behind him, two more with crowbars and a woman. The blizzard had just stopped when someone had the same idea as us, he grinned. He's a smart guy. Pity he ran into me. Which is a good line, and I want to credit it. Hey bro, that girl next to that kid looks pretty good. Hehehe, we can have some fun after we kill him. And I want to explain the arithmetic I did in the next second, because it took me about that long. 4 people, 3 armed, in a dark building, 5 kilometers from anything, with no witnesses, who had just announced their intentions out loud. Oh, who are you saying you want to kill? I took a Glock out of my space. Lin Xuan had hers up before I finished the sentence. Gun? Holy crap, they got guns. The 2 with crowbars went the color of tile. Ha ha ha, trying to scare me with a toy gun? The armory door was locked tight, you. Bang, bang. The 2 crowbars went down. The woman's legs stopped working, and she sat down on the floor. What do you mean, you? I said. And the big man dropped his machete and went completely gray. Big brother, I was blind. Just ignore me. I'm curious. Did you really intend to pry open an armory door with 2 crowbars? And his eyes came alive. No. He reached into his coat and pulled out a package and unwrapped it. There was a hand in it. Brother, I know the combination to the armory door, and I can open the fingerprint lock with this too. If you let me go, I'll tell you the combination. I looked at that for a second, and then I worked out where a man gets a senior officer's hand, in week 5, from a building the officers evacuated. Bang. He went down without understanding, and I want to be clear about the thing he did not understand, which is that he had been holding the only half of the problem I actually needed, and telling me he would sell me the half I already had. Beep. Authentication successful. The armory opened. I stood in the doorway for a while. Racks. Wall-to-wall racks. Dozens of pistols, dozens of rifles and submachine guns, 5 shotguns and 1 high-precision rifle in a case of its own. Crates of ammunition stacked underneath, and bulletproof vests on a rail at the back. Wow, I said. That's so cool. I picked up a rifle off the rack. There was a magazine in it. I put 4 rounds into the far wall on the spot, which was extremely unprofessional and which Lin Xuan had opinions about. The difference between a pistol and a rifle in your hands is not incremental. It is a different feeling about the world. And then, one thought, and the whole room was mine. Every rack, every crate, every vest. I never thought I'd get to hold a sniper rifle. I want you to know that the last woman in that group was still sitting on the floor of the corridor while I did all this. Please, spare me. I'll do anything as long as you don't kill me. Oh, anything? She came crawling and got her arms around my leg and started making offers. And I want to record the sequence honestly, because it was quick and it was ugly. I have absolutely no interest in whether you were forced to join or not. No, don't kill me. I can make you feel very comfortable. I'm very skilled. She had come into that building with 3 armed men who had said out loud 4 minutes earlier, in front of her, what they intended to do to Lin Xuan, and she had not said one word. Sorry, I said. Not interested. Bang. Lin Xuan did not say anything about that either. I have thought about it since. She might not have been a threat. She might have walked out of that building and never told anyone anything. I did not want to find out. And I want to be plain that I did not want to find out is the entire reason, and that it is a reason a great many terrible people have used. Then we went to the shopping mall because it was on the way back and because I have a specific disease. 3rd floor, in through the window, the clothing floor. I emptied a designer women's wear store, and then the hosiery store, and then the lingerie store next to it, and I want to defend this properly. Everybody in my apartment was wearing borrowed clothes. 3 of them had arrived with what they stood up in. Su Min had come in through my door in cat pajamas. Lord, is this really necessary? Lin Xuan had gone the color of the emergency exit sign. Of course it's necessary, I said. Everyone's a different size. Which was true. It was not the whole truth, and she knew it, and I bought the fishnets anyway. Then menswear, because I was down to 4 shirts. Then, on a whim, the shop window mannequins, because they were independent objects and I have a condition.
Then down to B1, which is groceries. And that is where I noticed the other thing. I cleared that entire floor. Frozen ready meals, juice, cola, bulk snacks, everything. The whole sublevel in about 10 minutes. And afterward, standing in an empty concrete room, I could feel the space differently again. Bigger. Not the storage, the awareness. 10 meters had become 11. What the hell? Does that mean these supplies are experience points? So I tested it. I went back and took the wilted frozen vegetables I had left, and the freezer-burned meat I had turned my nose up at, and put all of it in. 11 meters held. Then I thought about it, and went out and took a snowbank into the space, about 40 tons of it. Nothing. No change at all. So it isn't mass. I still do not entirely know the rule. My best guess, which I have never been able to prove, is that it counts things people made, and possibly that it counts things that were somebody's. I have thought about that more than I would like, because if it is the second one, then I do not like what that says about the thing in my head. Then we had lunch in a dark shopping center on the sublevel with 2 industrial heaters and a silent generator running to make a warm patch about 6 meters across. Self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, off the shelf, which was, in that specific month, the funniest possible lunch, and Lin Xuan got the joke about 4 seconds after I did. Lord, are we going home now? No rush, let's eat first. Somewhere in the aisles, she stopped and picked up a cat-shaped mug off a shelf. Just picked it up and turned it over, and her whole face changed. Wow, this is so cute. A national combat champion, 5 weeks into the end of the world, standing in the dark holding a novelty mug. She had been in my apartment for 2 weeks, and I had never once seen her look like that. I took the entire shelf, and when she looked at me, I said the shelf was an independent object, and the rules are the rules, and she said, "Oh," and put it back, very carefully, into a space where it no longer existed, and neither of us said anything else about it. That mug is still in a cupboard. She uses it every morning. By the time we packed up, it was past midday. I did not know yet that back at the compound, 23 men had been sitting in a 4th-floor corridor for 4 hours with machetes and hammers, in the dark, waiting for me to come home. Here is what had happened while I was buying stockings. Mei, look, Zhang Feng has gone out. Liu Xiaoyan, best friend, fellow professional, and the woman who had been keeping Chen Mei alive on the tail end of her own admirer supply, called her to the window, and the 2 of them watched a snowmobile go over the compound wall. Really? Chen Mei put down a cold biscuit and got to the glass in time to see it disappear. Both of them recognized me instantly, despite the polar gear, because 2.5 years of watching a man walk toward you across a car park gives you a very reliable sense of his shape. Zhang Feng has a snowmobile? Because that is a tool for Iceland. That is a tool for expeditions, and it means he can go anywhere, whenever he likes, and come back with anything. Why should he? Said Liu Xiaoyan with real feeling. That guy has a warm, sturdy room and endless food, and now he's got a snowmobile. How much more are they hiding? And Chen Mei's face did something that even her best friend flinched at. A month ago, Zhang Feng was my lapdog. I could do whatever I wanted with him. 5 weeks earlier, she had been a woman with 100,000 yuan of gifts in her wardrobe. She was now living in an unheated flat, having burned her own furniture on the last of a box of biscuits, and she had gotten through the previous fortnight by selling her own underwear to a couple of shut-ins in exchange for food. She had offered herself to me directly and been refused, on camera, in front of another woman. I can't swallow this. Mei, save your breath. Xiaoyan, now is a great opportunity. She grabbed her friend's arm. Zhang Feng is hiding at home, and yes, nobody can do anything about him. But he's gone out now. Once he steps outside, he's no different from anyone else. And here is the thing that makes Chen Mei genuinely dangerous, as opposed to merely awful. That was a correct assessment. Set an ambush at the entry point. Take him coming back in. Even if he has a gun, at close range in a confined corridor, enough people will reach him before he can empty a magazine. But Mei, how do we gather enough people? You don't need to worry about that. And she made a new group chat and added every surviving man in that building except Ma Tianbao, because everyone knew Ma Tianbao had gone over to me. What's going on?
How did I end up in a new group chat? Who made this? What's it for? Chenmei, are you bored? If you have nothing better to do, I'm leaving. Ask your mother the hell out there. What a waste of my time. Can I get food for answering your question? Nobody had patience. Nobody had anything. Jiang Feng has gone out. Do you want to take this opportunity to get into his safe house? Go inside? What do you mean? Jiang Feng may have left, but couldn't he have locked the door? No key to get in. What if I had a key to Jiang Feng's house? And the group stopped dead. Chenmei, what do you mean? How could you possibly have his key? That's right, we don't believe it. Don't forget, everyone, Jiang Feng was one of my suitors before. Of course he gave me a spare key, which was, I want to stress, a complete fabrication with an extremely solid foundation, because it was true that I had spent 2.5 years chasing her. Everyone in that building knew it. The old ladies had discussed it at length for years. It was probably the single best documented fact about my life. Why didn't you say that sooner? Chenmei is lying. If she had a key, she'd have moved in long ago. Pah, that liar is just trying to make us laugh. Don't forget Jiang Feng has a gun. How could I dare to open the door before? But things are different now. He's not home. I won't force anyone. Those who want to go in, gather in a bit. Just help me handle the women in his house and we'll split the food. She does not oversell. She acknowledges the objection. She offers a reason for the delay that is consistent with everything they know, and then she prices it, and the price includes a job that men who have been starving in the dark for 5 weeks will find easy to say yes to. 23 men went up to the 23rd floor, out of the 40-odd who were still alive. Some of the rest stayed home because they still had bounty noodles and did not want the risk. Some stayed home because they thought Chenmei was a scammer. More than 20 have arrived. Chenmei counted them and was pleased. Chenmei, where's the key you mentioned? Hurry up, stop dawdling. Yeah, you're not lying to us. This is the key, and she held up a key. It was her own front door key. It was never going to fit anything. She had a plan for that too. And the plan was that when it didn't work, she would say, I'd change the lock. Hiss. Is that it? Can we open the door now? They were staring at a piece of brass like it was a religious artifact. Quick, give me the key. One of them snatched it out of her hand, and I want to note that she let him. She did not resist even slightly. Hehehe, beauties, I'm here. He went to the door, delighted, and put the key in the lock, which was odd, actually, because it didn't seem to fit properly. And then several thousand volts went up his arm. The corridor got a second dance performance, and this one had no music, and when the current stopped, there was a shape on the floor by my door. Ah! Someone's dead. Someone's dead. What's going on? Jiang Feng isn't home. Why is the door still live? 22 men went backwards down that corridor with their legs failing. And I want to be extremely clear about one thing. Chenmei went white too. Because if that man had not snatched the key out of her hand, she would have been the one holding it. Her plan had been to fail to open the door. Her plan had been to shrug, blame a changed lock, and lead 22 armed men down to the 4th floor to wait for me instead, which was always the actual plan. She had come within 4 seconds of being killed by her own prop. What's going on? Chenmei, you have to give us an explanation. The key is fake, isn't it? Damn it, I'm going back. This isn't my fault. It was those women inside the door. And she pivoted in about 1.5 seconds into the best lie of her career. Because I was not home. And they all knew I was not home. And there were women in that apartment. And those women had a 110-inch monitor with the entire corridor on it and could obviously see everything. They turned it on. They killed him. Which was completely false and utterly plausible. And it worked instantly because it let 22 men keep the story where they wanted it. Zhou Jing, I know you can hear me. It's cold out here. We just want to come in and sit for a while. Let us in. We promise we won't hurt you. We're all neighbors. Diva Su Min, open the door. You were forced. You must hate Jiang Feng. Inside my apartment, 4 women listened to that. Pah, said Su Min. These scumbags, are they trying to fool us like children? Which was not even the point, because none of them had the authority to open that door anyway. That was a design decision from day one. The butler would not open the outer door for anyone but me. They came smelling the scent the second their owner left, Gao Siyuan said, and closed her book. Zhou Jing, can you hear me? And Gao Wei's voice came through the wall. Zhou Jing looked up at the monitor. There he was, standing in front of my door with an expression I can only describe as rehearsed. I know I was wrong. I'll never force you to do that again. So please forgive me. Please open the door for me. And he slapped himself, several times, hard enough to leave marks, in front of 22 witnesses.
Damn it, Zhou Jing, you bitch. Once you open the door. That's what he was thinking while he did it. The butler has audio of him muttering it. He was slapping himself in a corridor and saying it under his breath at the same time. Sister Ro, said Su Min carefully, and Zhou Jing looked at that face on the screen and put a hand over her mouth, and it was not sorrow. I feel sick, she said, and then, quietly, turn it off. I want that on the record, because it is the exact moment Zhou Jing stopped being married. Then Chen Mei lost her temper, which is when I got a great deal of useful information. Listen up, all of you. I'm Luo Tian's first girlfriend. You're all mistresses, damned thieves. Everything you're enjoying belongs to me. Open the door right now, do you hear me? She actually went to hit the door, and Liu Xiaoyan physically caught her arm because there was a body 4 feet away. And then Gao Si Yuan looked up from the sofa and said, Your name is Chen Mei, right? I think I vaguely remember you. Which stopped the corridor. Didn't you have a certain reconstructive surgery last month? I remember a colleague complaining that the patient named Chen Mei was extremely difficult. Gao Si Yuan is an attending physician at the city's main hospital. She does not work in that department. But it is an unusual procedure, and colleagues gossip, and a name had come up, and she had, out of pure idle curiosity, looked at the file and then forgotten about it entirely for a month. And here was the face. You're talking nonsense. I never had that kind of surgery. You're slandering me. And beside her, Liu Xiaoyan went very still. Because she remembered, last month, Chen Mei had gone to the hospital for a checkup and had been absolutely insistent that Liu Xiaoyan not come with her. 22 men looked at Chen Mei with a completely new expression. Humph, said Gao Siyuan, and picked her book back up. You know perfectly well whether I've slandered you. Mei Mei, we can't waste any more time. Jiang Feng will be back soon. And they went down to the 4th floor and set up the ambush, and Liu Xiaoyan spent the whole descent thinking about the fact that a woman who would sell her body for a few thousand yuan had spent serious money on that specific surgery, purely to keep telling herself a story. 23 men in a 4th floor corridor, some against the wall by the window with machetes, some crouched under the sill with hammers. They waited 4 hours in the dark at -70. Buzz. Lord, Lin Xuan said quietly, in my ear, as we came into the compound. Those guys were really going too far. Because the butler had briefed us both about an hour earlier, over the comms, in some detail, while we were still 5 kilometers out. They won't be able to keep this up for long. I stashed the snowmobile in the blind corner behind the building, and we each put on a backpack, because 2 people who go out for 6 hours and come back with nothing raises questions in a building full of desperate people. Mine had frozen vegetable leaves and freezer-burned meat in it, cover for a warehouse. I looked up at the windows on the way in. There were shapes behind about 40 of them. Lin Xuan grabbed the 4th floor sill and pushed off. Wait, I caught her arm, because the space had told me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 22, 23. 23 people in that corridor. Not as sound, not as shapes on a monitor, as objects in a room, in my head, in 3 dimensions, with the ones under the windowsill included. I had not asked it to do that. It had done it by itself, the way you notice a wasp in a room. Something's not right. Lin Xuan came back off the sill without a word and looked at me and then very deliberately did not look at the window. She had felt it too. Not the space, the other thing. There was no snow disturbed under that window, in a corridor everybody used to dig water, on the busiest access point in the building, in 4 hours. What's going on? Why didn't Jiang Feng come in? Did he discover something? Inside, 23 men looked at each other in the dark. I suddenly realized the snow's quite nice, I said, at a completely normal conversational volume, standing 3 meters from the window. Let's enjoy the view a while before we go back. Okay, said Lin Xuan. And in the corridor, 23 freezing men silently cursed my entire family for 4 generations. Because they had been crouching under a windowsill for 4 hours holding metal at -70, and their hands had stopped working 2 hours ago, and now the target wanted to look at some snow. Forget it, I said, after a while. It's all white, there's nothing to see. Let's go back. And I watched 23 faces, through a wall, in my head, arrange themselves into the same smile. Now. The moment he steps in, smack, something came through the window and hit the corridor floor. Charge, now, kill Luo Tian. Luo Tian, you're finished. 23 men came up off the floor and swung at a backpack.
Wow, I said, from outside, arms folded. Everyone's so enthusiastic, waiting here just to welcome me. Damn it, we're exposed. Run. Zhang Feng has a gun. We can't win. They turned to go. Don't panic, Chen Mei, from the back. Zhang Feng only has one pistol, and there are more than 20 of us. And they stopped, because she was right again, and because she said the next part loudly and with total conviction. If we run now, he'll settle scores with us later. Chen Mei is right. Zhang Feng won't dare fire. If he does, he won't survive either. That's right, he isn't in the safe house now. The most dangerous moment with a gun is not after the trigger is pulled, it's before. They lined up along that window, 23 men at the choke point with the correct tactical read. Their reasoning was, he has one magazine, maybe 7 or 8 rounds because that's what guns have in films, and we are 23, and after the 8th one, we are on top of him. And they were, in an important sense, entirely correct. That is a completely valid plan against a man with a Glock and 15 rounds. They would have lost 8 and won. How foolish, I said. Zhang Feng, you dare to laugh when you're about to die? Do you think you can compete with rotten fish and shrimp? Zhang Feng, if you hand over your pistol now and open the safe house willingly, I might consider sparing your life. And I want you to hear the exact tone in her voice at that moment, because I had heard it for 2.5 years. It was the tone of a woman offering me a favor. That's right, Chen Mei is right. We're all neighbors. There's no need to fight to the death. Zhang Feng, as long as you open the safe house and let me sleep with that big star Su Min for a few nights, I'll guarantee your safety. And that married woman, Zhou Jing, I've been after her for years. Holy crap, the girl next to him is gorgeous too. I want her. Zhang Feng, you only have yourself to blame. Who told you to be so stupid as to leave your fortress? You're speechless now, aren't you? Then hurry up and kneel. I looked at Chen Mei, standing at the back of 22 men, laughing, with a face that had gone thin and gray, and a mouth that had not stopped being confident for 1 second in 5 weeks. And I thought about the last time I saw that face. She had knocked on my door in this exact building and said, Zhang Feng, please, I'm freezing, in that voice, and I had opened it. He starts dreaming in broad daylight. I took out a Glock. If you have no last words, prepare to go. And Chen Mei laughed at me. Wait, have you thought this through? Your pistol only has 7 or 8 bullets at most, and we can bang, 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 15. There is a difference between 15 and 8 that does not sound like much on paper. In a 3-meter corridor with a line of men at 7 meters, it is the difference between an 8-man loss and an extinction event. I did not have to aim particularly. The space had the room in my head in 3 dimensions, every one of them, and I could not have missed if I had closed my eyes. 15 men went down where they stood. You're wrong, I said. There are 15 bullets in the gun. Ah, run! He's a devil. He's a devil. 7 made it to the stairs, including Liu Xiaoyan, and Chen Mei stood in the middle of a corridor full of her neighbors and did not move at all. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. I blew the smoke off the muzzle, which is a stupid thing to do, and which I did anyway. Vomit. She bent over and brought up bile onto the concrete because she had never seen anyone die in her life, and she had just watched 15 at once. How could you fire so many? Aren't pistols only supposed to have 7 or 8 bullets? You suffered because you were uneducated, I said, which is a genuinely stupid joke, and it is what came out. There is no single magazine size. There never was. Everybody in that corridor was working off films. And then she looked up at me with her whole face changed and said, Zhang Feng, why did you do this to me? Like a wronged woman. Like a woman who had been abandoned. I did not do anything elaborate. I stood in a corridor full of bodies and I told her. In the world I remember, I said, you knocked on my door about 10 weeks from now. She stalked. You said you were freezing. You said we were the closest. And I opened it because I was the kind of idiot who would. And then you put a knife in me and let the neighbors in, and while I was still on the floor, you told them you'd done the killing, so you should choose the food first. And one of them said, don't waste any of him, it's all meat. Her mouth was open. She did not believe me. I want to be clear about that, not for a second.
Her face did not have belief on it. It had the specific blankness of a person listening to a lunatic and deciding whether to humor him, which is fine. I did not say it for her. Brother Jiang Feng, she said, changing tack, because she always had another one. Do you really have no feelings for me at all? And I looked at her. I want to describe her honestly. 5 weeks of starvation and no washing and no makeup, in a coat she had slept in, with her hair in a state and her skin broken out from cheap cosmetics she had been reusing for a month. And I felt absolutely nothing at all. Not hatred, not desire, not even satisfaction. 2.5 years of my life, 200,000 yuan, every free hour I had. And standing in front of her at the end of it, I could not locate one single feeling about her anywhere in my body. That is the thing nobody tells you about revenge. It is not sweet. It is not even bitter. It is like finding an old bill for something you no longer own. Don't say that, I said. It disgusts me. Bang. She went down in the corridor with the others, and it took about a second, and I did not say anything clever afterward. And then I turned around, and there were 80 men behind me in the snow. Chen Mei had been an informant for Building 13 for over a week. She had been feeding Boss Fan information about me since before Xu Zhicheng's people came, and she had told Building 10 everything they wanted to know as well. The ambush upstairs was never the plan. That was the tenderizer. The plan was that whether I came in or not, whether I killed them or not, 80 of Boss Fan's men would come out of that car park behind me while I was outside my own walls. She was, to the end, the most competent person in that building. They came up out of the underground ramp and spread into a half circle and stopped at about 12 meters, weighing machetes.
One of them, in his enthusiasm, licked the blade of his.
At minus 65, they had to carry him away. And I want that man remembered. At the front, a man with a scar at the corner of his eye like a centipede. Lord, would you like to... Lin Xuan had her pack off her back and against her chest, and I knew exactly what was in it. Don't rush, because I had spent the morning in an armed police armory, and nobody on this side of the compound knew that yet. Jiang Feng, right? This is our first time meeting. Boss Fan, in a clean military overcoat, with his beard trimmed, in week 5. That is a man who is telling you something about the state of his organization, and I noticed it. I am... Stop, I said. I'm not interested in your self-introduction. 80 men watched their boss's face go dark. You're here to collect debts, aren't you? Please, I'll ask King Yama for the money later. I've been sending him a lot of clients lately. I'm sure he'll give me face. Damn it, Luo Tian, are you asking for death? You're out of bullets and still arrogant. I think this little brat is tired of living. Boss, each of us takes a knife and chops him into dumplings tonight. Boss Fan waved a hand and 80 men went quiet instantly, which tells you what kind of operation he was actually running. And he was about to say something to turn the situation, and then he saw me pull a fresh magazine out from under my coat and put it in. Click. Holy crap, Luo Tian has another magazine. Where did he get it? The man who had been shouting loudest sat down in the snow. The whole line went backwards 4 meters because they had all heard exactly what happened in that 4th floor corridor 11 minutes earlier. Damn, said Boss Fan from behind his men. This is going to be tough. And so I did the thing. I could have opened fire at that moment. 12 meters, 80 men in a half circle. With what I had under that coat, it would have taken about 9 seconds and it would have worked perfectly. But there were 400 people alive in that compound watching from windows, and I had spent 5 weeks learning that the actual weapon in this world is what people believe about you. So I threw the pistol away, underarm, backwards, into the snow, 5 or 6 meters behind me. 80 men stopped breathing. Didn't you want to kill me? I walked 3 steps forward. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Come on, I don't need a handgun. And then I beckoned at 80 men with the back of my hand. And I'm going to take on 100 of you. That voice went across the whole compound. I know because I've been told by people in 3 separate buildings. Are you crazy? That is what every single person in that snow was thinking simultaneously, including Chen Mei's best friend, who was watching from a 4th floor window. Ha ha ha, Jiang Feng, you're really asking for it. So he's a lunatic, said Boss Fan, and I want to note that his hands, under that coat, were shaking, and that nobody could see it but me. Fine, go and kill him. Go, brothers, kill him together. Luo Tian, since you've chosen to die, don't blame us. Damn it, I'd like to see how you take on 100. 100 men, machetes and bats, came at me across open snow. And in about 40 windows, 400 people put their hands over their mouths because they thought they were about to watch a man get taken apart.
I thought Jiang Feng was so awesome, but now he just seems like a madman. He's fighting 100 people by himself? Does he think he's a war god? I can't bear to watch. This is going to be… Wait, what did I just see? How is this possible? I reached back under the coat with both hands. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. There are 2 submachine guns in that story, and there were 2 in my hands, and the coat had never had anything in it at all. The front rank, at 11 meters, closing, in the open, in deep snow that they could not move quickly through. There is a word for that formation, and the word is not formation. Die. I did say it. It was very quiet, and I do not think anyone heard it, and the microphones on the suit picked it up, which is the only reason I know. They fell in rows. Damn it, run! Help! They dropped the weapons and turned for the car park ramp, and there is no version of a man's legs that outruns this, and the snow was deep, and they went down in the open with their backs to me. Boss Fan stood at the back with his mouth open and watched 100 men, his entire organization, the thing he had spent 5 weeks building and 20 years before that learning how to build, come apart in about 11 seconds. That's 100 people, the whole building's fighting force, flesh and blood against a metal storm. I emptied one, dropped it, pulled the other, emptied that, and then dropped it and pulled 2 more, because I had 30-odd of them in a white room in my head, and reloading is for people with logistics. The snow around that entrance was red, and then, within about 90 seconds, it was red ice, because at minus 65, nothing stays liquid. Boss Fan was among them. I did not do anything special about him. He was simply in the line. Afterward, it was very quiet. And I stood in the middle of it and looked up at 40 windows, and every single person behind them went down below the sill at the same time, like a wave going the wrong way. Oh my God, this is a one-sided massacre. A devil. He's a devil. It was that 6 weeks earlier, I had been a man who apologized to a woman for existing, and I had just killed 100 people in 11 seconds in front of an audience, and the only thing I felt was a mild irritation about how much brass I was going to have to leave in the snow. That is what I meant, much later, when Su Min asked me why I did not celebrate. Let's go home, I said. Lin Xuan picked up the pistol out of the snow and put it in my hand, and we went in through the 4th floor window past the ambush, and I picked up my own backpack off the corridor floor and dusted it off, and we went up the stairs. Nobody looked out of a window until we had been gone several minutes, and when they did, all they could see was the snow, and it was not white anymore. Welcome home, Lord. Su Min got to me before the door had finished shutting and hit me somewhere around the ribs and stayed there. Lord, I was so worried. Behind her, Zhou Jing and Gao Siyuan, both of them with their teeth in their lips. Welcome back. Lin Xuan hung the polar suits up and went to check her own hands, which had gone numb somewhere around the 9th minute, and which she had not mentioned once. And I stood in a hallway at 27 degrees with a pile of coats and an arsenal in my head, and had a very strange half hour. It's still warmer at home, I said, which is a stupid thing to say, and it was the only thing in my mouth. Here is what I did that evening. I put the guns away, properly, racked and sorted, in the white, by type. Pistols, submachine guns, rifles, the shotguns, the one rifle in its case. Ammunition crates in their own block, sorted by caliber, because a mountain of loose ammunition is not a supply, it is an accident. Then I reloaded every empty magazine by hand, sitting on the sofa, for about an hour, while a national movie star lay along the sofa back with her chin on her arms and asked questions. Lord, can I try it? There's nothing special about a gun. She got a look on her face that I did not deserve. I gave her an empty one. She turned it over and made appreciative noises, and then, in a completely natural gesture, swung the muzzle across the room and across me. I took it off her. Don't ever point it at a person. Not empty, not ever. There's no such thing as an unloaded gun. There's only a gun somebody hasn't checked. But there aren't any bullets. Say it back to me. And she blinked at me, because I have shouted at her exactly once, and that was it. And then she said it back. Gao Siyuan looked up from her book with an expression I could not read. Then I sat and did the arithmetic properly for the first time in a month. Deng Tu, dead. 12 men, dead. Xu Zhicheng, dead. 43 men, dead. Boss Fan, dead. About 100 men, dead. Every organized force within 400 meters of my door had come at this apartment, and none of them existed anymore.
Auntie Zhou, robbed by the men she had helped and left on her own floor. Zhou Kang, alive, and not a threat to anyone ever again. Gao Wei, alive, across the hall, in an empty apartment, in the dark. Chen Mei, in the snow at the base of this building with 15 of the men she had recruited, and the neighbors, the specific neighbors, the ones who came up my stairs with axes in a life that no longer exists, and who put a knife in me and stood over me discussing soup. Out of about 100 adult men in that building, there were maybe 15 left.
I sat there and waited to feel something about that. I'm going to be honest with you, because I have told this whole thing honestly, and there is no reason to stop at the end. Nothing came. There was no bell. Nothing closed. I did not stand at that window and feel a weight come off me, and I have thought about that a great deal since, and the closest I have gotten is this. Revenge is not a thing you complete. It is a thing you stop doing. What I actually felt, sitting in that room, was that the apartment was very warm and that there were 4 people in it, and that all 4 of them were alive. And that is the entire difference between this life and the last one, and it has nothing to do with 100 bodies in the snow. Zhou Jing is not going to be sold for 3 packets of instant noodles. That was going to happen in about 5 weeks. It is not going to happen now, and it is not going to happen because I know exactly what day it was going to be on, and that day is going to arrive and pass with her standing in my kitchen arguing with a movie star about garlic. Su Min is not going to be dragged out of 2001. Gao Si Yuan is not going to go out of a 13th floor window into snow. Lin Xuan is not going to starve for 4 months feeding a child out of her own rations and then be cornered in a room. And a 5-year-old on the 12th floor has 3 boxes of instant noodles, and a police officer who checks on her, and a case of medicine in the apartment, and none of those things existed a fortnight ago. That is the entire ledger. That is everything I actually accomplished, and I noticed that not one item on it required killing anybody. I did anyway. I want that on the record too. I did not have to burn 23 men on my own landing, and I did, and one of them was a man who had scrubbed that same floor for a packet of noodles 4 days earlier. I did not have to leave a woman on a corridor floor in Building 10 because there were 9 of them and 4 bands. I stood in the doorway of a bathroom that night and thought about a man who, 6 weeks ago, would have apologized to a stranger for standing too close in a lift. I do not know that man anymore. I am not sure I would want to. But I am absolutely certain that if you put him back in that apartment tomorrow, with the same knowledge and the same white room in his head, he would die again in exactly the same way, in exactly 10 weeks, and that Zhou Jing would go out of a window and Su Min would not last the month. So that is where I have left it. 2 days later, the group chat came back on, and the tone in it was different, permanently. Nobody argued with me anymore. Nobody bargained. When I posted a job, it was taken inside 20 seconds. When I asked a question, 4 people answered it. Every survivor in that building had watched 100 men come out of a car park and had watched what came out of my coat, and there was no version of that they were ever going to unsee. Ma Tianbao brought me an inventory of the whole building without being asked, on a piece of paper under the door. He was, by then, effectively working for me. I had not hired him. I had given him a box of medicine, and he had decided. And on the 3rd day, the butler said, "Lord, there's movement in Building 11. Building 11 was the last one. Wei Dong, a construction contractor, big man, gold teeth, 40-odd site workers with him, and every one of them a laborer who had swung something heavy for a living, which is a very different proposition to Deng Tu's KTV crowd. He had been extremely quiet all month. He had watched 3 organizations break themselves on my door and had specifically instructed his men, on the record, never to touch me, which had made him, in my opinion, the most sensible man in that compound. Lord, a group of men arrived at Building 11 this afternoon through the underground level. They appear to be from Wei Dong's construction company. According to the corridor audio, they have brought blasting supplies. I put the tea down, because here is the one thing that has been sitting under this entire story, which I have known since the day Zhao Xiao showed me a catalog, and which I have not mentioned to anybody in that apartment. My walls will take a shell. My door will take a small charge. My windows will take a rifle round. The floor above and the floor below are 300 millimeters of the same alloy they line satellites with, and 180 men have now proven all of it with hammers, columns, fire, and their own bodies. None of that matters if somebody puts enough industrial charge on the load-bearing columns 23 floors below me. The building comes down. All of it. And I have a shock capsule in a side room, which is a very expensive way of surviving long enough to be buried alive in a metal box under 6,000 tons of concrete in a city with no rescue at -70. I have been living in a fortress with one wall missing since the day I moved in, and I have known it, and I have been very careful not to think about it. Lord, Zhou Jing said from the kitchen doorway with a dish towel. It's nothing, I said. Go on. Ding, new friend request. Jue Xiaojie. Building 12. The last leader left standing in this compound. A woman who had been a secretary to a state enterprise executive 6 weeks ago, and who now had 90 people and, according to every report, an extremely specific set of skills. She had never once contacted me, not through the entire month. She had watched 100 men come out of that ramp, and she had watched what happened next, and now, 3 days later, she had sent one line. Mr. Jiang, I think we should talk. I have something you need, and you have something I need very much. I did not accept it, not that night. I stood at that floor-to-ceiling window for a long time instead, and looked out at a city with no lights in it, and thought about a number. 300 million yuan bought me these walls. Somewhere in this city, there is a man with a great deal more money than that, who spent it 10 years ago on something a great deal better than this, before anybody believed him, and who was laughed at by his entire family for it. I have 4 people in this apartment and no 5th bedroom, and a shopping list that now starts with load-bearing structure I actually own. 6 weeks ago, I was a man who spent 2.5 years and 200,000 yuan on a woman who would not hold his hand, and who died on this exact floor listening to her divide up his food. Tonight, I am standing on that floor in silk pajamas, with a police armory in my head, 100 men in the snow under my window, and 4 women in the next room arguing about a film. And a construction contractor 200 meters away has just taken delivery of enough industrial charge to put every single one of us at the bottom of a hole. So the tea is going cold, and the request is still blinking. And I think it is probably time I found out exactly what Xu Xiaojie wants.